Dragon Knight Luna fell into his arms. Hyodo Issei was forced into a world that he never knew existed. However, just because he lacked knowledge of it doesn't mean that he wasn't once a part of it. Find Alaya was going to be difficult, but discovering his true identity was even more challenging. The Counter-Guardian, Satan, walked among man once again. Issei, multi-o. Fate, Stay Night and High S Chapter 1, Rift of Darkness. Warning. The deeper the story goes, the more O and crossovers it will have. This story currently takes elements from Fate, Stay Night The Delusional Guardians, my original WIP series. Epic 7 Secure, Contain, Protect, by JSTA Simple Writer. Midnight Sun Chapter 1 Rift of Darkness I just wanted to forget the history of hatred. Everything was dark. Empty. It was an empty void. Nothing filled this endless rift. Except for me. The man with long dark hair let out a battle cry, charging at the man with long white strands. Their hair was not the only thing that showed the two as opposites. While the dark man wore dark steel-plated armor and a red cape, the other wore white commoner robes. The black eyes locked with the gray, and they both let out cries together. The white man's sword clashed against the dark man's spear. The white man stepped forward when their weapons connected, attempting to grab onto the shaft of the spear, but the man of darkness stabbed his spear into the ground, and the blood-red metal bent at an unimaginable angle, before a blast of dark energy was released from the entire weapon, tendrils of darkness hovering near the weapon. The man of light frowned, before his sword also became encased in bright golden energy. Their weapons of choice clashed, explosions of energy being deflected back and forth decimating the lands of fire around them. Rocks were shattered, and rumble scattered. Magma itself oozed out of the holes within the earth. The destruction around them seemed not to be important enough for their interest. They were focused on each other, and each other only. Such was their natures, to oppose the other. Such was their natures as the disgraced devil, and the omnipotent God, to forever have conflict with the other. They exchanged neither words nor emotions. They spoke with purely violence and utter destruction. Finally, that class is done. Issei stretched. That class is really boring to you, isn't it? Motohama asked. The brown-haired chuckled. Yeah. I mean, I only joined the cooking class because it was required. I didn't join with the intention of learning how to cook. If I did, then I wouldn't have been yelled at by Grayfia sensei every day. Hey, but you got to admit, being yelled at by someone in a maid costume is only something straight out of dreams. And the size of her. Oh pie. Matsuda, Issei's other friend, drooled. Issei's smile grew wider as he imagined Grayfia. With her long silvery hair, silver eyes, and her maid costume that she was always seen wearing. Damn, I would love to just smother my head in those breasts. Issei sighed in bliss. With how much they move, she is definitely not wearing a bra. The trio giggled perversely, thinking of the maid's breasts. But damn, if only it'll happen in real life. Issei waved at the two of them as they passed the school gates. I'll see you two later. See you, they said simultaneously. The duo walked in a different direction home than Issei. Issei walked alone, hands in his pockets, before he took out his headphones. He connected his phone to it, and proceeded to listen to his music. He sighed sadly, as lucid dreams played in the background of all of his thoughts. He stepped onto a bridge, and passed by a single figure. Cues, he continued to walk, until he felt a presence right behind him. He turned around quickly. There stood a girl with violet eyes and glistening black hair. She wore a different uniform than the Kuo Academy uniform. She was a below-average height, just at Issei's shoulders, who was also considered average. When they locked eyes, she shivered and took a step back. Oh, hello. How have you been? He took the headphones off of his messy brown hair. His brown eyes peered at her own violet eyes that were full of fear. She bowed to him. My name is Yuma Amano. Issei took it to introduce himself. My name is Hyodo Issei. You wanted to talk to me? Yeah. So I saw you walking here alone. So I was wondering if we can walk home together? I usually walk with my friends but they weren't here today. Issei shrugged. I guess. How far do you live? Just a few minutes past this bridge. She stepped beside him, and they walked together. All right. Same for me. He shrugged. She was stiff and tense, but she continued to walk beside him. They walked in tense silence, neither trying to make a conversation. "My house is just here," Issei said. "Goodbye." He didn't look back at her as he walked away. "I'm home. I'm in the kitchen," he heard the familiar call. He took off his shoes and walked into said room. "Hi Grayfia." The silver-haired woman smiled at him. "Welcome back Issei. How was your day?" He shrugged. "The same as usual. Kinda boring." She set in front of him some freshly made spring rolls. Issei immediately began eating. She sat down in front of him, pressing the back of her hands to her chin as she watched him eat what she just made minutes ago. Her silver eyes watched the brunette's enthusiastic eating as he devoured the 4 spring rolls on the plate. That was delicious. The high schooler sat back in his chair patting his stomach. Grayfia giggled. "Why thank you. It took a long time to master it." Issei smiled. "Where is Sirzex?" She rose an eyebrow. "He didn't tell you?" He shook his head. "Sirzex is currently working on a project overseas. I believe he'll be back in a couple months." Issei laughed. "So this house is just to us two then?" She leaned over the table, flicking her finger against his forehead. He immediately recoiled and touched the spot that hurt a lot more than it was supposed to. "He left me responsible of this house, meaning I'm not going to allow you to do whatever." Issei muttered to himself, inwardly cursing the beauty that was not only his teacher, but also his caretaker and mother figure. "What was that Issei?" "And nothing," he stuttered. "I'll be doing my homework." "I'm expecting you to actually finish," she called after him as he climbed the steps to the second story. The house owned by Sirzex consisted of 2 stories. The kitchen and living room was on the first along with the laundry room, while the second floor contained his bedroom, Grayfia and Sirzex's bedroom, and 1 guest room. All 3 of them had their own bathroom, but 1 bathroom was at the end of the hall. Each room also had a connected balcony with a sliding glass door to access it, as well as a massive walk-in closet. A basic standard house for someone as rich as Sirzex, who worked as an engineer. He was well known throughout the world. Sirzex wanted to get a bigger house, but both Issei and Grayfia disagreed, and wanted to seem like a normal family. The red-haired man was more of an annoying older brother than a responsible adult. Issei would pity his sibling if he had one. He entered his own room. It was relatively neat, but empty. It had a large queen-size bed, a desk with 2 monitors and a standard keyboard and mouse. The desk was relatively large so it could fit his desktop-length mousepad, as well as all of his books and papers. On the walls hung posters of women in relatively ecchi positions, such as one camera shot of a zoom-in of her bending over. He stripped out of his school uniform, and opened the closet, pulling out a more comfortable pair of black shorts and a sleeveless black shirt. He settled into his chair, and immediately pulled out his English textbook. He groaned the moment he read the first few sentences. "I hate English. I'm in Japan. I speak Japanese. Why do I need to learn about a language I'm never going to use?" He heard her faint calling. "Just in case you move to the States." He sighed. "I swear she can hear anything, so annoying." What was that? He felt her steps up the stairs. "I'm doing my homework," he exclaimed in a panic. "I'm currently trying to finish my English essay." He heard her going back down to the living room. He breathed a sigh of relief. He recounted the day he just had. "Man. I had to think like that about my caretaker. That's weird. But well, Motohama and Matsuda are my only 2 friends. And that girl. Yuma Amano. I have seen her multiple times alone just like me." He put his pen down. He slid open the glass doors, and walked through, leaning against the railing of the balcony. He stared at the dim stars. He gave another sad sigh. "I miss you. Mother." A tear escaped his eye. He shook his head clear of thoughts, and walked back in. He glanced at his desk, before collapsing onto his bed in favor of sitting back on his chair to do his homework. He closed his eyes, and within seconds, he was asleep. A few weeks passed, and the girl, Yuma Amano, and him would walk together every day. It was an unspoken agreement between the 2 to wait for each other. "How was school today for you?" Issei shrugged. "It's still the same. My friends and I had to suffer through the boring classes. I've started to pay more attention in cooking class though." "Oh? Isn't that the class your caretaker teaches?" Issei nodded. "Yeah. It's more fun now that we do more hands-on lessons, instead of just listening to her talking about types of foods." Yuma nodded. "Yeah, We have the same class at my school. My friends have it, and agree it's more fun when you can do stuff yourself instead of following through textbook directions every time. Issei smiled lightly. Yeah. My caretaker taught us how to separate eggs. She rose an eyebrow. But that's like, almost basic stuff. Issei looked at her weirdly. I forgot that you baked. She smacked his arm. How can you forget? I just made cookies for you like, a week ago. Her light pink eyes shined with playfulness. Because the cookies didn't taste that great, she let out a gasp. What? Issei laughed. I'm joking. Your cookies taste great. She blushed lightly. Thank you. They walked, chattering with each other. Before rain started to drop. Huh. The weather didn't say anything about rain. Yuma's voice trailed off as she looked up. Issei looked up, and his eyes widened. His body froze against his will, as he was forced to watch. Lightning cracked against the sky. Dark storm clouds circled tightly, moving faster than it was supposed to, even faster than a tornado. The earth itself rumbled, as lightning started to strike the ground. One bolt hit close to where the two stood. But they were focused on watching the phenomenon that was in front of them. The ground continued to shake, as more clouds gathered around the swirling mess. Lightning flashed across the sky faster, and thunder cracked in their ears. From inside of the clouds, a blinding blue light pierced through the darkness that had gathered in the sky. Before a crack in the world appeared, the blue shifted into a deep blood red. The sky cracked, as something indescribable took the place of what used to be the sky. Fear took over both Yuma and Issei's bodies as they continued to watch. A loud roar sounded for miles, as the sky continued to break further. The more it cracked, the stronger the rumbling of the ground got, and yet neither teens were knocked off of their feet. Shards of the sky began to fall as the darkness continued to spread through spider web-like cracks in the sky. Despite it being utter darkness where the sky used to be, it was still the red that had shone through the clouds. The clouds spread out wider, as the rift continued to expand. Dark lightning cracked across the nothingness that was taking the place of the sky, before a single figure fell through. It was as if the world had slowed down, before turning back time. In less than a second, the crack in the world disappeared, yet it felt like minutes. They were able to see the cracks in the sky themselves slowly patched together. The darkness and the blood red that opposed yet synthesized slowly faded, as the clouds dispersed into thin air. The large rift slowly turned back into the sky's color, fading from the darkness into the ordinary blue. And yet, the figure was still there, falling through the sky from an unordinary height. Issei was finally able to move, and he sprinted towards the falling figure. Issei? He vaguely heard her voice, as he continued to sprint. He felt his body break something imaginary, but thought nothing of it. He came across the bridge where him and Yuma first met those weeks ago. The figure that came out of the unimaginable terror in the sky continued to fall exactly where he stood. He opened his arms, and she did not fall gently into them. Somehow, the weight of her falling into his arms was enough to completely shred the concrete bridge. When he looked down, he saw the bridge completely tear apart as if it were paper. He fell, with the person he just caught still in his arms, into the river. He splashed into the cold water. He hit the bottom of the river lightly, before pushing back up. His head broke the water. Luckily for him, the water was not that deep, only reaching 6 feet at most. He clutched the person he had just saved from the terrifying fall, before putting his head back under water. He shifted his body so his feet were pointed down. He allowed the river's current to move him. He did not know how long he was moved by the current, but eventually he began to move sluggishly. He burst his head through the water, and gasped for breath. He held the girl's head above the water as well, making sure she got air, if she hadn't already gotten water in her lungs. He saw the nearest shore a few meters away from him a split second before he was forced back under. He struggled in that direction, not used to having to hold someone while swimming. It took a few seconds, but eventually, his feet touched sand. His body emerged from the water as he breathed heavily, his messy brown hair sticking to his face. His clothes were dripping wet. He collapsed onto the sand, and lied the girl down next to him. He closed his eyes, as he struggled to regain his breath. He shook his head, knowing his recovery can be later. He turned to the girl, and knew he had to get the water out of her. There was no way for an unconscious person to hold their breath underwater. They would have definitely breathed in water. He immediately pressed his hands between her breasts, and began to pump at a steady pace. A few seconds later, he tilted her body, and she coughed up the water. He took a few steps back as she recovered. For the first time, he looked at her appearance. He had to stop his jaw from dropping at her appearance. She had long white hair that reached her ample butt, as well as large breasts that were seemingly bigger than his hands. They were bigger than even Grayfia's. It was further emphasized by her exotic and erotic armor. She had on armor that was of the darkest night he had seen. Her breasts were half covered by the same dark metallic material, made in such a way it emphasized her entire cleavage, from the middle of her chest down to the very ends of her breasts. A white thin material covered her abdomen, yet he was still able to see her skin as if it were bare. It clung to her body, allowing him to see her smooth stomach, not a single bit of fat seemingly in her stomach. More of the strange metal armor ran down her sides, ending at her waist. Her buttocks were covered in the same way a one-piece swimsuit would normally cover a girl's body. Her armored greaves and boots ended just above the knees, allowing one to take in her beautiful thighs that would make any man stare. Last of all, a blue diamond was seemingly etched into her forehead. She opened her eyes, letting Issei see perhaps the most beautiful colored eyes he had seen, a deep red, yet amber-like color. Her armored tail moved gently as she sat up, staring at him. "Are you the one who saved me?" Next, Chapter 2, Luna. Ch 1 of 13. Next, Chapter 2, Luna Midnight Sun. Chapter 2 Luna. A bearded man with a single eye glanced upwards. "Is there something wrong, Lord Odin?" Odin answered after a few moments of silence. "Something from the outside has arrived." The Valkyrie tilted her head questionably. "I'm afraid I don't follow, sir." The old man laughed grimly. "Something doesn't belong here." The Valkyrie became even more confused. "What? I don't know either." The Norse god shook his head. "Don't worry about it. I will investigate it myself after Loki gets back." The king of Asgard. Odin stepped back into his throne. "I just hope the appearance of this outsider will not tip the balance of this world." "Hey, what is that?" A light silver-haired teenager with hazel eyes glanced up, almost as if he can see through the roof of the building he was in. A man seemingly in his 20s with black hair with golden bangs and violet eyes was looking in the same direction that the younger male was looking at. "Interesting. Something from the outside is coming in." "Oh?" The younger male gained a smirk. "Something from the outside? As in a different world?" The older one only shrugged. "I don't know myself. The thing beyond that crack is something not even I can describe in my entire lifetime. It's something full of horror. It's full of chaos to say the least." The younger man's face slowly split into a huge grin. "How powerful are they?" "I'm not too sure. But if I were to guess, they would be on par with the lowest of the top 10 strongest beings in this world." The older man noticed the younger one's smirk and the bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. "I would not suggest fighting them at all. If you do, I doubt even us Grigori leaders will be able to defeat them together, so you'll be left to fend on your own valley." Valley gave a chuckle. "Don't you worry about me, Azazel. I know how to take care of myself." Azazel sighed. "Take care of him, Albion. Make sure he doesn't do anything reckless." The dragon of entropy. Albion gave a grunt in response to Azazel from somewhere within Valley. "Watcher of God's children." Azazel nodded in response. "You heard that, Valley? Albion is going to interfere when he feels as if it becomes a life and death situation that'll end in your death." Valley rolled his eyes. "Whatever you say, Azazel. Whatever you say." Wings of brilliance spread out behind him, as each feather had its own individual colors that shifted, no color the same as the previous. "I'll be going out now." A handsome middle-aged man with long blonde hair and green eyes opened his eyes softly. He gazed through the gates of heaven and sighed. "Brother, what is that?" An extremely beautiful blonde curly-haired woman with the exact same green eyes and a voluptuous figure pointed through the gates of heaven, at exactly what he was looking at. "I do not know, sister." She stepped over to him, and hugged his arm gently. The man saw how she was shaking, and wrapped his arms around her, rubbing her back to comfort her. The horror inside of it. That pure and utter chaos that is inside. What could have happened for such rage to be in such a world? "I know nothing of what is beyond that gate. I do not wish to know of it either. I wish for that thing to never spread any further." "Oh Michael, brother!" she cried. "Gabriel, There is no need to cry for their sorrow and rage. We are our own. They are undeserving of God's love. Angel of love. Gabriel wept for the world beyond the rift. Seraph of delusion. Michael showed nothing for the world that was not a part of theirs. Issei stared at the woman who looked back at him. She slowly stood up, her chest moving with every motion she made. Issei's eyes flickered down, as his cheeks quickly flushed at how emphasized they were by her choice of clothing. He attempted to refocus onto her eyes. I ask again, are you the one who saved me? Her voice was soft, yet it caused the hairs on his arms to stand. Her voice sounded like a woman's when full of love, yet was filled with such rage and harshness that caused him to flinch. Yes. Issei gulped down, as he finally answered. I saved you from the. When he tried to think of what he just saw minutes ago, his head started to ache. He pressed his hand against his temple, and tried to block out the pain, but was unable to. I see. The woman in front of him nodded in understanding after looking at his reaction. The pain slowly faded from his head. Who are you? He decided to ask as they stood for a few more moments of silence, just looking at each other. My name is Luna. And yours? Issei. Hyodo Issei. She pressed her finger to her chin. 2 names? That is strange. He blinked in confusion. Pardon? The only one I know with 2 names as those with absolute authority within Orbis is the heir of the Covenant, Ras Elclair. Are you one of them? Issei continued to look at her in confusion. I apologize. I did not mean to continue talking nonsense to my savior. She bowed to him, which practically gave him view of the entirety of her breasts. He spluttered, and turned flustered as he struggled to look away from the very things that perhaps lured many men into her. It was nothing. Please get back up. When she rose, her eyes gazed into his. Where am I? Hyodo. Just Issei is fine. And I don't know either. What do you mean? Don't you live here? An imaginary light bulb lit up above his head. We are currently in Japan. Japan. Where is that from? Rytania? Confusion built up between the two. Rytania. What is that? What? Rytania is the land of Queen Dean and Prince Aether. How do you not know of them? I have no idea what you are talking about. She paused. Do you know of a place called Wintenberg? It is the place where Queen Cecilia currently rules alongside her dragon knights. What? Dragons? Are you sure you are okay? Did the fall mess up your? He faltered when she glared at him. In the second she glared at him, he felt as if he just sank into the deepest hole made by man. He wanted to cower, to hide from the beast that was in front of him. I would know what my own race is. She clutched the dark horn that was atop of her head. Her glare changed into a look of sorrow. You are a dragon? Yes. My name is Luna, and I am a half-dragon and hail from Wintenberg in Queen Cecilia's Dragon Knights. She reintroduced herself. Issei clutched his head, as a barrage of images hit him. He was only able to make out 2 in the flurry of color that he saw in that split second. One was of a large red western dragon with a long neck and green eyes fighting against a large white eastern dragon with yellow eyes. The second was of a pair of wings that would flash in many different colors, no color the same as the previous. He staggered, and Luna moved forward to help him. Are you okay? Yes. I'm fine. Issei felt bile slowly rising, but he pushed it down. Let us figure out this mystery later. We must get to somewhere safe. We are in an area that is too open. We will be defenseless in our current state. Our enemies will be able to target us. What? Issei yelped as she moved quickly despite almost drowning and flattening against the concrete no more than 10 minutes ago. Our enemies? Yes. She ignored her wet clothing, and moved to the boardwalk. We must hurry. Every second we spend here is an extra second for them to catch up. Issei followed her without questioning. After all, she had showed her gratitude, and now she was thinking that she was saving both of them. She would not harm her own life in the process of attempting to take his. They went quietly, but quickly. Despite seeing no one else in the area, they continued to attempt to remain hidden. Where do you live? He froze, before muttering. I'll show you. We just need to head to a place I know. He glanced at her choice of clothing. Is there anything you can use to not seem as suspicious? I have no other clothing. This is what I've worn my entire life. Issei sighed, before saying, follow me, we need to find some clothes. This is very restricting. She tugged on the shirt she had on. The shirt was stretched across the chest, almost threatening to rip apart. It was a blue tee with the name of the beach they were just at on it, along with a pair of very short shorts that showed off her legs. It was the only thing available. She had on Issei's jacket over because he wished for her to not be revealing too much. It did not do much for her legs, but she had the comfort of something covering her arms. You'll be able to get out of it eventually. We just need to not raise attention. Am I not already? They were in the busy street, and she had attracted a lot of attention, specifically from the males. They glared at him, before went back to watching her mesmerizing movements as she walked with a natural sway and elegance. Issei's jacket covered to just below her butt. Issei would have worn one without a zipper had he known that he would have had to give it up. He didn't wish for her to be revealing too much. She merely threatened him with her glare. This is a different type of attention, he remarked as he pushed the button to cross the street. It's natural for me to receive this kind of attention from Wintenberg. Everywhere, they would watch me. Look at my movements. I would beg for them to look at me. He glanced at her with wide eyes. I am my own person. If I would tell them to look at me, they will. If I tell them to strip for me, they will. For I was the legendary dragon of Wintenberg. Let's just go, he said quietly, attempting to forget what she had just said. They walked in awkward silence. I feel something. She held up a hand. Quickly, we need to get away from the ordinary people. He grabbed her hand, and started to walk faster. They quickly shuffled into an alleyway, and hid. Come out. I know you are in there, outsider. Stay here, she said to him. She walked out casually, and faced the speaker. Who are you? I am a natural resident of this world unlike you. My name is Shalba Beelzebub, one of the descendants of one of the original demon lords, the sin of gluttony, Beelzebub. My name is Luna. I hail from Wintenberg as a dragon knight under the Queen Cecilia. I do not care for the name of an outsider, especially one that came from that. I am here to merely exterminate you from this world. Buzzing. It was so loud, it was as if a swarm of bees had suddenly gathered at once, all wanting a single target. He peeked over and suppressed a gasp. There were a large swarm of bees in front of the man opposing Luna. Due to the unnatural size of the hive, he was unable to identify the man's appearance. I'm afraid that cannot happen. A dragon knight cannot be taken down by merely insects. A blinding blue light, and a spear appeared next to her. Issei's eyes widened as he tried to make sense of what is happening. Go, my insects. Luna dashed forward, and Shalba swung his hand out. Luna stabbed with her spear, a piercing light leaving the tip. It instantly vaporized the swarm of bees that flew at her, and Shalba was forced to move. You dare kill my bees? He growled as she remained silent, her spear moving swiftly, cutting through the bees with every swing she did. Flashes of power rippled through the air, as every one of the half-dragon's swings held a purpose. She deflected every one of Shalba's bees. If that isn't going to work, then this will. He sent out one last surge of bees, causing her to swing her spear in a circle, forming a shield through how quick her spear was slicing through the air. It should have been impossible with a spear as large as hers, but she made it look effortless. When she refocused onto the descendant of gluttony, he had multiple magic seals lined up behind him. He pointed at her, and made the motion of shooting a gun. Beams of power shot out of every single one of the seal, each one making Issei shake as he glanced at the different colors all being used to attack the dragon he had saved not too long ago. She grunted as she weaved between each beam. She ducked, jumped, and moved every direction to avoid being hit by the enormous power the magician in front of her was using. She deflected a beam of light that was about to pierce through her head with the flat of her spear head, before continuing to evade with breathtaking agility. Her amber eyes continued to scan the. They were no longer in an alleyway. All of a sudden, they were in the middle of a rocky field, with Issei still under cover behind a rock, which used to be a dumpster. The sky of the field was a blur of colors rather than blue sky. Issei did not know when they had changed locations, but he himself had only taken notice recently, and he didn't know if Luna herself knew, or if she was just trying to survive. He saw her concentration wane for a single second. And that was all it took for Shalba to close the gap between his immense power and her otherworldly agility. A beam of light green went straight through her right leg, causing her to stumble, and crash into the ground when she attempted to dash again. I got you. She clutched her leg in pain, as she stared up at him. Her amber eyes stared into his, and he merely lifted his finger. "This is where you fall, outsider." A single magic seal appeared at the tip of his finger. "I will not permit you to have any last words. May you be sent back to where you came from." A loud sound of shattering glass caused all three of them to look up. A white blur slammed into Shalba, dragging him up into the sky. The blur continued to move, dragging Shalba across the grassland, causing him to screech in outrage when they took to the skies once more. The blur stopped, letting go of Shalba before kicking the magician to hard. Issei was able to see the wind itself being cut apart by the force of the kick. "Valley!" Shalba croaked. The white armor tilted its head downwards at Shalba. Its wings flashed with never-ending colors. As its yellow eyes stared down at the magician it had just kicked into the ground. The blue orbs glowed different shades of blue, as power continued to course out of it. "Be quiet." Shalba got out of the crater that was formed from his fall. Issei widened his eyes, not believing he had managed to survive the force of such an attack from the armored being Shalba had called Valley. "Why have you come? Did that damn Azazel send you?" "No, I only came to battle that thing." It glanced at Luna, before looking back at Shalba. "Turns out you already weakened it. This will be no fun if it isn't at full power. I am an outsider to this world, but a dragon knight should be addressed by their name. My name is Luna." He was somehow able to see the white armor raise its eyebrow. "A dragon knight, huh? Interesting. Do not ignore me, dragon of entropy. You talk too much for a loser." Valley threw out his arm, and a magic seal appeared at the end of his hand. A burst of magic was sent straight to Shalba, who attempted to block it, but was his barrier shattered the moment the small ball touched it. Shalba cried in pain, while Valley slowly descended, looking similar to a god. "Leave, devil. You lost." The devil growled, as he slowly picked himself up. His black armor was cracked, and his chestnut hair was burnt, but his eyes were full of hatred and anger. A green magic seal appeared under him, as he disappeared in a flash of green light. The moment Shalba left, the rest of the cracked sky shattered, and the never-ending colors faded into a normal blue sky. The rocky grassland remained, however. The armor tilted its head toward Issei, making him flinch. "You can come out now." Issei walked out from behind his cover with shaky legs. Valley's head tilted downwards then back up. "You certainly are interesting. What is your name?" "Issei. Issei Hyodo." His voice came out shaky and hoarse. "I see. You were the one who saved this dragon from the gate to the other world, did you not?" "Gate? I think so." Valley looked back down at Luna. He descended completely as his armored boots touched the grass. He held his hand against the wound in the half-dragon's leg. "Please hold still. I would hate for a potential future rival to get crippled." She watched him, as his hand began to glow a light silver. The wound on her leg slowly closed, taking a minute at most. He straightened himself, and said, "I will teleport you two back to where you two were before Shalba attacked. I wish you best of luck, Hyodo and Luna. Beings other than me and Shalba will soon come to you due to your unique presence as well as your status in this world. Such is the misfortune of being transported into a different world." "Thank you." She let out a breath. "Do not thank me. I still wish to defeat you and kill you. But I cannot do that when you are not at full strength. I wish to have a fight I enjoy, not one where I can win with little care, like against that excuse of a devil." His yellow eyes continued to watch Luna for a few moments, before turning away. "I will leave you two now." He pointed his finger under them, and a magic circle similar to Shalba's appeared below them, except it was silver in color, rather than a light green. In a single second, they were back in the alleyway. Immediately, Issei collapsed on his knees. "I'm sorry, Luna. I couldn't help you at all." The white-haired dragon shook her head. "You do not wish to reveal yourself to the world, while I am already known in a mere moment. I too sacrificed my comrades due to my importance to Wintenberg, so I am able to understand your wishes to remain hidden." "What? I'm not like you. I'm not like that Valley guy or the Shalba magician. I don't know anything that is going on. I literally just watched you three fight, and I have no clue what is going on." She blinked in confusion. "I can sense power within you. Do you not know how to use it against these beings?" I'm just a normal human." She frowned, and did not press further. "Lead me to your home, Issei." It took at least an hour for Issei to arrive home. "Grayfia?" There was no answer and Issei frowned. Is there someone you were expecting? Issei sighed and nodded. Yeah. She's my caretaker. Or mother. She should be home right now, but I don't know why she isn't. Maybe she is just buying food. She suggested. Yeah. Issei nodded in agreement. It's still early, so she should be coming home from the store. Luna waltzed up the stairs, with Issei trailing behind. My room is on the right. She opened the door, and stepped in without hesitation. She stopped when she saw all the posters plastered on his wall. Issei's lips twitched as they formed an awkward smile. So yeah. This is my room. I hope you don't feel too uncomfortable. This is interesting. Are you into this many women? Luna was seemingly unaffected by the erotic material. She pointed at a specific poster, which showed a woman's ass while she was on her knees. She was on all fours as she looked back at the camera, giving a seductive smile. And is this the kind of pose you like? No, Issei said awkwardly. I just like to look at them. How did you even manage to get such high-quality paintings of them? Did you ask them to pose for you while you did the sketch? While this is an erotic painting, this is still very impressive skill. Issei blinked. Do you not have cameras where you came from? Cameras? She blinked bewilderingly. What is that? It's a device that lets you instantly save an image with the press of a button. He explained. However, the camera has to be pointed at the thing you wish to save. Do you happen to have this camera with you? Issei nodded. He walked over to his desk, and opened the first drawer. He pulled out the Canon camera, and handed it to her. How does this work? She fumbled with it, as she struggled to even turn it on. You press the button here. Their fingers touched, and Issei gained a light blush. She let out a small gasp as the screen turned on. Amazing. Issei watched as she turned into a girl who knew nothing. She clicked the buttons in excitement. His face flushed a light pink as he continued to look at the beautiful matured warrior turn into a clueless young teenage girl who knew nothing of what she was being told. Not naive, just unknown to the world. Before she switched back into the hardened warrior that she showed during her fight against Shalba. There is someone outside. Her amber eyes narrowed at the door. I can sense her easily. Issei? Are you back? Issei patted her shoulder. That's my caretaker, Grayfia. Her eyes widened. Two people with such power. I'm sorry, he asked, not quite following her words. No, it is nothing, Issei. I am merely overly cautious after the events from earlier. She shook her head. Greet her, do not keep her waiting. He looked at her confused, before nodding. Will you not come with me? She sighed. No, I would prefer not to continue to meet people. I do not know if they will be after me or not. He slowly looked away from her. If that is what you wish. Issei closed the door, and he heard Luna lock the door behind him. He walked down the stairs quickly. I'm here, Grayfia. Good. He saw her at the foot of the stairs, wearing her apron. Her silver eyes shone with concern. I was wondering if you were home or not. You shouldn't be out at this time. It's only 8 though. And you usually get home around 6. You shouldn't be 2 hours late at all. You don't have club activities or work, so you shouldn't be out. You also don't hang out with friends on school days. I only allow you to hang out on weekends. She put her hands on her hips. Issei waved his hand. Yeah. Whatever. Don't talk like that to me. Put away the groceries. She commanded as she pointed at the plentiful amount of bags by the door. You should be glad that I didn't call you to help me bring them into the house. He sighed as he knelt down. He took out the vegetables out of all the bags, before proceeding to put them into the refrigerator. It took him at least 10 minutes to get all of it in, before he called to her. Grayfia, I'm done. She didn't answer. Confused, he slowly stood up, before horror went through his body. He dashed up the stairs, and attempted to open the door, only for the handle to rattle. He knocked frantically. Come in. He heard Luna's response. He went in, to see Grayfia and Luna standing with very little space between them. Grayfia. This isn't what it looks like. The beautiful silver-eyed woman sighed. She put her hand against her forehead. I should have known that eventually you'll bring a girl home. He blinked in confusion. You misunderstand, miss. I am merely a friend of Issei's. While I am bothered by all the posters in the room, he still is a good friend. She bowed to Grayfia. I already attempted to explain to her, Issei, but she still believes that I am your girlfriend. Why yeah. He stuttered. Luna is just a friend of mine. She just recently had some family problems, so I invited her over. I'm sorry for not asking in advance, Grayfia. She nodded slowly. I will start on dinner. She pointed at Luna. You should probably change. She closed the door behind her as she left. Luna turned to Issei. I do not possess any clothing besides my armor. I will be depending on you to provide clothing. Issei widened his eyes, blushing lightly when he realized that Luna will only be wearing his clothing. He quickly picked out a white button-down tee, along with a pair of black running shorts. This is what I have that'll fit. My normal clothing won't fit because your figure is a lot bigger than mine. She took it without commenting on the latter part of his statement. She pulled her shirt up. Wait. Issei cried, covering his eyes. Why would you do it in broad daylight? It is not different from before, is it not? Why should I care if you see my body? I am a warrior. My body is a means to fight, not a means to seduce. Something clicked in his mind. She viewed of herself purely as this dragon knight, and not as the beautiful woman she was. He knew it was up to him to change that. Unknown to all three residents of the house, something deep within Issei stirred. It answered to call of the outsider, and hungered for the power she held. The next day, Issei walked to school. When he woke up, Luna was still sound asleep, so he left a note in his room, telling her that he would be at school until much later in the afternoon. He hung out with his two friends, Matsuda and Motohama, once again. Hey Issei. How've you been? I've been good, he smiled. How about you too? Great. The bald male exclaimed. I finally unlocked a new path within that game you lent me. Issei rose his eyebrow. Oh. I thought I reached 100% completion. Well, good job nonetheless. He hit his fist against his chest and nodded in agreement. After all, I strive to complete all games, unlocking every scenario possible, as well as path and girl. All girls are equally hot. Issei laughed alongside Motohama. Motohama adjusted his glasses. At least with these glasses, I can see all girls' measurements, making them even more hot. I can secretly compare which girls in the school have the best breasts. Who is the girl with the best? Motohama put on a troubled face. Well, to be honest, it is between two girls. The first is Rias Gremory. The second is Himejima Akeno. Both Matsuda and Issei nodded at his words. Rias Gremory's breasts were mere centimeters smaller than Akeno's, and yet both of them were equally enticing. However, Issei now believed that Luna's breasts had a more sexual appeal than both of theirs. Just a week ago, he believed that the two great ladies of Kuo had the best breasts. Hey Issei. Why are they walking towards us? Issei looked, and saw two people. The first was a handsome young man with short blonde hair, blue eyes and a mole underneath his left eye. The second was a petite girl with white hair and hazel eyes. The front of her hair has two long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. That is Yuto Kiba and Teju Kaneko, Issei said. No shit they are. Excuse me, Hyodo Issei-san. The blonde named Kiba asked as he reached them. How do they know your name, Issei? Are you associated with them? Motohama pointed accusingly at him. This is the first time I've talked to them before. Issei snapped back. Don't make assumptions like that. Kiba chuckled lightly. I apologize, Motohama-san, was it? It is not that difficult to find out the names of the infamous perverted trio. Pervs. The school's first-year mascot remarked softly. I'll need to have you follow me to the student council. The student president and Bucko both require you. Be both? Matsuda stammered. Both Shitori Suna and Rias Gremory? Kaneko answered the question with a simple nod of her head. Well. Issei stood up and held up a hand. I'll see you two later. When the three left, the perverted duo cried for their brother-in-arms departure. Kiba knocked on the door of the student council. Come in. Issei was able to recognize the voice of the student president. Kaneko opened the door widely, and Issei stepped in, with Kiba closing and locking the door behind him. In front of him were four women. The first was Rias Gremory, a beautiful young woman with white skin, blue eyes, and a buxom figure. Her most distinctive feature was her long, beautiful crimson hair that reaches down to her thighs with a single hair strand sticking out from the top. Her hair also has loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. The second was Akeno Himejima, A beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair was tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs with 2 strands sticking out from the top and sloping backward, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. The third was Sona Citri, a young bespectacled woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut and violet eyes. The fourth was Tsubaki Shinra, a young bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. She also wore blue, semi-rimmed glasses with square lenses. "Hello Hyodo Issei." Sona greeted him. Kiba and Kaneko walked behind Rias and Akeno. "Hello. You already know who we are, do you not?" Sona spoke up once again. "Yes. The 4 great ladies of Kuo." She rose her eyebrows, and Rias spoke up instead of Sona. "We are not talking about that." Issei looked at them confused. "What do you mean?" "Hyodo-san. It's not that simple." Rias giggled. "I'll be straight and blunt with you. We are devils. So I stopped at a place that wasn't really a cliffhanger, but is kind of a cliffhanger. Depends on how you see it. Almost everyone who watches DxD knows they are devils. However, it is a cliffhanger for those who don't watch DxD. Anyway, I feel like the pacing for the chapters may be a bit too fast. Please tell me if I am going too fast, or it's difficult to follow the quick dialogue and actions in the actual chapter. I changed my writing style, so while there may be more actually happening in the chapter, it may plummet in sense, so to speak. Luna has been slightly introduced. I don't intend to go into her backstory just yet. I plan to wait for Issei and her friendship to get deeper before she tells Issei, as well as us, what has happened in this Wintenberg place, and how she ended up in the crack in the world. I've also created 2 new sacred gears that may be added into the Longinus list. The first one is a sword from another anime, called the Fragrant Olive Sword. The second is an original one called Fertility of Frigg. Their respective balance breakers are Blooming of Aurum, Osmanthus, and Origin of Life, Genesis. Their wielders will be kept hidden for now. Their abilities may be overpowered, but hey, all wielders and gears have a limit. Signing off for now. Make sure to leave me your thoughts as well as any general questions. I'll be sure to get back to you via DM, PM, whatever you guys want to call it.
Halvdan. Next chapter. History of the World. Previous ch2 of 13 next. Chapter 3. History of the World. Issei is not a normal human. I repeat, he is not an ordinary human. He is just unaware. My ending author's note will talk a bit about what the titles mean, such as Embodiment of Chaos XX. I already have most, if not all of the main characters, endgame, titles as well as abilities. A character in this chapter will explain it briefly. The side characters are flexible, depending on which of the 2 directions I wish for this story to go. I will not be sharing the 2 endings until much later in the story. Without further ado, here is the final part of the prologue. I will have an opening at the beginning of Chapter 4, similar to most animes. Midnight Sun. Chapter 3. History of the World. Inside of the student council room were 7 people. Issei was alone on his side, looking back at the 6 perhaps most popular people within Kuo Academy. Rias Grimori and Akeno Himahima were due to their natural beauty, Sona was the student president, Tsubaki was the vice president, Kiba was called the Prince of Kuo, and Kaneko was supposedly the school's mascot due to her cuteness. Devils. He tested the words on his tongue as a question. Yes. Rias Grimori nodded. We are devils. 2 bat-like wings spread out behind her, Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko following their lead and spreading their own wings. Sona and Tsubaki did not bother to show their wings, choosing to remain still in their seats. Issei shook his head. Why this interest in me now of all times? Because we just recently sensed this power from you. Rias said bluntly. We wanted to reach you before the other powers did. Akeno giggled. It's thanks to Kaneko here. She patted the short first year. Without Kaneko's help, we would have missed you. Kaneko shivered as she glanced at Issei. She shrunk away from the shadows, as if they were dangerous. She made sure to stay in the brightest part of the room. Sona continued. Before we continue with what we intended, we would like to give you a little history. It's a history that concerns everything within this world. In the beginning, there was nothing but heaven and earth. The two were connected and were never separable. Until one day, a star ruptured. The two inseparable worlds were suddenly split apart, bringing forth the dawn of a new age. Heaven became controlled by the angels of the heavens, while earth became inhabited by mankind itself, in its purest form. This peace, however, did not last long. A few centuries after the rupture of heaven and earth, the first angel was cast down from heaven. None know of his name, but he is most known as disgraced devil. People commonly associate disgraced devil with the Lord of Wrath Satan. But they are not the same entity. Soon after the fall of the disgraced devil, 7 others fell after him. They were named the 7 sins: lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. They were also known as the 7 princes of hell. After that, the ones that fell from heaven became disgraced angels, or fallen angels. Unlike their former comrades who had wings of the purest white, their wings were of the darkest night. None know why after the first 8 became fallen angels instead of devils, but it mattered not. The first of the angels to fall from paradise was Watcher of God's children, Azazel. Following him was Oracle of Calamity, Shemhazai, then Lightning of God, Barakiel, and finally, Star of God, Kokabeel. These 4 are the original founders of the Grigori. After these events had transpired, the once pure mankind was trapped between the angels, devils, and the fallen angels. While the angels mostly stayed out of humanity's way in order for them to evolve and attain their salvation without any influence, the same cannot be said for the dwellers of the underworld. The devils and fallen angels sought out humanity, as they were unable to repopulate without the help of humans. While the devils turned humanity from the path of God, the fallen angels bred with the humans, as well as convincing more of their former brethren to join them and to leave the paradise known as heaven. The 7 princes of hell, after the mysterious disappearance of disgraced devil who had seemingly been wiped from history, with only the oldest written text mentioning this being, created the underworld, and with that, 72 families that would support and fight for the underworld. They created the strongest of armies, a horde of demons meant to not only fight against the angels, but to be opposites of the angels, down to the very core. The fallen angels also had their own armies, either pure of half-fallens, consisting of only the strongest of fallen, each one of their spears rivaling even the strongest of mankind's weapons at the time. The angels at first refused to fight the war against the 2 cast aside by the omnipotent God himself, but when the threat against humanity was made, the angels of the heavens chose to be humanity's salvation. They clashed against the devils and the fallen. This battle between the 3 races continued for centuries, only ending because of each faction's retreat. The first to leave the battlefield were the fallen angels, led by Azazel. The angels pulled out shortly afterwards, suffering many losses, and intended to retreat to preserve their already dwindling numbers, as all angels had fought, not just the Lord's armies. So in hindsight, the victors of the Great War are devils, who continued to fight. However, after the conclusion of the Great War, and the devil's ultimate victory, 2 sides began to fight. One side wished to continue the war, and to raise the ones that had oppressed them. The other wished for peace, and wanted to remain within the underworld for the next century to regain their numbers that had already been hard to recover. Led by Seers X Grimory, Seraphal Sitri, and Ajuka Astaroth, the rebellion against the original descendants of the 7 princes was successful, repelling the influence of Cateriel Leviathan, Creuseri Asmodeus, Rizvam Levon Lucifer, and Shalba Beelzebub. Shalba Beelzebub. Issei spoke for the first time in the brief history of the world that Sona had recounted. Yes, Shalba Beelzebub, the one you had to fight against, and you successfully repelled. In an instant, Issei knew what had happened. Luna existence was hidden from them, and so was the arrival of that white-armored celestial being. They believed he himself was able to drive off Shalba Beelzebub, who seemed to be so powerful from his standpoint, to the point of being able to overwhelm even Luna's overwhelming combat prowess. Anyway, after the defeat of the descendants of the 7 princes themselves, the 3 leaders of the rebellion took their oppressors' names. Seers X Grimory became wielder of the abyssal works, Seers X Lucifer, Seraphal Sitri became Seraphal Leviathan, and Ajuka Astaroth became Ajuka Beelzebub. The 3 of them continue to lead the underworld today, 2 centuries after the rebellion they had led. Sona sighed as she pushed her glasses against her face. That is the history of how we were here. Humanity, devils, fallen, and the angels. Issei sat deep in thought. I don't see how this history concerns me. Yuto clenched his fist. Why you? Rias held up her hand, and Yuto stopped. Rias did not say anything, and Sona continued. You see, this story does concerns you. You are humanity. You are mankind. You are stuck between all three factions. After your victory against Shalba Beelzebub, beings from all sides will attempt to sway you, as despite his arrogance, he was still an ultimate class devil, one of the strongest ones in fact. We want to help. While you will have to join our side, we will unlock a power within you that has been locked away. Sona extended her hand. What do you say, Hyodo Issei? Issei frowned at their condition for unlocking his sacred gear. He opened his mouth, but a few moments of silence went by, before he spoke. Am I allowed to summon my sacred gear before deciding whether to join your side? Of course not. Rias started. If that happened we may have to potentially put you down. I would rather not waste such a sacred gear. Akeno giggled at this, and looked at Issei with flushed cheeks. Very well. Rias and her peerage looked at Sona in shock. I will allow you to decide while we are calling up your inner power. She gestured for him to stand up. She pointed at another chair that was away from the group that he had not noticed. Sit there and close your eyes. He followed her instructions. Hold your arm up, and think of the strongest thing you can imagine. He thought of Luna, before his mind protested, switching to the being covered in the white celestial armor. He focused on the way he descended onto the mortal plane. He thought of the kick he had done against Shalba Beelzebub, and how powerful it was to crush the wind around him. Now replicate what you just imagined. He did not do the descending the being that had called itself Valley did. It was impossible to copy the way he came down from seemingly the heavens. He was simply not powerful enough to copy that action. But he attempted to copy the kick that Valley had done. He remembered the motion, from when he dragged Shalba around the field, before soaring into the air and kicking him back down to the earth. He grunted as he did a spin, kicking outwards as he did. He opened his eyes, and there was no apparent change to him. What? Sona questioned, speechless. No sacred gear, Yuto muttered. To defeat Shalba without even a sacred gear. Akeno cocked her head to the side. That's amazing. So, what happened? Issei asked Sona. Am I not able to awaken my sacred gear? No. You did it all correctly. You do not have a sacred gear. This power I'm feeling from you, is your actual power. Sona sighed. Issei blinked in confusion. But I'm a human, so you are. Sona nodded at him, agreeing with the statement he had just made. Sona, you can't honestly believe what he is saying, can you? Rias stood up as she slammed her palm against the table. It is clear he isn't a human to hold that kind of power that can even terrify Kaneko. Sona looked back and saw said girl. She was still as a statue, her amber eyes watching Issei's every move. A single movement from the brown-haired boy would caused her to tense up and give out a low hiss. I believe we are done here, Hyodo-san. The student president bowed to Issei. Thank you for your cooperation, and I apologize for any inconvenience we may have caused in our own curiosity. He shook his head. No, it's fine. I hope you managed to get what you were looking for. He walked out, and the moment the door shut, Tsubaki exhaled, and shivered. Tsubaki, what did you manage to find? She took off her blue-rimmed glasses and shook her head. I couldn't identify it. No matter how deep I tried to pry, I couldn't get any information out of him. Absolutely nothing. All I was able to find out about him was the things we researched about him in the school file. We know nothing else of him. What we do know is that Grayfia may be withholding some information. Rias nodded. It's her duty as the head maid of Grimoire to report back to me. I will be able to get it out of her. Ah, she lives with Issei, does she not? Rias nodded in reply. Yes. She cannot disobey me as I am the princess of the Grimoire. We will get answers on what Issei is. To be able to defeat Shalba with no sacred gear, but believing himself to be human. Rias, what if there is a logical explanation for all of this? Say something like, a split personality. The red-haired girl blinked in confusion. A split personality. As in two people with the same body. Sona shrugged at her response. I suppose you can say that. I believe his second personality took over in his fight against Shalba, which meant that he doesn't remember how he defeated Shalba, only that he managed to beat him. I don't think that's how a split personality works, Sona. Akeno spoke up. It is the most logical reason. Sona shot back. He clearly does not have a sacred gear, nor does he have a clue how much power he has. There is no reason for someone to not know their power after encountering an ultimate class devil and defeating them. Rias pondered. What if he didn't defeat Shalba? What if someone else had helped Issei and wiped his memories of it? All of them froze as the two different theories both made a lot of sense. Issei was a human, according to him, allowing any supernatural creature to have utmost control over his mind. As Issei is a human, he may also have a normal human disorder. We must keep an eye on him. Rias stated. I believe Tsubaki and Kaneko should both do it. As both of them use senjutsu, it'll allow them to evaluate Issei's mental state. Both of them nodded in agreement. It's settled. Sona nodded. Let us get back to school. School ended, and Issei walked out. He was immediately able to spot someone that was different from the ordinary people. His silver eyes met with Issei's own chocolate brown. He let out a smirk as he walked to him. Girls swooned over him as he walked with confidence. He glanced around him with an annoyed look, but the girls took no notice of it. They continued to watch him walk with a confidence that no human could potentially have. Issei knew who he was. He wore a green high-collared leather jacket, opened in the middle to reveal his gray shirt underneath. He wore a pair of slim burgundy pants with chains hanging from his waistband. You are Valley, the one from the other day. Valley nodded. Indeed I am. We should head somewhere that is more private, no. He looked around, before saying, let's head to my house. It's private, and Luna is there right now. My caretaker will not be home until a couple of hours later. She's currently having a meeting with the other staff of Kuo. He nodded. Then lead us there, Squire of the Dragon Knight. Issei glanced at him, before nodding. I was expecting something more grand. Something more fitting of a knight, than this ordinary-looking house. He stated bluntly, almost mocking him had Issei not noticed his impassive tone, stating he cared not for the appearance, but what was inside. This is what I'm living with. Is your caretaker not Grayfia Lucifuge? Why would she allow you to live in such a cramped area? Issei realized something he had never known before Valley had told him. Lucifuge is her last name. I never knew that. He blinked. You never knew the Maid of Grimoire's full name before. Even I know her name, and I am one of her enemies. Maid of Grimoire. Isn't Grimoire the last name of Rias? Valley sighed as he ran his hand through his silver hair. Rias Grimoire, the princess of the underworld, heir of the Grimoire. She is most known throughout the underworld as a beautiful young woman with her crimson hair. However, little know that she is already engaged with Razor Phoenix, a well-known devil by his power in raiding games. Engaged? Isn't she only 18? Valley nodded. And what of it? She knew what she was born into. Issei sighed. She should have had a choice in this. The silver-eyed male sighed. I have no intention to continue this foolish talk with a human. He said the last word with a sneer, almost as if he were mocking the things that Issei had said about himself. Please come in. Issei unlocked the door and stepped inside, not being a gentleman and opening the door for Valley. He scoffed at Issei's actions, and walked in, looking around. He analyzed the interior, noting that it was an ordinary home from the inside as well. He kept track of the windows in the living room, knowing that he would need to cross at least 12 meters. Please call down the Dragon Knight. Valley crashed down onto the sofa, causing it to creak. Valley looked at Issei expectantly, and Issei shook his head in annoyance. He had only seen the guy for at most an hour, and he was already annoying with his antics. He was about to knock on his door after walking up, but the door opened from the inside. I am here. Luna only wore one of his bigger hoodies. He didn't dare try to peep what else was under the hoodie, for fear of what she would do, even if she did not think of herself as a woman. Who is this strong presence I feel in our house? He took notice of her use of R, which practically said that she will be staying and defending the house with potentially her life. Dragons were known for their greed, as well as their foolishness. That was what got both the Dragon of Entropy Albion and Dragon of Potential Ydrag Goke killed. His eyes widened as this thought just entered his head. He frowned at this, but replied to the white-haired woman that was standing so close to him. He was able to smell the shower smell still on her. "Follow me down," he replied to her, but did not answer her question. When Luna caught sight of him, she froze. "You are the one who saved me against that magician." She spat out the last bit, but the rest of her statement was in surprise. "Oh, you were able to finally recognize my presence after being close to it." He nodded in approval. "That is good. That makes introduction a bit simpler. My name is Valley, and I am the one who assisted you in the defeat against the devil named Shalba Beelzebub." "Devil." She cocked her head. "Demons of the underworld essentially." Valley gave a single short statement to explain. "The only demons I knew were those unknown from the Chaos Gate." She muttered, her amber eyes getting lost, before they refocused. "Chaos Gates." He exhaled harshly. "Is that the connection between your world and this?" She shook her head. "No. Chaos Gates are gateways to the end of the world. I am not sure if it is the same as this underworld you speak of." Valley sighed and he crossed his arms. He looked pointedly at Issei. "I suppose the sister of the Leviathan gave you a brief history of the world." The way Valley had said it, it didn't hold the same meaning as the way Sona said it. Issei assumed Sona was this sister of the Leviathan. "Yes, I suppose she did. She only talked about the first devils and the first fallen angels. She also spoke about the coming of the families of the underworld, and the devil's rebellion." He nodded. "That will suffice for the devil's portion." He rose his hand, and a magic seal appeared. It disappeared too quickly for Issei to look at the symbol at the center of the seal. All Issei was able to see was the silver color. "This is just to prevent anyone from walking in without my permission. None will be able to walk in, nor is anyone here powerful enough to break through it besides you two." Luna's eyes hardened at the mention of two by Valley, but Issei did not notice. "Since you already know the history of the world, I will skip it. Instead, I will delve into something you might have heard before. These titles. That is much simplistic word I can use to explain this. You probably heard it once by mere coincidence by the dragon, had you not?" Luna blinked in realization. "Yes, I said one by mistake. I had told him about Heir of Covenant Ras Elclair." There was power within the words she spoke. There was something primal inside of the title she had given to Ras Elclair. "Yes, something like that. You have already realized this feeling of power just from hearing it. To put it simply, these so-called titles are merely representations of their greatest achievement or what they are known for. I, myself, am Dragon of Entropy Valley. My accomplishment was the usurpation of the original Dragon of Entropy Albion, who currently lives inside of my sacred gear, Divine Dividing." "What exactly are these sacred gears though?" Sona tried to call mine out, but it wouldn't appear. He realized something within his question. "She never explained to me what sacred gears are." He scoffed. "Typical devils, leaving him to fend for himself in the dark in case he doesn't join your side. Sacred gears are a type of weapon designed by omnipotent God meant to be utilized by humanity to defend themselves from both the devils and the fallen angels, as the two factions were continuously attempting to lure mankind to their side for their own benefit. Each of these sacred gears can perform feats that most supernatural beings are not able to perform. Within these hundreds of sacred gears, there are a total of 15 Longinus. There may be more sacred gears that can ascend to the god-slaying tier that was named after the spear that pierced Christ, but as of now, there are only 15 God had left behind solely to defeat gods. Their names are the True Longinus, Spear of the Setting Sun, Zenith Tempest, Prism of Bright Heavenly Thunder, Annihilation Maker, Creation of the Demonic Beast, Dimension Lost, Fog of Extinction, Boosted Gear, Red Dragon Emperor's Divine Gauntlet, Divine Dividing, White Dragon Emperor's Mystic Wings, Regulus Nemea, Lion King's Battle Axe, Canis Lycaon, Dog God of the Black Blade, Sephiroth Grail, Holy Grail of the Secluded World, Incinerate Anthem, Chief Mourner's Crucified Stand of Purple Flame, Absolute Demise, Eternal Ice Princess, Innovate Clear, Miniature Garden of the Green Tree of Innovation, Telos Karma, Ultimate Karma, Fragrant Olive Sword, Sunsetting Flowers of Goddess Stacha, and lastly, Fertility of Frigg, Back to Zero. He frowned. These Longinus. Can anyone possess them? Only one person at a time for Longinus. For ordinary sacred gears, such as twice critical, multiple can possess at the same time. There are also subspecies to these sacred gears, which can completely change the function of the gear, and have it astray from what it was meant to do. I myself have a subspecies, but I will not be sharing what it does, and how it is different from a normal divine dividing. It relates to how I usurped the position of dragon of entropy from Albion. He gave a small smirk at them, and despite Issei not understanding most of what he had said, a shiver went down his spine. Valley was dangerous, there was no denying that, but he was also a wildcard. He couldn't tell what was his motive for telling Issei all of this. These titles. Let's get off of sacred gears and onto these titles you spoke about. He nodded. Yes. While they can be one's greatest accomplishment or what they are known for, it can also be for a sin they have committed in their lives. One such being is wielder of abyssal works, Seersex Lucifer. He traded in something precious in him, to attain the power needed to overthrow his oppressors, even with the help of Ajuka Beelzebub and Seraphol Leviathan. His title speaks controversy and hypocrisy. He wields such a power meant to annihilate anything, and yet, uses it to protect instead of destroy. A title can also tell what caused their ascension to be noticed by the world itself, which is what grants us this authority. The world is the collective consciousness of Gaia, the will of the earth, the planet's intrinsic wish to survive and prosper. The world also includes Alaya, the collective unconscious will of mankind to avoid extinction. The world is the one that recognizes our achievements, and it deems us worthy of a title. While you may have an impressive achievement, unless Alaya and Gaia themselves recognize you for it, you will not be known for it. Your title can also change, for the better or worse depending on how Gaia deems it. While this title can be intimidating to some, as you yourself was able to ascend to this so-called counter-force the moment you obtain this title, it will also tell them of your powers or weaknesses. It will cause you to be predictable, as it speaks volumes of your power. Take Oracle of Calamity, Shemhazai for example. With his title, you can tell he is able to tell the future. Take mine for example. As a dragon, I'm vulnerable to dragon-slaying weapons, or the cursed Samael's blood from Serpent of Sin, Samael. Without my title, you would not know I was a dragon. Anyone can gain a title, as well as lose it. Once you lose it, you are able to regain it. In fact, two separate people can continuously fight for the same position. Even with your ascension to the counter-force, you still are able to be defeated. That is how I managed to get my title. While you can be defeated, that doesn't mean that you lose your position as a part of the counter-force. It is only when you lose your title, do you lose Alaya's favor. Issei nodded slowly at Valley's explanation. Who else is within this counter-force you talk about? Valley sighed. In an instant, he looked much older than he appeared to be. There are many within Alaya's favor. Far too many to recount. Prior to Alaya's defeat, members of the counter-force were able to warp across space and time, capable of traveling worlds to the past or future. However, after Gaia and Alaya's struggle, which ended in Alaya's defeat, we are no longer able to cross space or time, and we are stuck here in our world. Only when Alaya becomes healed, will we be able to cross worlds once again. That may be the key to Luna's return to her world. Issei breathed. Valley nodded in agreement. So long as she becomes one of the counter-guardians, and she travels back to her world, and she breaks apart her contract with the collective thoughts of humanity itself, she will be able to return to her world without the use of the gap between worlds. I do not know how capable she is, nor if Alaya will accept her, but it is our best bet. To travel to the gap between worlds is too dangerous. It will only be the last plan if all else fails. I have entered it once. Valley winced as he remembered his experience within it. I do not wish to enter it again. What is inside of it may cause anyone to go insane from the amount of nothingness that is inside of it. It is a death sentence if you are not prepared for it. So basically, we have to slowly get stronger, and eventually gain the attention of Alaya, as well as wait for humanity itself to be healed. Valley nodded. I know not of how long it will take before Alaya will heal. It has been at least 500 years. There is no recorded date of the Great War, which is the war between the three factions in which Sona explained to you. We only know that Alaya has been hurt since the end of the Great War, when humanity was last involved in the struggle between the supernatural. None knows how to speed up Alaya's recovery as well. Similarly, Gaia has been silent since Alaya's fall. Usually, the beast of Gaia would be wandering around the worlds, but it also has not appeared in centuries. Luna's brows furrowed. Maybe both Gaia and Alaya got harmed at the same time. The two together do make up the world. What if it wasn't just Alaya that fell that fateful day, but Gaia as well? What if the blow that was dealt was not to Alaya specifically, but to the world specifically, harming the two simultaneously? Valley nodded in agreement. That is what I believe as well. I only hope that the two would be able to recover before the fall of the Age of Man. Once the Age of Man ends, humanity will decline and the earth will soon turn into the land of steel, a place where no life can be supported by the loss of all of Gaia's resources. If Alaya does not wake up, then that means Gaia's influence will also disappear as humanity continues to go down a path that neither of them can prevent them from going down. As long as Alaya continues to sleep, humanity will have no guide. It is up to the counter-force of this world to try to wake it. Watcher of God's children, Azazel has already been spending many of his resources alongside Seraph of Delusion, Michael. Both have been for the past century when it became clear of humanity's path. Oracle of Calamity, Shemhazai also says that he is unable to create any kind of contact to Alaya and Gaia. Wielder of Abyssal Works, Seersex Lucifer has also recently tried to find him personally. He has searched the entire underworld, but was unable to find anything as well. Issei frowned, before saying, "So us three will search for Alaya together." Valley gave out a laugh. "Huh. You sure are interesting. Just for now, I will ally for you too." Dragon of Entropy, Valley grinned at Issei and Luna. "Just know that anytime, our alliance will be cut. After all, I still want that fight with the Dragon Knight. I will humor you, human, and I will go along with your charade." The human and Dragon Knight nodded. They rose up from where they sat and shook hands with Valley. "This will be interesting. A counter-guardian, teaming up with an outsider and a human. Who ever heard of that before?" He shook his head. "I have explained most of what the sister of Leviathan had missed." He stepped onto the porch. "Don't you two disappoint me. I don't expect to do all of the work since I am already recognized by Alaya. I expect you two to pull your own weight when we go out hunting." "Hunting?" Issei tilted his head. Valley did not answer, but just looked up at the sun. In an instant, his armor formed on him. In a single instant, Valley was clad head to toe with his celestial-like armor. His eyes glowed yellow, as his mystic wings spread out behind him. Each feather was a different color than the rest, constantly changing colors, with no color being the same as the previous. It was a beautiful sight, something that was able to keep Issei mesmerized forever. Valley walked down the steps, before crouching down. Issei blinked, and in a single loud sound, Valley was gone. There was no trace that he had been at Issei's house just a few moments ago. "What a show-off." Issei sighed. "Issei, are you sure this is wise? We know he would eventually betray us just to fight me." He sighed. "This is one of the only ways for you to get back to your own world. Valley knows how to, he's been to the gap between worlds before, and he knows all this stuff about Gaia and Alaya. If it isn't for him, we wouldn't be able to find a way back to your world." She was silent. "We just have to prepare for what is coming next." Issei reluctantly took her hands in his, causing her cold amber eyes to look into his. "Just trust me. I'll be able to survive. With Valley and you defending me, I'll be able to survive even as a powerless human. I just need to avoid direct fights." She nodded. "I still cannot agree with your actions, but I understand why you have done them." She pulled her hands out of his. "I will begin training myself. I will gain Alaya's favor, even in his slumber." She walked back into the house, and Issei closed his eyes softly. "What did I get myself thrown into?" He turned, and followed Luna inside. "I can only move forward. If I wish to end this cycle of hatred. My people have suffered." End prologue. Welcome to the end of the page. So as you were able to hopefully read within this dialogue-heavy chapter, Valley basically summed everything up. I inserted Natsu versus Counterforce and twisted it a bit to better fit what I'm looking for at the end of this entire story. If you still cannot understand, I have an ELI 5 here. Do something memorable so, God, can recognize you and make what you did public so everyone can put you in a mantle and admire you. I was initially going to do a more in-depth explanation here of what they meant, but I had Valley basically tell Issei everything. I'm supposed to have this be a story, and not a bunch of author's notes explaining everything that's happening. That's all I have to say. See you all next time. Don't forget to leave a favorite or follow if you wish to continue reading, and a review for any comments, questions, or concerns of this story. Halvdan. First, previous ch3 of 13 next. Chapter 4. Longing. Warning. The following story may be an emotional roller coaster starting from this chapter. I changed my mind. There will be 3 endings to this story. I will write all 3 of them, because each ending will only be 1 to 2 chapters long. It's only a matter of how long it'll take to reach the ending and the pacing of each chapter. I haven't forgotten about Rainier Yuma Amano yet. She's not a main character, but she'll be back soon. This chapter basically wrote itself, hence why it was released so fast. Chapter 4. Midnight Sun. Longing. Issei shoved another bite of chicken curry into his mouth. He marveled at the taste, before quickly swallowing and putting another bite into his mouth. Luna sighed at his antics. Issei, please, eat a bit more politely. Personally, I think it's polite if I eat this messy. It means I enjoy the food so much that I would forego all table manners to eat it quickly. Issei exclaimed, clicking his chopsticks dramatically. Someone can also interpret it as trying to eat as little as possible by making a mess of it, and eating faster to get rid of their suffering. Luna rebutted. Issei froze. Gee Grayfia, I really like your cooking. Honest. The silver-haired maid sighed as she pressed 2 fingers against her temple. Luna, please do not attempt to tease him like that. I am not teasing. I am merely attempting to enjoy my food quietly, and he isn't allowing me to do that. Within the humane house, there were 4 people. The first was the brown-haired Hyodo Issei, who was renowned alongside Matsuda and Motohama as the perverted trio, but he had recently been taming his perverse nature with the help of Luna and a second person. Luna was a white-haired female that looked like she was in her 20s. She had 2 dark horns atop her head, and a blue diamond on her forehead. She currently wore one of Issei's hoodies, and a pair of short running shorts. It was her own shorts, not one of Issei's, which revealed her long never-ending legs. The third was the caretaker, Grayfia. She possessed silver hair with silver eyes that were seemingly pure steel. And the last one, was the latest addition to their house. As of 2 weeks ago, the silver-haired teenager began to show up uninvited. It was a surprise to Grayfia, but after a few minutes of private conversation with the dragon of Entropique Valley, Grayfia allowed him to stay. She had the guest room always ready for whenever he would show up, which was every other day. It was only natural, for he needed to check up on them. He was the strongest one in their trio, which Issei proudly dubbed as Elias Search Squad, which he shortened to ASS, which caused Valley to almost activate his divine dividing against him. It was something he wouldn't ever try to repeat. Grayfia collected the dishes after the relatively silent dinner besides Luna and Issei's single exchange, and Valley announced. Issei, let's go to your room. We need to discuss something. The Elias Search Squad quickly filed into Issei's room. Valley held his hand over the knob, and Issei marveled at the beautiful magic seal that Valley had. Valley didn't need to explain what he did, as this was a regular thing. The magic seal was meant to only prevent anyone from listening in or entering. I went out again. But there was nothing interesting. Valley finished his report in 2 sentences. Issei nodded in agreement. Same here. I didn't find anything. Luna shook her head as well. I also couldn't find anything. There is nothing suspicious in the entire Kuo city. Valley sighed. We've had nothing for the past 2 weeks. I've flown across all of Japan's islands. I think we may need to start searching across different lands besides Japan. Issei shook his head at the thought. I wouldn't be able to. Grayfia doesn't know of my searches, and the moment I stop attending my classes, she'll be asking of where I've been. Did you forget that I can teleport? The silver dragon cocked his head to the side. Issei blinked, before palming his face. Yeah, I forgot. We'll only be able to do this on the weekends. I have homework on the weekdays, and I won't be bringing it with me to wherever we search. Valley nodded. Then Luna and I will search during the weekdays. You just try to find out if anything is off in Kuo. You have to search all the way to the outskirts yourself, otherwise it won't work. We can't leave a single inch of our territory unsearched daily. Who knows if we could have missed Alaya by mere minutes. I have already set up a barrier over Kuo, it'll alert me of every single spike of magical energy within the barrier. However, you are much better than me at sensing magic, Issei. I'll be depending on you. Issei nodded. Despite not having any magical power and being a normal human, Issei was still able to sense interruptions to the ordinary world, in other words, any kind of magic or magecraft. It was strange. He shouldn't be able to, but he still was. Then it's settled. Remember, if something comes up, you will call me. Valley stood up. Hopefully in 2 days, we won't have these single statement reports, and actually have something to say. They all nodded. We leave before dawn breaks, Luna. Be ready. The white-haired dragon nodded. Valley exited the room without uttering a goodbye and Luna shook her head. That boy doesn't even leave a farewell to you, who is currently his host with Grayfia. Issei waved his hand. Just ignore it, Luna. He can do what he wants. I don't have his respect simply because I'm a human, and I understand that. He wants to work with someone with power, not someone who can only sense power. I say despite this, us three make a pretty great team. Valley is able to defeat anything with his overwhelming power, you can defeat anything with your overall combat prowess, and I'm able to sense anything with power. Luna nodded in agreement. It is late, I will sleep now for we must depart early in the morning. Good night, Luna. Good night, Issei. She fell asleep quickly facing him. Issei thought it was quick, but she insisted on sleeping on the same bed. The problem was that Issei's bed was not very large, which meant that they would be close together. Sometimes Issei would wake up in the middle of the night with their limbs tangled together. He would always separate himself from her before she woke up in the morning. He didn't know both him and her were the type to spoon. It was a good thing he found out before she awakened. He didn't want to find out her reaction if she ever saw how close he was to her in bed. He doubted she would have cared, but he was trying to have her behave like a normal woman, and not as this weapon she so proudly remarked herself as. He didn't care if she was a dragon knight, she was still a beautiful woman who should be aware of her beauty. He admired her beautiful peaceful face that she rarely showed anyone. It was only visible whilst she wasn't conscious, for she disliked showing any kind of vulnerability. Issei reached out with his arm, and gently moved some stray hair to behind her ear. He tucked it, and lost his breath once again. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and yet Issei did not attempt to take advantage. As her savior, he was the one she would always try to make sure was safe. He could have used her naivety to his advantage, and have her do perverse stuff with him as a repayment for him saving her life those weeks ago, when she arrived out of the crack of the world. But he didn't. He stayed as a true gentleman and taught her the basics of his world. He didn't know why, but he wished to continue to have her learn. He sighed. If only he had a mother to give him advice. Just for today, he would indulge himself in his desires. He moved closer to Luna on the bed, and wrapped his arms around her. She let out a quiet moan, and despite it not being erotic, Issei still felt as if it were one of the most sensual sounds he had ever heard. Luna shifted in his arms, one of her arms grasping his upper arm, the other resting against his rather unmuscular chest. Their legs tangled quickly as she shifted closer to him, her breasts pressing against his body. He almost got excited. He was certain if he had, she would have awoken and it would have gotten awkward for both of them. Issei put his chin atop of her white hair, and breathed in her scent. A few moments after he lay still, he drifted to sleep. He awoke alone in bed, feeling cold and alone. He felt nothing in his arms, meaning that Luna had gone with Valley already. He groggily opened his eyes, and blinked when he saw a white-haired woman looked at him from his desk. Luna, why are you still here? She was quiet, before saying, it is not yet dawn. I merely woke up early within your hold. Issei blinked, before a blush formed on his face when his sleepy mind comprehended what she had said. She had known that he was embracing her while they both slept. And by the way she sounded, she didn't seem to mind. Will you be okay, Issei? Valley and I will not be able to defend you. Luna tilted her head in concern at Issei. Even if you call on Valley or me, we might be unable to reach you due to potentially fighting enemies on our side. We may also not be able to teleport into the barrier you were in straight away, and may be forced to break through the barrier, which may take minutes depending on your opponent. I suspect that the ones that seek you will be the same ones that seek me." Issei frowned at her words. He would not be able to last more than a few seconds against someone like Shalba, who Valley easily defeated. If it really did take a few minutes for Valley and Luna to return and defend him, he will most likely be dead. "Luna," he started. Her amber eyes gazed into his own brown. "When you return, will you train me?" Her eyebrow rose. "Train? Why would you want such a thing? You already have a counter-guardian with you, as well as a dragon knight. We will be able to defend you so long as you are with us." Issei agreed with her words. "Yes, I'll be safe as long as you two are with me, but soon, you two will not be. I'll need to defend myself, and I have no experience in any kind of weapon or magic. I presume I'll be able to learn basic magic like those magicians Valley talked about." She nodded. "I supposed Valley will teach you how to use magic, while I'll teach you physical combat. After all, I do not know any kind of magic of this world." "What time is it?" Issei asked. He knew that part of their conversation was gone, so he switched the topic. "It's currently 4:03. There was uncertainty in her voice, as she had never seen a clock before 2 weeks ago. She still had difficulty reading it, but the brown-haired male trusted that she had said the correct time. It did sound right, as the sun had not yet risen, otherwise she would have left already. "Thank you," he said softly. He sat up. Luna walked to the bed, and sat down at his side. Her hands were close to his, but Issei did not hold her hand. Neither of them had strong feelings for the other. Issei merely liked her, but not the point where he would attempt to court her. She was going to return to her world after all. It didn't matter how long later it will be, she will return to her world. And there was nothing Issei can do to keep her here. He didn't wish to gain someone he loved, only to lose her within a short time. He didn't want to repeat the events of 5 years ago, where he lost both of his loved ones. It may have been the cause of how distorted he was now. No longer the person he once was. He used to be a proud member of the perverted trio. Now, it was nothing but a hopeless memory he wished to cling onto, to remind himself that he was once a normal person. Despite his effort, he knew he couldn't keep on trying to hide it. He ceased being normal the day it happened. A normal person was supposed to grow up with their parents, living happily with their loved ones. He didn't have that luxury. It was a miracle he wasn't living in an orphanage. Issei and Grayfia were kind enough to pick him up days after the incident. Issei blinked. He realized he hadn't seen Issei in a while. Grayfia had told him that the redhead was away for a new project overseas in the States. It's been 2 weeks, and he hasn't come back yet. He hasn't even called Issei in the 2 weeks, despite him constantly calling Issei while he was living under the same roof as him. It was strange. "Nay, Issei." Luna nudged him, breaking him out of his thoughts. "Yeah." She paused in the middle of her thoughts, before shaking her head. "No, it is nothing." She shifted back from the teenage girl she was never able to be, back into the hardened warrior she has lived her life as. "Luna, I know it's been a short time we've known each other, but you can tell me anything." Issei reluctantly touched her shoulder, letting him know he was there. It was almost as if he were channeling his feelings to her. Immediately, she began to relax. She sighed. "I'm not comfortable leaving you behind. These devils can attack you at any time. But I can't let Grayfia get dragged into this. If I disappear from school or home for even a single day, she'll attempt to find out what is going on." She shook her head. "I know that well. That's why you can't go with us. You are a valuable person within our search due to your ability to sense magical power. Losing you will hurt our search." They grew quiet again, as they drifted back to a topic they had already covered the previous day. Her amber eyes looked into his brown ones. Issei felt himself fall deeper for her, the amber eyes having both qualities of her personalities. However, the two didn't conflict with each other. Within the amber, he was able to see both the warrior and the girl. He looked away first. He didn't want to feel this way for someone he barely met. He reminded himself constantly. It was only 2 weeks ago. And she would be going home at any time. He didn't want to lose someone else again. His head burned, as he pressed his palm against his temple. He almost screamed in pain as flashes went through his head. His mind cracked, as the room around him shattered. Space itself was distorted, and everything was a swirl of colors. He was only able to make out the image of a beautiful man with long black hair and a commoner's black cloak sitting on a stone table across from a beautiful woman with long curly blonde hair wearing a white commoner's cloak. Both of them wore it to hide their high positions. In the split second Issei saw it, it was gone, and reality pieced itself together. It instantly repaired his fragmented mind, and he was back on his bed, facing Luna. He was instantly drenched in sweat in the split second he saw it. He breathed hard, as his heart beat. What were these images he was suddenly seeing? The first time it happened was 2 weeks ago, when he saw the twin dragons, Dragon of Entropy, Albion, and Dragon of Potential, Didrag, as well as the true form of the Divine Dividing, White Dragon Emperor's mystic wings. This was the second time. This time, he saw a precious moment between two lovers. He only saw it briefly, but he was able to deduce the fact that the two loved each other despite their differences. Issei, what's wrong? Luna broke the silence that he knew the room was in for the past seconds. You look pale. He touched his face gingerly, as if it were not his. Issei. The brown-haired male didn't answer. She touched his hands, and he looked at her surprised. Confusion washed over his eyes. Luna? He asked weakly. She tilted her head, but didn't reply in words. It's nothing. I just remembered something. His voice shook. Luna knew there was something wrong, but she didn't push farther. She didn't know how to approach it. She was never taught how to access emotions. She only knew how to fight. It had never bothered her before, but now, when talking to such a young male, it was irritating her more than before. The lack of empathy that is. She then did something that surprised both of them. She lowered his head to her bosom. She stroked his hair, putting as much emotion as she can into the gesture. It had worked for Yufine whenever her sister was sad. Luna felt Issei's breathing steady. She lowered him back to the bed. When she fixed his blanket in the bed, she walked to his balcony. Doing the gesture she had done for her sister had brought up memories she wished to suppress and forget. She would never forget the look on Yufine's face as she fell off the same cliff that she herself had pushed off Queen Cecilia, Rose, and Nemunas off for her revenge against the sins that Queen Francesca had committed. Issei awoke again right before his alarm rang. He looked toward his desk, and Luna wasn't there. She wasn't in bed or on his balcony either. She truly left with Valley. He had a hope that she would stay and have Valley go on his own. It was a selfish wish that he held. However, she had a duty, and her mindset as a knight would cause her to always follow her duty. He turned off his alarm, and quickly brushed his teeth. He opened his closet, and was about to reach for his uniform, before hesitating. He frowned, and instead, reached for the other side of his closet. He pulled out a loose sleeveless white Nike hoodie, and slipped it on over a sleeveless black shirt. He knew the colors contrasted, but he felt as if he needed to wear white this specific day. He slipped on a pair of dark gray sweatpants, and put on his black tennis shoes. He left the house, not intending to attend school. He knew that Grayfia would know he was ditching school, but she would only find out later on in the day, after it had already happened. Since she went to school early as a teacher, as well as preventing anyone from finding out the two lived together, Issei would always walk alone. He headed for the local park instead. He sat down on an unoccupied bench, noticing the stares at him. He didn't mind it, knowing that they had a reason. He was a teenager, and it was currently school time. Also, they knew who he was. Hyodo Issei, one of the members of the perverted trio. They recognized him as the pervert, but along with the perverted stories, there were also stories of his helpful nature and a good heart, as well as his depressing presence and broken heart. They knew about his parents. It was one of the few horrors the city had to speak of. No one dared to speak it to him, but he knew they all knew. He was broken out of his thoughts as he felt a presence right in front of him. He immediately snapped to attention, his arm about to block the attack that was coming at him. He blinked, and his arm froze halfway in its swing. There was no attack coming at him. He was instead welcomed to a face full of a round butt. His face lit up in red as he turned away as soon as possible. Anu, it hurts. He heard her delicate voice, and he turned back. He made sure to avoid looking at her bottom that was currently sticking up in the air, swaying as she seemingly clutched her face. It seemed as if she had tripped, judging by how her suitcase was opened and all of her clothes were scattered around her. He immediately stood and knelt down. Here, let me he reached for a single article of clothing, and out of all of her clothes, he had to have picked up one of her undergarments. G. Goman Mr. In a split second, faster than he can perceive, all of her clothes were back into her suitcase, and she had a blush on her face. Issei took this time to take in her appearance. She had on a veil over her blonde hair, and beautiful green eyes. She had a fairly small build, only standing at 157 centimeters. She wore a typical nun's outfit that he had seen in the movies, with a silver cross around her neck. What's your name, mister? She said in broken Japanese. She was still flustered from earlier. Issei. Hyodo Issei. My name is Asia Argento. Oh sorry, in your language it's Argento Asia. Are you lost? Why yes. I was wandering around after my friends and I arrived here, but I don't know my way to where we are supposed to be. Do you happen to know where the church is? Church. He hadn't heard of it in a long time. The last time he had heard someone talk about it was from his childhood friend. But he had not seen him for at least 10 years now. He wondered how he was doing. He shook his head free of the memories, and said, I can lead you to the church. Just follow me. There was only one church in Kuo, and it was on the outskirts of Kuo. Now that he thought about it, it was outside of the devil's influence, marking it as the angel's territory. Her eyes widened, but she nodded. Thank you Hyodo. Just call me Issei. She nodded, and she tested it on her tongue. She gathered her suitcase, and attempted to lift it, before stumbling. Issei caught her suitcase with one hand, and held her shoulder with the other, making her stop mid-fall. Thank you. She thanked him once again. She attempted to reach for her luggage, but Issei shook his head. You were struggling with it, I'll carry it to make it easier for both of us. She thanked him a third time. They walked quickly, before they heard a boy cry out. They turned to the noise, and saw a boy holding onto a scrape on his knee. His mother knelt next to him, scolding him for his foolishness. An empty feeling was in his stomach, as he wished that was what he could have had for the past 3 years. He quickly pushed it away, and he noticed Asia missing. He looked back up at the boy, and saw Asia kneeling down. She coaxed him in English, which Issei presumed to be her main language. He was only able to recognize the word, help. The mother looked at her strangely and was about to pull her child away, before looking at Issei. Her eyes changed as she recognized the boy in front of her. She let Asia touch her son's knee. The nun closed her eyes, and a green glow appeared in her hands. Mere seconds after she placed her hands on his knee, she removed it. The glow disappeared, and the scrape was no longer there, almost as if it was never there. The mother and son looked at her in shock. Thank you Oni-chan. The boy thanked. Come along. She pulled him up, and quickly departed. The odd pair watched them leave. Asia had a small smile on her face as she watched the two. What was that? Her smile changed. A gift from God. They continued their walk to the church, and a few silent moments passed before Issei attempted a conversation. Are you a nun? He looked back, and she nodded enthusiastically. Yes. I was raised by the church since I was young. Do you believe in God, Mr. Issei? He almost froze mid-step. At her words, memories flew through his head. The fire. The crumbled and bent metal. The sirens. The flashing lights, and the blood. I used to. He broke out of his thoughts. I don't know if I want to follow he again. Asia gave a sad smile at him. I understand. Do not worry about it. I'm sure he will watch over you, and help you make the right decision. Issei pursed his lips, and continued walking in the direction of the church. Asia followed him with a pair of sad eyes, wondering what had happened to the brown-haired boy for him to no longer believe in the God she did. God was kind. God was forgiving. God was loving. What was there to not love about God? We are here. Issei spoke the first words since he had told the nun he no longer believed in God. They stood in front of a large pair of double doors. The church was a little run down, but was still functional for its intents. Thank you. Asia bowed to him, as was customary of Japanese tradition. In a single second, she prayed for God to watch over the poor boy, and to guide him in his times of need. But God does not guide darkness. She widened her eyes as a single message appeared in her head. It was spoken with power, authority, and it caused her to almost retch. Her mind can barely bear to comprehend the words of power that were spoken to her as she prayed. Images of blood and fire invaded her mind, as screams only she can hear, and terror only she can witness invaded her consciousness. She froze mid-bow. Asia. She panicked, she gasped. Fear overcame her as Issei took a single step forward. She stumbled, as she fell onto her bottom. Issei stood over her, the sun high in the air, causing him to look like a shadow with the sun in her eyes. His brown eyes looked at her in concern. What's wrong? She wanted to cower, the aftermath of the message that was fresh in her mind. She wanted to run, she wanted to hide. But she couldn't even will herself to move despite wanting to survive. Asia. This was a different voice, and one that came from within the church. Strength went back into her legs, and sense went back into her mind. She recognized that she was on the ground, and the boy she had met less than an hour ago was looking at her in concern, as she had suddenly seemed fearful of something, and attempted to run. Irina, she asked in a hoarse voice. Who are you? Issei jumped back, as a young woman jumped in front of Asia. She was a beautiful young woman with chestnut hair and violet eyes. Her hair was tied into twintails, each held with a blue scrunchie. She wore a plain white robe with a hood and gold and blue accents. In the brief moment that she held her arm out of the robe, Issei was able to see that she was wearing some sort of outfit consisting of a black, skin-tight, short-sleeve leotard. Irina, stop. Asia was finally able to think rationally. Issei led me here. She stopped with her arm gripping something invisible. Issei. Her violet eyes practically bore a hole into Issei's own eyes. He didn't respond, but watched her form, waiting for any other move that the chestnut woman would do. Is that really you? She stepped closer, and Issei was able to sense the magical power held within her right hand disappear. Who are you? He asked in return. Eyes, how do you not remember me? I'm Irina Shido. I played with you when we were young. He blanked. He only remembered a childhood boy with the exact shade of brown. A boy. The one in front of him was a beautiful young woman. But, you aren't a boy. She puffed and crossed her arms. I may have been a bit of a tomboy back then. She fidgeted and played with her fingers, a red hue on her face. But that's not important. Thank you for bringing Asia here. Would you like to come in for tea? Asia nodded. Please come in. It's the least I can do to thank you. Issei frowned, but nodded. If you say so. He followed the nun and his childhood friend into the church, and shivered at the cold temperature. Altars were covered in moss, pews were broken. Some glass was shattered and there were holes in the ceiling. Who is this boy? And woman that looked to be in her 20s stepped out of the shadows and into the light. She had her hood on, only allowing Issei to see her blue eyes. Griselda-sama, this is my friend, Issei. Oh. So this is the person you always ramble about seeing again. She looked at him up and down. Not bad. Irina grabbed onto his arm possessively. He's mine. Griselda let out a feminine giggle. No worries about it, Irina. I don't intend to steal the man you low. Stop right there. Irina panicked, and she turned red. Her violet eyes peered at Issei's face, who was impassive. He had no reaction to her pressing her breasts into his arm. Concern filled her. This wasn't the same Issei she once knew. The Issei she knew would crack a joke, show some kind of emotion. Not stand there as if he were someone full of emptiness. She released her grip on his arms, and Issei looked down, finally noticing that she had held his arm to her chest. It wasn't that Issei didn't like it, it was that the timing of it. He was still remembering the horror of that day 3 years ago. He was still grieving. Until he was done grieving, he would not be allowed to love himself or others. I apologize for having you stand so long. Please have a seat. She gestured at the pews. I will prepare some of the tea we have recently bought. Issei nodded and followed the elder woman's instructions. Irina sat down next to him, close. Griselda disappeared into the back, and then Asia spoke up. I'll leave you two alone so you two can catch up. Asia disappeared after Griselda, leaving the two old friends together. How have you been, Eyes? Issei knew what she wanted. It was what she did back when they were young. For some reason, Issei somehow never realized that she was a girl despite acting like one. He turned, so their legs were atop of the wooden pew. Issei leaned back, his head just underneath her chin. The back of his head was between her breasts, and she stroked his cheek gently. He can feel the tenderness within her touch, the love within each movement. But he could not give her the same love she gave him. "I've been better." His voice was quiet, scared even. "What happened?" He almost choked as he tried to reply. Even now, their deaths were still affecting him. Even after Grayfia's love, and Sorich's comfort, the death of his true parents was still a deep wound within his heart. It had turned into a heart of glass. They died. In the two words, it conveyed an entire message to Irina. Despite so many years apart, they were almost able to communicate as if they were twins, with seemingly telepathic powers or some sort. The chestnut-haired girl felt the tear that hit her fingertip. Irina had to hold back her own tears, for Issei's parents were a second parent to her. "I abandoned God. I stopped believing in him ever since they died." Issei continued. "I threw away everything you told me about God, because I wondered why he couldn't save them." Irina hushed him, kissing the top of his head. "Don't worry. I'll take your pain away." She kissed his cheek this time. Issei tilted his head upwards, their gaze meeting. She moved closer, and Issei made no attempt to move from her. Their lips were a mere inch apart. "But I'll only take it when you allow me to." They stayed there for a few seconds, looking at each other. Irina with love, and Issei with sorrow. Their lips did not meet. She pulled away, and Issei closed his eyes, relaxing once again. They were different from before. They were no longer the carefree children they once were. Irina had tried to be when they finally laid eyes on each other once again after such time apart, but she had known that Issei was different from before in a single glance. So she broke the facade that she had made, and she too, used her true personality. She didn't want to use her older self, much like how Issei had thrown his former self away. The Issei she used to know would listen to her talk about God, pray with her, and read the Bible with her. But the Issei before her no longer believed in God, no longer prayed, and no longer read. She knew that Griselda had already finished the tea, but did not wish to intrude on the two of them. She silently thanked her trainer for that, as she wished to have this private moment between her and him. "It haunts me." He spoke so quietly, she almost didn't hear it. She replayed his words in her mind multiple times, before realizing what he said. "Were you there?" "Yeah. I was the only survivor out of many." He swallowed, but his throat was dry. Irina pursed her lips as she wondered how she can comfort him. She didn't know how. "Why have you come back, Irina?" Issei spoke again after a few moments of silence. He knew that she didn't know what to say after he spoke, so he changed the topic for both of their sakes. He no longer wished to dwell on the memories. The Excaliburs were stolen by Star of God Kokabeel. He has 6 of the 7 fragments of Excalibur, and he plans to reforge them into a single sword, and wage war by killing Rias Grimori and Sona Citri. He blinked once, then twice. Excalibur, as in the sword of promised victory that was once wielded by King Arthur Pendragon of Camelot. She nodded. And Star of God Kokabeel, as in the one that fell from heaven alongside Watcher of God's Children, Azazel, Oracle of Calamity, Shemhazai, and Lightning of God Barakiel. She nodded again. "How the hell did you even know that I was a part of the supernatural now?" He sighed. She giggled. "I don't. I just told you because I trusted you, even if you were a human." He sighed. "I should have expected that from you. Even all these years, you haven't changed a bit." He gave her a smile, which completely took her breath away. It was genuine, a smile she could recognize from anywhere, as it was the same as it was when they first met all those years ago. She blushed heavily, as she looked away. She muttered under her breath. "Why you dummy? Don't make me fall for you even more." What was that? If it was possible, Irina's blush got even darker. Forget it." He didn't. He heard what Irina said. He admitted. Even through the walls he built around his heart to prevent the same loss he experienced that day, he found her cute. He knew her inside out, just like how she knew him. They knew each other like the back of their hands. Maybe, just maybe, he may bring himself to love her a second time. Chapter end. Begin Arc 1, Forsaken Utopia. And done with this chapter. Yes, Issei is so different in this story. He is so much more depressed, sad, etc. But what can you say about a boy that's grieving for his parents' death that he saw right in front of him? To clarify, Issei was canon Issei up until 3 years ago. Ever since that day, he became the person he is now. The buried sadness and guilt is finally showing itself after a mere 4 chapters. Anyway, Issei's harem is most likely only going to consist of 3 characters. You probably already guessed at least 1 or 2 of them. The last one may be a bit of a surprise. Also, as I warned at the top, this story will turn into an emotional roller coaster as it draws you into the characters, and makes you feel as if you were with them. At least, I hope. Anyway, that's enough from me. Enjoy the arc. More backstory to be revealed eventually for both Luna and Issei. Halvdan. P.S. My favorite part of this chapter was Issei and Irina's interaction on the pew. I hope you guys liked it too. Chapter word count, 6.5k words. Opening. Egoist, au unmei no yuta. Fate, Apocrypha. Sor wa oroka na daga toki wa motomu. The camera pans to the right over destroyed statues of Issei, Luna, Valley, Gabriel, and Irina, each one holding their most notable weapons. Fukutsu no Au. The destroyed statues were restored to pristine condition in a single flicker of the screen. Sono Monogatari wo. The camera quickly moves back to the left, showing the silhouettes of 5 opposing figures, each with a bleeding Star of David. Lead us Lord of Light. The screen changes to Issei and Rainier staring at the sky, as the clouds quickly gathered in a single area. Lightning flashes once, then a second time, but when the screen flashes a third time, Midnight Sun appears in the screen. Warera wo Michibiki Terrace. The screen is split in half diagonally, one half being white and the other black, with the Issei's face flickering in the white half. Issei's face was colored a dark purple, before the screen shifted to Valley's face, colored a light yellow, before shifting to Luna's, colored a light blue. The fourth was a mixture of purple and pink with Gabriel's face, before Irina's face appearing in a light orange. The screen flickers with red, before shifting to a man with black eyes, whose portrait was a green color, before changing into a woman with dark blue eyes, whose face was colored with light green. It changes to a man with blue-gray eyes who was red-colored, before lastly changing into a man with dark gray eyes. Every time the screen shifted between the characters, the white and black side would alternate. Chisaku Kanadeta. The screen shifts when the butt of a golden unknown spear hits the blood-stained ground, showing Luna underneath a bridge, a heavy fog behind her, almost completely hiding the city behind her. Iwa Hazama wo Samayu. The screen zooms in on her exhausted face, and when she blinks, the screen shifts to a dimly lit room with Gabriel tying the knot on the sash that held together her commoner's robes in the middle on a bed. Todokanai. She lifts her sleeves, before nodding in approval. Unmei ga Azawarao. She brings her sleeves down, supporting herself as she leaned back against the bed. She gazes into the mirror, which is empty, but a split second after the screen settles on the mirror, she turns blurry and focuses on the mirror image of her with violet eyes and 12 black wings. Hidetoru Sakai wo. The screen changes to a dark night with a man with unkempt white hair that was almost transparent wearing golden armor. He walks forward, and as a street light passes by the screen, covering it, it reveals Valley. Yumit Anata ni Itai. Valley stands up to greet him, and just before their hands touch in a handshake, the screen changes once again. Mi wo Kogasu Sono I ga. It now shows a blue-colored church at nighttime that only contained Issei and Irina, with Issei lying on her lap. As the screen slowly goes down, it finally pauses on the two. Wakatsu maid. The screen flashes twice, the room turning red with blood, with 4 dark silhouettes standing around the two, with Issei now on his knees holding onto Irina. Pre-chorus. Hito wa Sakenda Seigi wo. Issei and Luna walked together through a castle's hallway, their sword and spear forming in their hands as they walked. Sono hata wo Takaku Kakage. It now showed an empty room, and as lightning flashes, the screen briefly shows a dark shadow of a figure with white angel wings. Kako no ue ni tate. The screen shifts to a dark field, where Valley descended onto the mortal plane, his celestial armor illuminating the area around him. Chorus. Yami wo harai susum. Blood flew across the screen, over a blood-red moon before the screen changes. Issei watches as Irina and Kokubile clash blades, their two weapons causing massive shock waves across the battlefield. Kono mi Ushinao Tomo Luna and Shalba battle, as Luna deflects all of Shalba's magic within 3 swings. Osor yo Hierfuse Issei is shown hiding behind a rock, as Luna dashes towards Shalba in the background. Watashi ga Hasha to Naru Valley transforms into his balance breaker, before throwing out his hand, magic bullets firing out of his magic seal, piercing through the god-slaying wolf Fenrir. When Fenrir's face passes the screen, it shows the same man with golden armor with his spear held out. Seiraba Susum fire gathers at the end of his spear, before he falls out of the screen with Irina shown in the air, her sword splitting into many different golden flowers each smaller than a fingernail. Ganzen no Shori wo the screen shifts to Luna deflecting blasts of dragonic power, before Gabriel dashes out from her, throwing her arm out, sending spears of light into the enemy's direction. Akatsuki Tabadate Issei and Gabriel walk down a bloodstained hill slowly side by side. Yowake wa Mosugu the sun slowly rises as the camera zooms in onto 2, showing their tears of blood. This is art. The screen shows flashes of a pair of wings that no longer showed the never-ending colors, then a pair of black fallen angel wings, then a destroyed red gauntlet with a green orb, and lastly the image of a broken sword crossed with a broken spear. Fate. The opening ends with a still image of Luna stepping through a crack in the world, the sun setting behind the gate, illuminating the hill. First, previous ch4 of 13 next. Just in. Community. Forum. More. Midnight Sun by Halvdan. Fate. Stay night in high school DxD. Haisuku Ru D times D's overrated. M. English, Adventure and Fantasy, H. Issei, S. Irina, Gabriel, words. 85k plus, faves, 297, follows, 323, published, June 3, 2019 updated, April 1, 2020 48 Chapter 5, Descend once more. Updates may start to slow. School starts soon. Fuck me, only 2 months. They must hate us. But anyway, I'm debating on when Issei awakens his powers. This arc or the next. Enjoy. Also, more moody stuff at the beginning, as well as some pretty, nasty stuff. As well as a continuously depressed Issei. This will improve in the future. Just not now, when he still hasn't gotten over his parents. Midnight Sun. Chapter 5, Arc 1, Forsaken Utopia. Descend once more. The ocean. 2 young boys talked of this mystical body of water for hours, thinking that when they would finally reach the ocean, they would be as free as a bird, yet there they stand, caged to duty, slaves to their own complexities and within. The 2 boys dip their feet into the ocean. One is smiling, happy at last to live again and witness the wonder of the world he dreamt about so endlessly. One stands there, staring into the horizon where the sky kisses the sea, and he does not see the beauty yet the threat. The knowledge that the enemy was beyond the walls and beyond the walls was the ocean and beyond the ocean was the enemy. And he wonders, if he kills the enemy, can they be free? She descended upon the realm, looking for the one that had just recently been exiled. It had been centuries since they have last seen each other. She longed for him, just as much as she knew that he longed for her. Such was her nature as what Aliyah had defined her as. She searched for him. She looked through the flames, the ocean, the icy deserts. She searched for centuries for him, just as he had searched endlessly for her upon sensing her. When 2 search endlessly, the miracle can never happen. One must search endlessly, while the other must wait endlessly. Only then, can the miracle occur. And so they did. She searched, while he remained. Through more centuries, they were forced to wait before they reunited. She continued to search, while he continued to wait amidst the hell he had created. But they finally reunited after millennia. Despite so many years passing, their feelings had never changed. Upon seeing the other, their love blossomed once more, as the blessings God had cast upon them once again took effect. Upon finding each other, were they able to find each other effortlessly once more. They departed, and they once again met at the same spot within the paradise. It was much different from the Garden of Eden that they had once knew. But they knew it was because it was not the Garden of Eden. It was rather a paradise of humans, one that mankind themselves had made after centuries of trying. It was an attempted replica of the paradise God once promised to them. God no longer promised the paradise, and only through attempts and good deeds would they be allowed to wander throughout the heavens. However, even then, were they not allowed into the Garden of Eden. For they were not the origin of man. They continued to love. They continued to depart and meet as few as years. They refused to be separated once more, for the centuries have not been kind to them. They knew the love was forbidden, but prior to his exile, God himself blessed their marriage and gave his blessings to him. They continued to indulge themselves within their true love, a love that cannot be dispelled, for it was not their sin. It was their blessing to have love strong enough to triumph God himself. Until one such person had decided to reveal their forbidden love. That was when hell ascended, and the heavens descended, reverting the efforts of the first and last star. Issei and Irina sat at the pews once again. Are you sure you should be skipping school, as well as not going home for the past 3 days? It was a miracle that Grayfia had not managed to catch him the time he went back to his house to get a week's worth of clothing. He wouldn't be able to search for Alaya thoroughly with the likes of Star of God Kokobile in the area, who apparently had 6 Excaliburs, which would mess up his sense of magic detection. He would constantly be attracted to it, instead of any kind of presence of Alaya or Gaia. He would assist the exorcists in their task to defeat the once mighty angel, now warmonger fallen angel. She had her head on his shoulder as she spoke. She was peaceful, with the person she has loved for the past decade. They had been apart for so long, yet she still held feelings for him, denying every male exorcist that sought her love. She had been increasingly more affectionate, and Issei didn't try to stop her. Their fingers were laced together, Issei's frighteningly cold fingers with her warm ones. They looked like the perfect couple, but they were anything but perfect. After all, Issei's heart was still glass. Any wrong move, and it would be shattered once more. It had already broken once before. A second time would cause the end of him. He had built walls around his emotions to prevent it from happening. These walls were the walls that prevented him from giving any love to Irina, who he had used to like from back then, despite the two being guys. Issei was not gay back then. Yeah, it's fine. I have my own task to do while my 2 friends are away searching. Oh, searching for this Alaya. Issei had told Irina about his quest to find Alaya to help Luna return to her world. Irina had never had any exposure to any counter-guardians, causing her to be surprised when Issei had told her many of this world's strongest figures had all ascended to the counter-force. However, Issei never knew that he was only told half the truth. Yeah, I will find Alaya. I will help my friend become a part of the counter-force. Irina breathed gently, and Issei tensed at her sudden touch on the back of his neck. It's been so long, eyes. She was the only one allowed to call him by that nickname. 10 years. And we've changed so much from back then. He felt daring, and rested his cheek against the top of her head. He felt her tense the moment his cheek hit her head, but she did not protest against it. She knew that it was only to play along with her, not because he really wanted to. After all, how can a caged heart still reach out and grasp love? Can you not love me? His eyes turned half-lidded. You know the answer. He knew that she frowned at his cryptic answer. It was what he usually did. Never gave a straightforward answer. Have you ever? She gave another question, this time, one relating to their past. What brought this on? He didn't give a smile, or any sign of any of his emotions. I was just wondering. You know how I feel, yet you have never left me, or berated me. Issei's lips turned upwards from his frown, yet still was not a smile. It was a flat line. His brown eyes turned distant. Back then, there was a time. My memory is foggy. I don't remember much from my childhood. But what I do remember, is that you were my closest friend. You stuck beside me all the way until you had to leave to the church. There was a time, where I did. So long ago, I can no longer remember. But no longer do I hold the same feelings as you back then. He gave a tired sigh. Maybe, someday. When I find peace. You are the most important person to me. Irina's eyes widened, before they began to tear up. Idiot, saying things like that. You shouldn't say that kind of stuff until you are ready to return what I feel. But, I'll allow you to continue this nonsense. She hugged his side as a few more tears leaked out of her eyes. Issei was quiet. He knew that it was wrong to say it. But he still wished to. She had a chance. She only had to wait for the time. He knew that she loved him. Neither of them said it, but they both knew how strong her feelings were for him. It was a welcoming feeling. To think that she still remembered everything they had done together, ever since he had saved her. Irina, Griselda, and a third hooded figure dashed through the woods. Remember the plan. We are not to engage against Kokobile if we ever find him. We are to escape as best as soon as we see him. Us alone cannot take him out. Yes, Griselda-sama. The two responded. Irina went to the left, while the hooded figure went to the right. Griselda continued forward. She spoke to herself in a low voice. That boy, Hyodo Issei. Irina doesn't realize it. She's too in love with him to notice. Zenobia and I were able to detect him the moment we entered the city. Something with that kind of power shouldn't exist among the humans. She frowned as she continued to move. The last remaining Excalibur fragment hidden inside of the holy sword she wielded hummed with power. It continued to bless her. It was sorcery. To be able to create a second sword around the Excalibur fragment to hide the sword within an ordinary holy sword. It was some sort of magic. By the power of Griselda's will, the sword was able to switch between the abnormal holy sword and Excalibur itself. Even with Excalibur sealed within the holy sword, its passive effect still went through. She gritted her teeth. She sensed something ahead. It wasn't the same as Hyodo Issei. It still held some sort of hope within. It was tainted, but not darkness. Her sword shined brighter within its sheath as she pulled more of Excalibur Blessing's power from within it. She can feel it begin to strain, as she was not using its true form, but rather, only its basic form to avoid detection. She didn't want to bring out the fragment, it would cause Kokobile to know where she was. Revealing her fragment would cause the devils within the city to also become aware of her presence. The church wished to keep the mission a secret, and had them work without the devil's awareness. If they find the power of a great holy sword such as Excalibur, even if it were just fragments, within their city, they would immediately believe it was a declaration of war and call their families. They would retreat, believing the exorcists were aiming to kill them. Even she cannot defeat Seraphal Leviathan and the damn Lucifer that she was terrified of. She had faced the Lucifer in combat alongside Dulio and a few other guardians of heaven. It was an even fight, 1 against 8, until he unleashed the power that caused everyone to know his name. She was one of the few guardians of heaven that knew the secret of his power. She didn't know what he had sacrificed, but she knew where he had obtained his immense power from. The power of destruction that he wielded was not inherited from the Baal. The Baal's power of destruction was what he had formerly wielded. It used to destroy, and he had used it to annihilate those who opposed him. But the abyssal works was what he currently wielded. And it didn't just destroy. It removed from existence. It completely erased everything it touched from reality itself, never to come back. She and Dulio were the only survivors, only because he found them interesting. She broke out of her thoughts as she arrived in a clearing. Facing her, was a person she did not expect. She had 12 wings of the purest white, and curly blonde hair that reached her thigh. Her voluptuous figure was able to attract men and women alike. Her eyes were closed, as if she were meditating in the middle of what may soon be the battlefield. Gabriel-sama. Irina dashed through the trees. She knew her mission. She was to find Kokobile, and escape as soon as she had caught sight of him. But she wanted to fight. He was a heretic. He had fallen from God's paradise. He had discarded the love God had given to all of his creations, and sought sinful pleasure in place of the love from the Father himself. Not only that, he had stolen the fragments of Excalibur. Stolen. She believed the Excaliburs should have never been wielded again. They were for the one king that had built a kingdom that had almost rivaled his own. Until his return from Avalon, there should be no wielders of the Excaliburs. The church agreed with her thinking, and no exorcist had ever wielded the holy sword created by the Phi. This was the first time since Excalibur had been wielded since its shattering and death of its wielder. It was an uncomfortable thought, as she knew that Griselda currently had the last Excalibur fragment. Griselda herself did not like to use the power of the Excalibur, as she too shared the same thoughts as Irina. None of them were worthy. Much like the sword of choosing Caliburn, it should only be wielded by the one it was gifted to. And it was given to the King of Knights. Irina pushed herself further. Her legs burned as she moved as fast as possible. Her hands clutched at the weapon she knew was always beside her. It did not need to be physical for her to know it was there. It was waiting as always, obeying her every command. She only needed a single command to bring it out. Her eyes widened when she reached a clearing. "You've arrived." Fear overcame her. She had said that she would fight him, but facing him, that was another different story. His red eyes stared at her, a cold glint within it. His pale skin contrasted against his wings, which were the color of a dark night. It was akin to a crow's, compared to the usual ravens the Grigori had fallen had. 10 wings spread out behind him. "I have been waiting for you, exorcist." He spit out the words, as if they were acid in his mouth. She couldn't bring herself to answer. Fear took over every part of her body as his power radiated. Considering how much power he had, it was a wonder how nobody was attracted to it. "Oh, that's why," she muttered. She knew where she was. Mist covered the forest, as the sky became a blur of colors. The sounds of the insects had disappeared, leaving only Kokobile and herself in the clearing. She focused again on the endless blur of color that was the sky. It was the work of the Longinus, dimension lost, fog of extinction. Nobody had been attracted because it wasn't a simple barrier. It had moved the two of them into the gap between worlds. Surprised at this, Kokobile chuckled. He was able to read her mind like a book. "You must be wondering on how I got my hands on a Longinus. I didn't. They merely cooperated with me. They are also interested in destruction. Oh ho, if it isn't Shido Irina." Fear overcame her twice as much. She knew that voice. And it terrified her. She knew of his past deeds. And she knew her position as a 2 versus 1. She thought that she would at least be able to be defeated and escape without any problem with Kokobile. He was a cadre, and he would refuse to touch an exorcist of the church. The second one, however, was notorious for his passion for killing before being excommunicated. The final straw to the church was on his last mission. The 6-man team was killed by the S-class Stray Devil, with Fried Selzen being the only survivor. However, the church later found out that the hunt had turned into a chase. In the middle of the chase, one by one, Fried had taken the female exorcists, and had raped them, before killing them. The only other male of the party was left alone against the Stray, believing he was the last one alive, only to be stabbed in the back by Fried. Fried had easily taken down the Stray. He had purposefully killed every member of his own team for his own pleasure. And that was why she was fearful for her own well-being right now. "You can do as you wish, Fried. I will only watch." Fried laughed crazily, causing Irina to take a step back. A brilliant light appeared in his hand, and Irina widened her eyes. Rage consumed her as she recognized the holy light. "How dare you use such a weapon? None of us are worthy," she screamed as him. "Ho! A lowly whore is trying to lecture me on swords." The mad exorcist laughed. A sword of gold appeared in her hand. She swung it, and it clashed against Fried's. Sparks flew, as the two mythical weapons continuously struck each other. Their strikes were fast for humans. In the span of 3 seconds, they had already exchanged 9 blows. His eyes were still crazed, but there was a focus in it. He knew that if he made a single mistake, he would be killed. He disengaged, and Irina shifted her feet. She held her sword in 2 hands, the blade pointed at him. He grinned, and vanished. Excalibur. Transparency. She growled. She didn't know where he was. The fragment completely cloaked the wielder. She would not be able to sense the killing intent, the sound of his feet, or his breath. It was one of the most powerful fragments. It completely left the opponent at the wielder's mercy. Her fear came back. She felt a smack on her ass causing her to growl in anger, lashing out with her sword. She hit nothing. Again and again, he continued to violate her, touching her in places she had kept sacred for the one she loved. She could not keep him off of her, as she would waste extra energy. She was cornered. She did not wish to use the full power of her sword. Griselda had told her that no matter what happened, she must keep it a secret. It was one of their trump cards. They could not afford to use it recklessly, no matter how humiliating it was. Eventually Fried got tired of it. He smacked her with what she presumed was the flat of his blade. She slammed into one of the trees at the edge of the clearing. She was exhausted and couldn't move. That was some nice foreplay. He grabbed her wrists, and another flash of light appeared. Excalibur mimic was in his hands, in the form of 3 ropes. He bound her wrists above her, and opened her legs, bounding them to 2 other Excalibur fragments. Her eyes widened as fear enveloped her entire soul once more. He grinned at her expression. "That's an expression I like," he said hungrily as he unbuckled his pants. "Now let me feel those places again." A single tear rolled down her eye as he grabbed her clothing, and tore it. Issei awoke with a gasp. A nightmare. He shook his head. It was impossible for it to be a nightmare. It was a memory. He didn't know what. Thrice it had happened. This 3rd time, he witnessed the forbidden love of a devil and an angel. The angel did not fall, and he understood through the memories, it was because it was true love. An angel cannot fall if it had not committed any sin. Love was one of the many gifts that was granted to God's creations. He would not dare to keep it away from his most prized creations, the never-changing angels. He didn't know why. But he was able to recognize the angel. His entire being longed for it. But he could not remember her name. Was he the devil that he had seen? He shook his head at the thought. The devil was from long ago, he was only born 17 years ago. He looked at the clock, and saw it was 2 in the morning. Luna and Valley had not returned the previous night, so Issei assumed they will be back today or tomorrow. It was Thursday. He had just broken to Irina the previous day that he had forgotten many feelings for her in his childhood. It wasn't that he couldn't remember, but that he wanted to forget everything after that fateful day. He wanted better for her. She still loved him. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to push her away. He found comfort within her love. He looked around the church. He frowned, noticing that none of the exorcists were back yet. That's strange, it's got to have been at least 10 hours. Why would be out for so long? The church was empty, not even Asia was in it. Issei sighed, as he wandered into the corner. It had been 3 days since he last went home. Irina had managed to convince the other 3 to let him stay. He stripped of his bed clothes, and turned on the faucet. Fresh cold water poured out, and Issei splashed it onto his body. It was what all 4 of them had to do. It wasn't the best, but Issei wasn't going to complain. He had to be thankful for them to let him house with them until Kokobile was dealt with. Griselda had warned him that Kokobile might go after him. The reason she gave was because he was affiliated with the exorcists. Issei wondered how Luna and Valley were doing. He let himself rest in the bath, which was just a smooth stone carved into the shape of a bath. He stared down at his hands. He wanted to help the exorcists. He wanted to help Luna and Valley. But he couldn't. He was powerless. He was forced to stay behind by both the exorcists and his friends. The former to have him stay away from the battlefield with Kokobile, the latter because he was unable to teleport, and he would be unable to leave his house for extended periods of time during the school year. He hasn't exactly followed the last part by ditching school for 3 days straight, as well as leaving his home without telling Grayfia. He blinked, as a feeling of hunger overtook him. He looked towards something beyond the walls of the church, as his eyes peered between the threads of reality. He saw her as she descended. Their eyes met, emerald green against chocolate brown. He knew who she was. Looking at her caused the weakened Alaya to give information to him as a natural resident of the world. Something lurched inside of him as they continued to look at each other. His eyes were impassive, while hers were full of love and affection. She mouthed words at him, words only he can understand. And she turned away. The crack that he had looked through closed, causing a pain in his head similar to a migraine. He was left with a single question. Who was she to him? Griselda. The angel of love. Gabriel descended into the clearing. The sun shined on her as if she was the peacebringer herself. Griselda knelt in respect towards the legendary seraph herself. No need for this. I believe you were in the middle of a hunt. The strongest female exorcist nodded. Yes. I split our team up. Irina headed to the west, and Zenobia headed to the east. It was needed to cover more ground. The more time we spend in the dark of Kokobile's whereabouts, the more time he has to fuse the Excalibur fragments together. He also knows where we are located as followers of God himself. Ah yes, my brother. The green-eyed angel nodded at the mention of the Kadri. He is powerful, despite having less wings than both of my two fallen brothers. Gabriel had not mentioned the names of her other two brothers, but Griselda knew who she was referring to. Who else was powerful from the fallen angels besides the legendary governor and vice-governor? Barakiel was indeed powerful, but he had 10 wings, much like Kokobil. Despite the wings of the both angels being a measurement of power, it was still possible for angels with less wings than others to be just as strong. One such example were the royal guards. They were mostly consisted of 6-winged angels, with the 8-winged angels have command over the others. Despite only have 6 or 8 wings, they were still capable of defending their respective seraphim from either other seraphim, or the fallen angel Kadris. Yes indeed. Is there a reason why you have decided to come down from heaven? The beautiful angel nodded, but did not care to share the reason. She merely looked to the side, almost as if she saw something Griselda did not. Gabriel Sama. Gabriel blinked, and looked away. The female exorcist frowned at Gabriel's reaction. Is there something wrong? Griselda asked in concern. I saw something. She shook her head. I merely got confused. I thought I was within one of Delusion's dreams. For something so precious to me to appear once again after so long. Griselda blinked in confusion. For some reason, she felt as if Gabriel was no longer talking to her, but was musing to herself instead. I must be going, Gabriel Sama. Please excuse me. Gabriel nodded, her mind in a different place. Griselda dashed past Angel of Love Gabriel. She pressed her pointer and her middle finger against her temple. She spoke with her mind. Zenobia and Irina, please report. Nothing as of right now, Griselda Sama. She heard the curt reply of the blue-haired exorcist, Zenobia. Irina. Griselda attempted to call out to Irina, but the chestnut-haired exorcist did not answer her call. Irina. She called frantically. She gritted her teeth as she shifted her path. She headed straight to the west, hoping to hit where Irina was searching. She couldn't leave behind Irina. Zenobia, please head directly west. I will release part of my fragment's power. I do not wish to, but we must save Irina. Follow the power of my fragment. If it is what I fear, be prepared to hold him off for a few seconds before we can make our escape. Yes, Griselda Sama. She called upon more power of her fragment. The sword held within her grip vibrated with power, as she continued to draw out more than she could. If she wanted to release more of the blessings, she would have to abandon the holy sword it was built within. Even with the threat of Irina's capture, she did not wish to release a power that did not belong to her. She felt as if Irina would do the same if they were within the same positions. She hoped that whatever happened to Irina would not awaken the darkness that resided within her friend. She feared for everyone within the country. You reached the end. Congrats. As of right now, I have 8 planned arcs plus epilogue. Let's hope I can actually manage to reach the very end. I don't plan to combine any arcs, as that'll defeat the purpose of each individual one. It's meant to build character development as well as story, and I don't see how I can fit 2 arcs under one title. It just doesn't work. Hope you all enjoyed, and I'll be seeing you next time. Halvdan. Next chapter. Rainier. Arc 1. Forsaken Utopia. Arc 2. TBD. Arc 3. TBD. Arc 4. A Hero's Regret. Arc 5. End of the Dream. Arc 6. Second and Last Son. Arc 7. The Delusional Guardians. Arc 8. To the Abyssal Dawn. Epilogue. To the Tomorrow We Walk. First, previous ch 5 of 13 next. Chapter 6. Rainier. Genre. Dark fantasy, adventure, romance, tragedy, angst. Important note before reading the chapter, Hyodo Issei does not have the same background as Emi Ashuru. Similar language use, but different. There is no holy grail within this world. There is no heaven's feel ritual. Midnight Sun. Chapter 6. Arc 1. Forsaken Utopia. Rainier. Oh, it's you. The pale fallen angel opened one of his red eyes. Hello, brother. Star of God Kokobil looked at Angel of Love Gabriel. What brings you here? Surely you know of my theft of the Excalibur fragments, do you not? The beautiful seraph nodded. Of course. Who hasn't by now? I'm surprised if even the devils do not know of your dishonorable methods. The fallen shrugged his shoulders. What can I say? All that matters is that I obtained what I needed without many casualties. You should be glad that I took your feelings into consideration. I know how much you hate to see death. The seraph let out a feminine snort. Please. I will not be swayed by your words. You did it simply to stir more fear within the supernatural, being able to not only sneak into the Vatican, but also steal the heavily guarded swords. You hold no consideration for my feelings. Kokubile chuckled. You wound me, sister. You make it sound as if I were heartless. Judging by what you allowed your priest to do, I assumed so. Kokubile sighed at her words. It is true that I let that thing loose onto that female exorcist. I suppose I do need to apologize for that. I simply needed someone to wield the Excalibur fragments until the true wielder comes forth. Even I do not believe I am worthy of such a blade. But the crazed priest believes that he is worthy. He wishes to use it to cut down more devils, and to continue on with his perverse ways. Gabriel shook her head in disappointment. I expected a better reason from you. Did you not use to smite the perverse, and guard the believers? I still remember the time where you had wings of the purest white, so similar to the rest of your siblings. The angel of the stars closed his eyes. A bitter sound escaped his lips, which Gabriel managed to catch. It is true. I remember fighting alongside the rest of you. The many of us seraphim, defending humanity against the devils. What a sad tale, becoming something to oppose what I once was. She is precious to him, you know. Who? Gabriel's green eyes shifted. It couldn't be explained. Her eyes full of love and grace shifted into predatory. Her emerald green eyes stared within his mind. You know who I am talking about. Do not try to act innocent, brother. She hissed the words out, so different from her previous grace. Oh. Her. And precious too. His eyes widened. There were only few that Gabriel cared so much about. Despite being called the angel of love, very rarely did she love so dearly. Sister, is he really here? Gabriel nodded. He is severely weakened, a shell of his former self. But as time passes, the power that was slowly recovering will emerge. His memories will come back, and he will once again bathe in my love. Kokubile gave a low chuckle. Who knew that he would take a liking to an exorcist? How do you feel about this? All is fine as long as he gives me his love. Her green eyes continued to glare at him. Though Gabriel. Why did you come here if you weren't going to stop me? Kokubile cocked his head to the side. Is there a reason for this? She giggled. Why stop you when it isn't going to threaten the world? Elijah did not warn me of the consequences. If he had, I would have attempted to stop you. Since he did not, I assume nothing drastic will happen in the future. Usually that means you will be stopped. Kokubile laughed. To think you'll be so simple. You do know that Elijah has been weakened, no. Elijah's weakening doesn't mean that he'll stop telling us to stop calamities around the realm. Gabriel grabbed his hands, and kissed Kokubile's forehead lovingly. I must say I will wish you luck in your endeavors, Kokubile. I hope we meet again. Again. What makes you think you'll leave this place alive? Kokubile gave her a lazy smile. Their faces were close together, so close they could have been mistaken as lovers. After all, Gabriel was still holding onto his hands, and her lips so close to his nose. Exorcists began to pour into the room. They raised their swords, and cried out. It's Gabriel. So that's the beauty of a seraph. Whoever defeats her gets to bed her. These cries energized them. A group of nearly 30 exorcists against herself, a 12-winged seraph. She leaned forward, and whispered into his ear. Do you really think that these things will be able to stop me from leaving? Kokubile gave another chuckle. He grabbed into her shoulders and pushed her away gently. He grabbed her hand, and kissed the back of the hand formally. Of course not, my lady. I fully intend on letting you leave unharmed. He turned his attention down to the exorcists, many pulling out their guns, aiming at Gabriel, hoping to take her down for a chance to bed her. Foolish. A single finger rose, and tapped the armrest of his throne. Screams of pain filled the area, as in a single instant, 30 light spears appeared in the air below Kokubile, and descended onto the exorcists. One light spear for each one, stabbing through vital organs. If they did not die immediately, they would surely die of blood loss. I'm surprised you did this. I expected you to fight myself. The fallen shook his head. No. I know how much you despise fighting. I wish to keep you from something you hate. That is appreciated, brother. She smiled gently at him. He waved his hand. Go, sister. The next time we meet, we will not be brother and sister. We will be angel and fallen angel, two opposing forces. She nodded. And so, angel of love Gabriel bid her farewells to one of her loving brothers. Goodbye, brother. May the void welcome you. Star of God Kokobel replied in kind. Goodbye, loving sister. May the depths of purgatory welcome you. Their farewells were different, for they knew where they would go after death. Kokobel, as a fallen, would go to the void, the abyss itself as a consequence of falling from God's graces. Gabriel, as an angel, would go to purgatory, as once she has died, she cannot reach heaven for she has already reached it. She will instead go into the everlasting dream of purgatory. But both of them wished such was the case, for as counter-guardians of Alaya, they knew of their fate once they met death. How are you feeling? Issei froze at the sound of her voice. He hadn't seen her in a week, and he wouldn't be able to explain his actions. No need to fear. I understand what you wished to accomplish. Griselda told me of your situation. They were currently atop the rooftop of the church, looking at the night sky. It has been 2 days since the exorcists disappeared. Issei was sure they did not run, for most of their belongings were still at the church. Aren't you mad? She shook her head, her beautiful silver hair moving with her motions. I already told you. I understand. Back to you. How are you feeling? Your childhood love is missing, is she not? Yeah. Issei sighed, and looked at the stars. I'm worried for her. She giggled. You used to always deny it back then. When I used to make fun of your crush on Irina, even though you thought she was a boy. His brown eyes narrowed at her. She waved her hand. Geez, Issei, when did you turn so depressing and serious? When was the last time you laughed? Long ago. She sighed, and closed her silver eyes softly. You really do sound. Emo. I think that's the word people use to describe depressing people. I thought that we managed to break you out of it. It came back recently. It has nothing to do with you or Searsex. Grayfia cocked her head. Searsex knows about you. Searsex. Wait, how does Searsex know? Is he like you? The silver-haired maid blinked in confusion. Wait, you don't know who Searsex is. Searsex. The only Searsex I know is the one I've lived with for 3 years. The only other Searsex I've heard of was. The brown-haired male sighed as he palmed his face. I'm fucking retarded. The Searsex I've lived with for the past 3 years and the wielder of Abyssal Works Searsex Lucifer. The name that Issei had recited rippled space, as the name he had spoken contained power. Power that didn't belong in this world. Yes, that Searsex and the Searsex you know are the same being. Honestly, I expected you to realize this much earlier, when Valier Sona first told you about the history of the world. I just didn't make the connection. Issei showed parts of his old self coming back at this revelation, scratching his cheek. Of course you didn't. Grayfia sighed, exasperated. Hey Grayfia, why did you and Searsex pick me up? You two are extremely powerful and influential members of the Devils, right? So why did you two decide to pick up a human? Grayfia knew that eventually, Issei would ask this question to either her or Searsex. The truth was, they too had sensed the power inside of him. They knew exactly who he is and was. But, she couldn't tell Issei on who he was. It would cause chaos as the shell he had made would be broken once more. She knew that Gabriel had came down from the heavens simply to meet him once more. Knowing the Seraph, she would attempt to talk to Issei, and attempt to draw out his true self that was forgotten. She had perhaps told Kokobel about Issei already, as she still loved Kokobel. Despite the race difference, they were the only angel and fallen angel to love each other. Despite how much Kokobel wanted to fight in a war, he still made sure to not affect Gabriel. She was the only angel to look after him, so he decided to look after her in return. Such was one of the few ways he can repay her for saving him during the Great War when he was ambushed by Ajuka. That meant that Kokobel will not kill Issei. Kokobel knew how precious both him and the false human were to Gabriel, so he would not make Gabriel choose between either of them. He would perhaps test Issei, attempt to draw out the locked memories inside of him, and then retreat, leaving behind the Excalibur fragments. Or perhaps, he would kill Issei due to how much a threat he'll present to the supernatural world in general, disregarding what Gabriel thought. Such was the reason why he had to have Issei killed those 3 years ago. Issei had survived, and Grayfia suspected it was because his sleeping power awakened from their slumber for a split moment. After all, his parents, ordinary humans, had died instantly. Had Issei remained as a normal human, he would have died in either the impact, or the fire. Grayfia sighed, as she finally gave Issei her answer. "We picked you up because you looked as if you had lost hope. You were similar to me and Searsex, when we lost ourselves within the Devil's Civil War, when we were forced to kill our own comrades. As you know, Searsex had sacrificed something dear to him to attain the power he has now. Even I do not know what he sacrificed, and I have remained with him for the 200 years since he attained his powers." Issei nodded. Searsex had always seemed distant when he was with Issei and Grayfia, almost as if he were missing something. If even Grayfia didn't know, the woman he loved for 200 years, then it would remain a mystery until he told someone himself. Grayfia continued, "We hope to give you something to appreciate, to break you out of the lost state you were in. So you can finally regain the humanity you had lost within that fire. We haven't been successful, you only managed to create a facade that could fool anyone. It was not a lie, but it was also not the truth. They did intend on helping him regain his sanity and his desire to live, but they also had their own motives. Such was their nature as devils." Issei gave a sad laugh. "Yeah, I still haven't recovered. I intend to find out the person who did it. They labeled it as a freak accident, but there is no way it could have been an accident. The driver for the truck was never found." She nodded at his words. "Yes. I have reasons to suspect exactly who did it." His brown eyes narrowed. His mind had switched once again. It was something that had always bugged Grayfia. Despite him being Issei, he would switch between Hyodo Issei and the demon he was. She was alive during the time of his rule. Despite her young appearance, she was thousands of years old. Searsex was but a baby compared to her, only being around 230 years old. Issei did not scare her. But he did. Who was it? She felt his dark aura slowly start to ooze out with his own knowledge. It was little, but it was potent. It contained presence. It demanded her to obey him just like she did thousands of years ago. "I believe that it was Kokobile, the same one who stole the Excalibur fragments." His dark aura slowly receded as he broke his gaze from her. He put his hand to his chin as he thought. "What? Why would Kokobile do that? Why would he target me of all people? Is it because of this power that everyone keeps on talking about? I overheard Griselda say to Zenobia about how I was dangerous. She never answered Zenovia's question on why. Luna and Valley both took an interest in me, and Valley always talks about my charade, and how he'll play along with me." Grayfia rose an eyebrow in surprise on how he knew a bit on himself. She believed that he would keep on thinking that he was ordinary. It was to be expected, for he was targeted by Shalba on the first day the Dragon Knight, as she called herself, arrived within this world. She didn't know why she specifically called herself a Dragon Knight. Alaya did not recognize her, much like how despite being called the Ice Queen by her fellow devils, she was not recognized by the forces of Earth and mankind, hence why she did not take pride in such a title. She had none due to not being worthy. "I believe so." She feigned ignorance. "I do not know what exactly you possess, but I can sense that it is powerful." It was also not a lie, but not a truth. She truthfully did not know how much power he had lost since his disappearance, but she also knew generally what it was. "Do you know where the exorcists are?" He rose, but did not look at her. It was so similar to those years ago, when he would give her orders. The exact same tone, exact same voice, and exact same body posture. It solidified his return. It was soon. She knew it was soon by how similar the two of them were now. "I can feel Griselda's fragment. She is currently in the forest. I do not know where the other two exorcists are. Lead me to her." His voice was full of command, causing Grayfia to shiver from the familiarity of his words. It was the same thing he said to her when they found out her sister had betrayed them. He will awaken soon according to Grayfia. What makes her say that? He has his old habits. I believe we should believe her. Ah yes, she was under his direct command those years ago. Despite her youthful appearance, she is one of the oldest among us. She, and Zekram Bale are perhaps the oldest to ever live. I believe that in this fight against Kokobil, he will regain his powers. His memories, maybe. But his powers for sure should be able to. Yes. Only problem is if Rias and Sona will be able to cooperate with the exorcists. The church and the devils never see eye to eye anyway. If not, then I believe Valley and the outsider would step in and defeat Kokobil themselves. He is a 12-winged cadre. He is. He hasn't revealed it yet. He was always known to be one of the few 10-winged that can reveal the 12-winged Fallen and Seraph. I'm surprised you know. There are a lot of spies, even within Kokobil's army. Many of them are tired of constantly fighting. I see. What is his plan with the Excaliburs? The fragments you mean? Nobody knows. He knows he isn't worthy. He respects the legend of King Arthur, and refuses to use the fragments. So nobody knows his intention or purpose for stealing them. Will we come in? If Valley and Luna are unable to do anything, I must prepare before we set off. I'll see you later, Your Majesty. Of course. They stood at the edge of the forest. It was daunting, this late at night. But 2 nights have passed since the exorcists had left. Such a humane emotion, fear was. Yet, it filled his body as he was not able to look through a few feet in front of him. According to Grayfia, she would not be able to cast any fire for light, as she was only able to summon ice. They would have to look through the dark. Despite Grayfia saying devils were able to see at night, she was unable to see through the forest. It may have been due to the fog that covered the entire forest that was only a few feet behind them. The wielder of the Longinus, Dimension Lost, had let them in. Issei, are you okay? Something switched within him. His form froze for a split second. No longer than half of the time it took for one to blink, yet Grayfia noticed when he turned still. It was not hesitation, it was almost as if he had to change. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bit anxious. He was back. He didn't know what had overtaken his mind. He was conscious, yet at the same time he wasn't. He had allowed something to take over his mind. I see. If we are forced to battle, do not hesitate to run. You are unable to fight the likes of Kokobil. You know he was chosen by Elia. You will not be able to face him. Issei forced himself to nod. Despite the large power gap between the two, he still wished to fight Kokobil. He wanted to know what had come of his friend. He didn't want to lose someone so precious to him. He didn't want to lose someone he only barely started to love again. Follow me closely, Issei. I must take the forward in case I must cast a barrier. They walked for minutes, with each growing minute of silence causing the anxiety to eat his stomach. They're here, Grayfia muttered. If it isn't the Ice Queen of the Underworld. The forest became illuminated, as many light spears formed in the air, hovering at least 100 meters above them. Despite how high it was in the air, it had no trouble bathing the dark forest in light. There, standing opposing Grayfia and Issei, was the red-eyed fallen angel, with 10 wings spread out behind him, floating in the air with expert use of his wings. 2 other people were with him, one of them flying in the air beside him, with only 2 pairs of wings, and the other on the ground, wielding a sword made of perhaps the most potent holy light. Issei recognized the 4-winged fallen. Yuma. Issei. Her violet eyes widened in shock. Yuma Amano was older than before. They haven't seen each other since the day Luna had fallen from the crack in the world. Now that Issei thought about it, he never saw her around at all, not even at the bridge they met each other at. He hadn't thought about her ever since Luna had arrived in the world. Guilt formed in his heart, but he pushed it aside. Yuma was safe, and judging by what he saw currently, she was assisting the fallen named Kokobil in his dangerous game. So you two know each other? Star of God Kokobil asked. Indeed. I met him while I was using my human persona to make sure he did not wield a sacred gear. Kokobil sighed. He is not a son of Adam. It is impossible for him to wield a sacred gear. I am not ashamed to admit that I have barely found out just a few hours ago. What? Rainier looked at him in shock. But, everything I discovered from him pointed at being an ordinary human. So I thought as well. Such was the trickery of one that used plots and ploys since he was created. Kokobil's red eyes stared into Issei's own brown. Tell me, my brother, what do you remember? Shock rippled through everyone, including Grayfia. Brother. Issei growled in anger. A brother of mine does not kill the parents of a 14-year-old still in junior high. Interesting. You don't remember a thing of your past. It matters not, for I am not your brother, just as you are not mine. It is only through name, for you had wed my sister, that I became your brother. Such is the customs of humans, and devils, is it not? Your sister. Yes, my sister. You don't even remember her. How disheartening it would be to tell her. Surely you recognize her name at least. Her name is Gabriel, one of the seraphim. Something fractured in his head. He felt something break within him, as he saw a seal filled with so many symbols and foreign shapes crack into two pieces in his mind. He saw it crack, replacing his vision of Kokobil. The instant the seal was damaged, he felt a flood of memories, so much like all the other times. Except this time, he knew with certainty, it was him. It was his own memories he was seeing, unlike his questioning of the previous. It was a blur. It was too fast for him to see, colors of the gap between worlds taking over his perception. He was able to only make out a single image within his own experiences. It was in a garden, a paradise crafted for the humans. It was where he and Gabriel had met, within the paradise for humans called the Garden of Eden. The origin of mankind, where Adam and Eve lived before their exile. In a single instant, he was brought back to reality. He clutched his head in pain, as he went onto a knee. You remember a small part. The Kadri remarked. Judging by the look of longing and pain on your face, I assume it was related to your wife, my sister. Who am I? Issei croaked out through the pain. It wasn't just his head now. It was his entire body, spasming from the immense pain. How do you know me? I've known you for a long time. But I cannot tell you who you are. You must find that out on your own efforts. However, it should be fairly obvious if you look at the tales of forbidden love the supernatural oh so loves to speak about. He turned his gaze away from Issei, and looked at Grayfia. And you maid of Grimoire. Why are you here? I can understand the boy, but why are you here? He asked me to lead him here, to where Griselda and the exorcists were since he couldn't sense them despite his ability to detect magic. I see, well we are done here. Freed, come, we are leaving now. I have obtained what I wanted. I will see you two on the battlefield, maid of Grimoire, brother. Despite Kokobil saying that he was not Issei's brother-in-law, he still addressed Issei as such. The exorcist shook his head in annoyance. He muttered curses as he was unable to kill anything. His red eyes locked onto Issei's, and he gave a sinister smirk. He said a statement that caused Issei's body to tense up in fury. Wait, he called out to them. His voice carried power, it demanded to be heard and obeyed. He was sure they heard it. And yet, Freed and Kokobil did not even seem to acknowledge it. Just as quick as they appeared, they left through the shadows cast by the trees. He pushed aside the rage inside of him, and focused on the fallen angel that remained, who he was once friends with for a brief couple of weeks on the very bridge he stood on to save Luna. Leave us. I wish to speak alone with her. Issei said to Grayfia. As you command, your mage. She stopped her firm answer, and her eyes glinted with an unknown emotion. She changed her voice to be more gentle and soft. Of course, Issei. I will be waiting from where we entered. They waited for Grayfia's footsteps to fade away, before talking. How have you been, Yuma? Call me Rainier. Her violet eyes shined as she smiled weakly. I've been just fine. More importantly, how have you been? Issei shrugged. I could have been better. My friends, Luna and Valley are currently away to find a way to let Luna return back to her room. I have also temporarily partnered with the Exorcist group in order to advance with both of our agendas. However, my childhood friend, who is in the Exorcist group, has been missing for 2 nights already. I'm worried for her. The Dragon of Entropy. How did you manage to sway him to your side? I didn't. He is merely working with us for his own interest. He wishes to fight Luna eventually, but he cannot do it when he has such an advantage over her. Advantage. Issei had a mental debate on whether he should tell Rainier about Alaya, and settled on a solid no. He didn't know how much she knew, and for all he knew, she only called Valley by his title due to how often it was thrown around when he was talked about. He did wonder why Valley was specifically called the dragon that resided within his sacred gear, and not the White Dragon Emperor, or the Vanishing Dragon like what the old records said, and what Griselda said the old wielders of the Divine Dividing used to be called. It may have been due to what Valley had said about his version of the Divine Dividing, on how it was a subspecies. It matters not. All that matters is that Valley cannot fight Luna as she is now. He would win for sure. What happened with you since we separated those weeks ago? Rainier sighed. I was called back to assist Kokobile with his deeds dubbed as the Excalibur Fragments theft. I know not of what Azazel had request to me but to assist Kokobile. These past few weeks, I doubt either of us thought of each other until a few minutes ago. Issei nodded at her words. Indeed. Do not take offense, but I did not think of you at all. Neither did I. We both had such perilous tasks to accomplish, it is only natural we don't remember trivial matters such as each other. They were silent for a few more moments. I must go. Issei bowed curtly to her. Wait. Issei straightened as he looked at her, waiting for her question. What happened to you? Her question was vague. He could have given any answer, and it would have answered her question. However, Issei knew that she was asking a personal question, one that delved deeper than their friendship would allow her to ask. She was asking him for his change in personality, so different from when they first started talking. The truth was, he himself didn't know the answer. His change was swift. He himself couldn't believe how fast he changed from a normal high school boy, into one who had to fight against the supernatural. It could also be related to his past that Kokobile was a part of. He still didn't know exactly, but he knew that he was married to the Angel of Love Gabriel. All of the visions and memories he had seen over the past month have all been of his. He was the devil who fell in love with the angel. Too much. He answered simply. A two-word reply that answered her question, but also sent off a message that he would not be sharing. Her violet eyes shined as she recognized what he meant. I see. I guess this will be the last time we see each other without being enemies. Her eyes watered, and she quickly wiped them. To think that we will finally reunite after so much time, only to be split apart. This world is cruel. I wish to change this world. She declared. That is what I dream of. I wish to create a world of peace, a utopia. You certainly are foolish. So are you, for you wish for the same. I guess, we'll just be fools together. He held back a grimace. He didn't reply to her declaration of her dream, only turning to walk away. Wait, Issei. He stopped once again, before turning. The moment he turned, he felt her collide with his chest. Her arms embraced him, as she cried. Issei did not offer any words of comfort, only wrapping his arms around her in comfort. Neither of them said anything. She continued to sob in his arms. He couldn't help but remember what Fried had said to him. It was purposely directed at him, meant to raise his ire. What he said made him fearful, but also full of anger. He shouldn't have known of their relation, but he did. I have your exorcist. End chapter. Looking back, I'm actually having a hard time with character development and pacing. I'm trying hard not to rush into the chapters I really want to write, which is starting from a hero's regret arc. I can't help it. This Kokobile arc, and the next two are supposed to be my ways of doing character development before taking a huge nosedive into what makes this story a dark fantasy adventure genre. I'll be trying to hold back my impatience, and attempt to do a much better job for the rest of the arc. As you can possibly tell, it's starting to become rushed, from Rainier, to Issei's personality transformation, and even to Issei unlocking his powers. Luna and Valley still have to be addressed, and another character I plan on introducing soon. Until then, I hope you can deal with my slightly under par character development. It's really bugging me, but I don't really see a way I can really change the chapters to slow it down. Maybe I can just cut down on the arcs, and change it a bit. See you next time, hope you all enjoyed. Hint hint, next arc is Loki. Halvdan. Arc 1, Forsaken Utopia. Arc 2, Godslayer. Arc 3, A Hero's Regret. Arc 4, End of the Dream. Arc 5, Second and Last Son. Arc 6, The Delusional Guardians. Arc 7, To the Abyssal Dawn. Epilogue, To the Tomorrow We Walk. First, previous ch 6 of 13 next. Chapter 7. Gently Under the Leaves. Progression has slowed so arc is less rushed. I have added more description to my chapter overall, and but maybe more dialogue, scene changing. Hope you all enjoy. This will only be starting from now. I'm keeping the first 6 chapters as a lesson. Issei's reveal will be soon, I promise that. It'll take a while, since school has started. Updates will no longer be every 2 weeks, but rather, monthly, or every 2 months. Midnight Sun. Arc 1. Forsaken Utopia. Chapter 7. Gently Under the Leaves. Inside of the church, Issei sat across from Grayfia. Despite the entire purpose of heading to the forest was to retrieve the exorcist, they had come back to the church empty-handed. In Issei's mind, they had simply forgotten, with the arrival of Kokobile. He had willingly showed himself to perhaps the strongest person in the city besides the 12-winged fallen himself. There had to be motive as to why he decided to risk himself so early against the Maid of Grimoire. Issei. The silver-haired woman's voice was gentle and soft, as she called for his attention. He looked at her with half-lidded eyes, the night's events catching up to him. He was drowsy, and it was showing. Yes, Grayfia. His voice was so similar to all those years ago, as she remarked many times. It was close to his awakening, and his revival would signal the beginning of yet another era in the underworld. She sighed, as she chose a different approach to talk to him. She stood, her chair scraping back against the old wooden floor. She walked behind Issei, who continued to look where she once sat. She embraced him from behind, her breasts pressed against the back of his head. He tensed, before relaxing at the familiarity of the action. Despite their long years apart, his body was still able to remember the affectionate gesture she would do to him constantly those years ago. We will have to fight them soon. You will be able to channel your power. The silence following her question was daunting. It ate at her feelings as she awaited for her king's answer. He looked at the broken ceiling of the abandoned church. After the seal had broken a bit, he was able to identify why devils like him and Grayfia were able to stay within the church. It had long lost its influence, and so, no longer contained the holy elements houses of the Lord contained. The exorcists were merely taking shelter within the church because they had no other place to stay. It was also just out of Rias Grimoire's and Sona Citri's border of Kuo, allowing them to remain out of their detection. Griselda surely thought of this as she settled, while Zenobia and Irina most likely only agreed because it was a former grand house of the Lord. I think I will. Issei finally answered after pondering his answer for quite a while. Kokobile killed my parents. He caused that wreck, and he took away my ability to love. You say such bold words. Will you be able to back them up when it comes to it? She rose a delicate eyebrow. If I was powerful enough to capture the attention of a seraph, then surely I can defeat a Kadri, right? She felt as if she shouldn't encourage the thinking of the young male she still embraced, but he was her king. She could not lie to one she respected above all, even if he was severely weakened and did not remember a single thing besides his relationship with his wife. A marriage not many supported, but understood. After all, God's love would not attempt any kind of seduction upon a devil. The only reason for Gabriel to willingly stay in the marriage with a devil was due to her immense love for him. Yes, back then, you were powerful. Powerful enough to clash against the God of the Bible himself and for it to be a stalemate, rather than immediate defeat. She gained a headache upon saying the cursed name of the Lord himself. I see, so I was that strong. He looked down at his opened palms, and clenched them into fists. Why couldn't I be strong enough to fight Kokobile now? Have I been weakened that much? Grayfia shook her head, before realizing that Issei couldn't see behind his head. She decided to reply verbally. You are still strong in your own way. You will regain your power eventually, it just takes time. Time I don't have right now. She frowned. Issei had regained some of his wisdom. The one she had taken care of for the past 3 years would not have said what he said. There is nothing we can do for you to regain your powers faster. Perhaps it may be similar to the many ways a sacred gear is unlocked. Ways. I thought the only way was to imagine the strongest thing. I'm not saying you have a sacred gear. I'm saying your power may be similar. One of the few ways a sacred gear is unlocked is through a large burst of emotion. Maybe if something traumatic happens, you can unlock your power faster. Fear coursed through her when she realized what she had said, but relief filled her when Issei shook his head in disgust. In order for me to unlock my power, I must sacrifice more of myself. I must witness tragedy to gain victory. Knowing only victory tainted with bitter defeat. How laughable. I would rather not have my powers unlock at all if I must witness such a thing. I concur. They were silent again, the silence practically choking the two. She was about to speak, but Issei spoke first. Grayfia. Did we used to know each other back then? When I was still married to Gabriel, before I lost myself within this madness. Madness. What makes you think that you ever turned insane? His brown eyes flashed a dark black. A surge of anger exploded out of him, but Grayfia did not bulge from the embrace she still held Issei in. She was used to his emotions, their many years together forming a bond between the two. She was technically speaking, his daughter. She was also one of his concubines from so long ago. Of course I turned insane. How else can I barely remember anything from my past? Because you were defeated in battle. Issei widened his eyes. Grayfia had let him go of her embrace, and stepped back a single step. She crossed her arms under her breasts, rising them slightly. He turned his head to look at her with wide eyes. Defeated? By who? You put aside your spite for he above, and teamed up with him to defeat the heavenly dragons, Dragon of Potential Ydrag Gok, and Dragon of Entropy Albion. With the combined efforts of you, he, Azazel, and Michael, the four of you managed to seal the two within a twice critical, and Mastma, a unique sacred gear. They in turn, became the boosted gear and divine dividing. Azazel became severely weakened, causing him to pull out of the war. Michael was also weakened, his power draining from a 12-winged to a simple 6-winged angel. Neither of them are at full power, much like you, but they did not lose their positions nor their memories. I see. I lost fighting against Valley's dragon and who is the wielder of the boosted gear. Nobody knows specifically who the wielder of the boosted gear is currently in this generation. I have my suspicions on someone within Kuo Academy. Someone so close to us. Issei rose his eyebrow. I'm surprised nobody noticed yet. Yes. She does not have any magic circuits to speak of, she is completely ordinary like most of the other students. The only reason I was able to tell was because of my long years in recognizing strange occurrences, such as a human without any circuits, yet still have such a presence. Who is it? I believe it is Murayama. Issei struggled to remember her. He knew that she was in the kendo club and was one of the main targets for the perverted trio's peeping. That was the extent that he knew of her. See. Will we do nothing to her? Grayfia took notice on how he said, we. She shook her head. No. We do not know for sure, and there is no use talking to someone about what they don't have. She walked to the stained glass windows. She watched as the moon slowly set. The sun would soon be out. Issei, the sun will soon rise. Will you be heading to school, or will you continue with supernatural matters? I will be heading home. I'll be staying. I won't go to school until Kokubile is stopped. She nodded at his response. She understood where he was coming from. I will see you later. She walked up to him, and kissed his forehead softly. She stepped away, and bowed. Issei watched as she left the church, before he realized something crucial. Someone who had been missing this entire time. Where the hell has Asia been? Griselda and Zenobia sat within the club room of the Occult Research Club, facing the queens of the two devil heiresses, as well as the heiresses themselves. Their bodies were tired from the lack of sleep for the past 2 days, and their eyes continuously dropped. It was a struggle for them to constantly move around, and to have a potential political altering meeting while having no sleep made some nervousness arise in Griselda's heart. But she knew she'll be able to outsmart the two young devils, for they were still young and had hardly seen anything as corrupt as the Vatican's leaders that she had to deal with many times. Now if we may begin, my comrade and I have had a very long couple of days without any rest. I am eager to get rest extremely soon. It's taking everything I can to stay awake and attentive. For the strongest female exorcist to not even be able to stay awake for a few mere days. Rias smirked. Are you sure you are the strongest? Zenobia widened her eyes, as she reached for her sword. You. Griselda placed a hand on Zenovia's shoulder, before scoffing at the sister of Searsex. Girl, I don't see you running around for 2 days straight looking for one of your comrades, as well as having to keep Kokobile himself at bay alongside Fried Selzen, the mad exorcist excommunicated 4 years ago, who is even more powerful ever since his exile, but also wields the Excalibur fragments. Not only that, but having to avoid detection from someone who can make even Searsex look like you to me. Rias's eyes lit up with anger at Griselda's words, as her tone was mocking, as if it were questioning her intelligence. This time, Sona spoke up, calming Rias. I hope we do not antagonize each other on something as simple as how tired one is. But, Griselda-sama, you said Kokobile. He is currently in Kuo so soon. Griselda nodded. I'm honestly not surprised you didn't know. The only reason why we know is because the Vatican sent us specifically here. Or rather, Gabriel-sama herself told us. I believe that Gabriel is still connected to Kokobile despite the two not agreeing with Kokobile's goals. What? The Seraph Gabriel herself is involved with the Excalibur's theft. The red-haired girl exclaimed. Griselda glared at the young girl. Gabriel-sama will never do such a thing. She loves everything and anything. As Kokobile is her brother, she is sure to still hold love for him as their precious family. She would never think about stealing the fragments as she hates bloodshed as well. Rias huffed in annoyance, and Sona stepped in. Rias, please remain quiet and allow me to converse with the exorcists. Sona looked at Griselda with respect. I believe that Gabriel would not steal the Excaliburs. Such a powerful and kind figure would never weaken her own side. However, with the situation at hand, with the battle between us and Kokobile drawing near, we must ask for assistance. Ho! Griselda cocked her head to the side. You devils are asking us to help you fight off Kokobile. Indeed. I am well aware of your good deeds, Griselda-sama. If we were to fight Kokobile with a combination of mine and Rias's peerage, we would still fail to defeat Kokobile. We lack anything that has the potential to slay a god, with Rias's power of destruction being the only thing we can use to actually harm Kokobile. Zenobia spoke up this time. What would us, the church, gain if we were to assist the devils? They looked shocked. As Griselda nodded along with Zenovia's words. There is no reason for us to cooperate if we will get nothing out of it except for a thank you from the devils. Sona sat deep in thought. I'm not too sure on what we ourselves can offer to you. Would you like me to hold a favor that even the mouths themselves have to answer to? Sona. Rias attempted to protest, but Sona rose her hand. A single favor that must be granted no matter how drastic. I suppose that is a good enough deal. There are no limits to this, correct? No limits, for you are essentially saving not one, but 2 siblings of the current Mao, as well as 2 heiresses of Grimoire and Citri, who do not have any other descendants. Such a deed will be unable to deny even between devils and the angels. Such a deed will require absolute appreciation, and this is the only way we have as of now in this dire time. You sure know how to twist your words, Sona Citri. Griselda chuckled. You will grow into a strong politician in the future. I will accept a compliment from such an influential figure. Sona stood, and bowed briefly, before sitting down again. Griselda stood. We will assist you. Zenobia, myself, and 1 other nun will assist. This by extension, goes to the assistance of Hyodo Issei and his caretaker Grayfia Lucifuge, as the young boy is helping us exorcists defeat Kokobile at the request of 1 other exorcist, Shido Irina, who is currently captured by Kokobile. So you guys had already faced him. Akino spoke for the first time. How strong was he? I do not know. I believe Irina and Issei are the only ones to fight him, though at separate times. I have not yet met with Issei. We were about to until you devils called out to us to have a truce. How did you know that Issei fought him? While we were in the forest, we felt his presence just as we were about to exit to meet with you. I assume that he fought against Kokobile, because I felt Kokobile's presence near his. Strange. We have not felt the power of a Kadri at all. Do you know what he uses to conceal his appearance? Sona cocked her head as she reported Kokobile's presence from her side. No, we don't know. I believe Irina does, and we can ask her once we manage to recover her. We don't know how she is, or if she is even alive, but I believe she is. I have my suspicions, but Issei is close to Gabriel, and as I have mentioned before, Kokobile and Gabriel have a bond no other sibling has. I have no proof of Issei and Gabriel's relationship, but I suspect that the two have some sort of mutual love. As Irina is Issei's childhood friend, having her killed will affect Issei, and in turn, affect her. Kokubile would not want to risk angering Gabriel. I see. There is no other information to be shared, unless there is some you have not shared yet. Griselda shook her head. Irina and Issei have all the information. I'm not sure if Grayfia does yet, as I'm not sure if Issei has even kept contact with her. I am the one who told Grayfia where Issei is currently residing. I know not if they had reunited. Once again, Sona nodded. Thank you for your time, Griselda Quarta, and Zenobia Quarta. The blue-haired exorcist answered Sona's unanswered question. The Citri heiress nodded, and she held her hand outwards. By your leave. Griselda and Zenobia stood, exhausted from yet another event within 72 hours. They left the club room without offering a farewell, and the four devils did not offer one in return. He had taken a nap, and awoke when the sun was high in the sky. By his estimation, he had only slept about 5 or 6 hours. He found himself immensely tired after being awake for a few minutes, but he shook off the feeling, and proceeded to walk to his home. He still wished to maintain his hygiene. He showered and brushed his teeth within his home for the first time in a week. He took his time in the bath, for he was glad to finally be able to adjust the temperature. He dried himself quickly, and looked into his closet. Once again, like last week, he did not reach for the Kuo Academy uniform. He instead reached for the right side of the closet, where his much darker clothing was. He put on a dark long-sleeved hoodie and a pair of tight, but flexible black pants. While it was sunny outside, it was not that hot. He exited his home, and locked the door behind him. He then walked to the park that he had met Asia at. It was also the park that he and Irina used to play at when they were younger. He frowned as he sat on the park bench, thinking about what Grayfia and him had spoke about just hours before. He was a king. The way Grayfia had addressed him, and acted proved it was such. However, the only king of the devils that he had known as Satan, the Lord of Wrath. However, there was something within him that denied that he was Satan. He didn't know how, but he knew he wasn't Satan. He was almost completely sure of it. But then, who was he if he wasn't the Lord of Wrath? Who else can he be, if he wasn't Satan? Mind if I lend an ear to your troubles? A sudden voice broke his thoughts. I don't think you would, Belly. He turned to the voice that spoke to him, before blinking. And then he blinked again. I wouldn't believe you. The beautiful man threw his head back and laughed. Please. We have seen a lot of things, it makes it hard to have us not believe something, even if you don't remember. Why are you here? Issei was on his guard, but he knew he couldn't do anything to the one who stood in front of him. He had just openly opposed Grayfia and him just under 12 hours ago. Is it a sin to visit one's brother? Star of God Kokubile looked down at him, not because he thought he was superior, but because Issei was sitting and he was standing. His red eyes shined with a glint of kindness and comfort. When you killed their parents, and openly said that we would battle, yes. Yes it is. Kokubile waved a hand as he sat down in the bench beside Issei. Issei made sure to move himself a few inches to the left, as Kokubile sat on the right side. A simple quarrel. And I have never said that we would battle, just that we would meet on the battlefield. He gave another one of his dazzling smiles that caused Issei to question his sexuality. Kokubile was a man of beauty, even as a fallen. As for your parents, well, I can't say anything to argue that. I truly expected you to die in either the impact, or the fire following afterwards. His brown eyes narrowed at the man's face of beauty. Yes. Kokubile sighed. I do admit I'm the cause of the horror you witnessed. Why? Issei growled. Why would you do that to someone so young? He sighed. Let me tell you a story. I don't need a foo. His red eyes sharpened. A single look caused Issei to fall silent. The gaze was full of killing intent, enough to cause Issei to shiver. Long ago, there was a boy in a city. He was a hunter of sorts. He had just stopped a deity of sorts from killing everyone within the town. But in the process, they lost too many lives. So, the city put up an execution for anyone related to him or the one he served. He wanted them to save her. And her. And her. And him. And himself. He wanted them to save everyone. But they wouldn't. They laughed at him as he attempted to defy them. He should have known, but he refused to believe it. Ever since the beginning, when he was turned down by all but one, he should have known of the wrath all humans possessed, including him. She introduced herself as a goddess, with her black twin-tailed hair and blue eyes that gazed upon his soul. She gave him love. She gave him a home. She gave him equipment. She gave him her blessing to allow him to become stronger. He had wanted to be a hero, a childish dream born from his childhood wishes to have women flock to him. His red eyes turned sad. Because he was never revealed the world's evils when he was young, he was naive. His actions and naivety led to the deaths of the goddess, himself, his love, his partner, and his blacksmith. Issei absorbed the story. He felt grief for the young hunter, and he felt sympathy for him. But one question remained on his mind. How does relate to me? You see, I fully intended to kill you that day. You just happened to survive with a small burst of your power. Either that, or you couldn't die because of your dormant power. But that is besides the point. You survived, and I decided not to finish you off, because I had already broken the naivety that would cause you to follow the same route as the boy. There would be no difference between killing you and leaving you alive once you survived it. Issei fought to keep in his rage. Kokubile was speaking of such a horrid action as if it were something he did every day, something trivial that it didn't even faze him when such a young boy could have been killed. Enough about me and the other boy. Why have you come, Kokubile? That is oddly vague. Kokubile placed his hand on his chin. Why did you steal the Excaliburs? What is the purpose of even obtaining them if you don't even find yourself to be worthy? And, what is your goal? The fallen side. So Grayfia told you. No. It was Irina, one of the exorcists. Recognition. His red eyes recognized the name. Ah. Your woman. The light brown-haired girl, no. Yes. Where is she? Issei attempted to control his voice. Let me start from top to bottom. Also, they aren't the Excaliburs. Only one sword can hold such a name, and those wretched pieces cannot hope to match what King Arthur once wielded. They are called Excalibur fragments for a reason. But, I stole the fragments to fuse them into the true Excalibur, sort of promised victory. At its peak, it is the gathering breath of the star, a sword that can rival even the star that ruptured heaven and earth. An instrument of the Phi, crafted for the once and future king. If I fuse the fragments together, then that would cause King Arthur to emerge from the shadows and attempt to take back his sword. Once King Arthur emerges from the shadows, I will kill him. Issei was silent, before uttering a single word in a flat tone that questioned one's mental state. What? The Watcher of the Stars gave a heavy sigh. I should have expected that. But the thing is, brother, there are many things out there that just sound so beautiful, as if it were something that you can never reach. However, just because they contain great beauty doesn't mean that they can't be full of ugliness as well. I have my reasons to suspect so, but King Arthur of Camelot is the enemy. And I must kill him in order for Gaia to survive. Kokubile said it with such confidence. Confidence that one of the greatest kings, the King of Knights, was their enemy. But, hadn't King Arthur been a legendary figure that fought for his country? Why is he counted as the enemy? And, the enemy to him, or the enemy to Kokubile specifically? The 1,000-years-old fallen seemed to have read Issei's mind. He is the enemy of Gaia, in turn, being the enemy of Alaya. If one is the enemy to the consciousness of the world itself, it is the enemy to the collective consciousness of mankind itself as well. That means that once and future King Arthur, is the enemy of the counter-force, the counter-guardians themselves. Yet another bold declaration, yet filled with such confidence that Issei couldn't help but be convinced. What brought this on? How can such a legendary and famous figure be a threat? How is he even alive? More questions than answers filled his head. Once again, I'll start from top to bottom. I still haven't answered the question on your friend. She is alive, she is currently captured. Her state is questionable, but she is alive. I will return her once I get the opportunity to. After all, who am I to keep one away from a loved one? Kokubile chuckled, his voice filled with bitterness, showing that there was a story behind his last statement. What makes me suspect King Arthur himself? It can't be explained. Alaya himself whispers to me, he whispers to all members of the counter-force that are able to respond to this threat despite his weakened state. There is going to be something similar to the Norse's Ragnarok soon, and King Arthur will be a part of it. Which side? I do not know, but I wish to eliminate threats before the catastrophe happens. You would be one such example. As for how he is alive, you truly do not know what happens after death if you become a champion of Alaya. Once again, Kokobil's explanation for that fateful day 3 years ago was changed. But Issei couldn't dwell on that. That was in the past. But, another question arose with Kokobil's answers. It was almost as if Kokobil was purposely going in circles just to gain Issei's ire. But, his last question. What happens after death for a champion of Alaya? After death? What are you talking about? Issei assumed the champions of Alaya were the ones who gained titles within the world, such as Kokobil himself, Azazel, Searsex, Valley, and so much more. There were too many. Was there really such a grave consequence for such unimaginable power that causes the world itself to recognize? So you really don't know. That is why you are trying so desperately to have that outsider be acknowledged to be able to freely travel through the dimensional gap. Kokobil mused. You were trying to have her become a champion of Alaya so she can return to her world. Stop avoiding the answer. Tell me. Issei attempted to channel his power into his powers, but it failed to have the desired effect. If Kokobil noticed the change in tone, he didn't acknowledge it. He simply continued to treat Issei as a simple boy, despite calling him his brother so many times. When you become a champion of Alaya, when you are still living, you continue living like a normal person. You continue to live with ascended power granted by the world itself. The only difference is that you are more powerful, and you can hear the whispers of the world itself, warning you of any calamity. If you wish to prevent it, you must travel there yourself. Alaya will not transport you across space. However, it changes when you die. When you die, you will be constantly summoned across space and time, same world or not, past or future, to stop catastrophes from breaking out. It doesn't matter the way, whether a complete slaughter or a peaceful talk, all that matters is that the ones behind the disaster are stopped, and the disaster itself is stopped. For an endless time, you will continue to serve as a dog, called upon for your services, no matter how trivial or serious. You are expected to stop it, else it might as well just destroy the entire realm you failed to save. Alaya doesn't care about the world. It only cares about the survival of mankind. It would much rather prefer to have the humans slaughtered before the world transforms into a world of steel, devoid of any life. There are an infinite amount of worlds, what is one less? It can always raise more champions on a different world. It cares not for this world, only that humanity, somewhere, can survive. Do you honestly think that he cares about a single world when he was an infinite amount of parallel ones? Issei was not about to come up with a retort, as he tried to absorb the information. If Luna became one of Alaya's champions, she would be able to return home, but at the price for being an eternal servant to one of the few beings not bothered by the concept of time. It was going to be nothing but hell. Don't allow such a thing stop you from becoming one of humanity's dogs. After all, you do essentially gain power needed to overcome an immense trial. You get stronger once you attain a title. Issei cocked his head to the side. Valley had never mentioned being able to gain power upon ascending. Not necessarily. More like you reach the peak of your potential in a single moment. You don't break any of your limits, but you do reach the strongest you were ever expected to become, so says fate itself. After all, why would Alaya allow someone that hasn't even reached their full potential become one of its attack dogs? They only want the most powerful. The only problem is, while you cannot get any stronger, you are able to grow weaker in time. So it is still important to train despite no reason to do so if one cannot get any stronger. Then, you are currently at your strongest. Kokobil nodded. Indeed. I hide my full power so one does not become able to know everything about me. If I do release my full power, I make sure there are no survivors to speak about one of my greatest secrets. Secrets? Issei asked, almost as if Kokobil would answer it despite being enemies. An answer he did. I am reported to be a 10-winged fallen, but the truth is, I've had 6 pairs of wings ever since my fall from grace. After all, that was the time when I became a counter-guardian. Wait. Valley said it's possible to change one's title. How does one do that if the moment they enter the counter-force, they are at the highest potential? Kokobil chuckled. You see, it is possible to obtain other sources of power. One such thing is the extraction of a sacred gear. Simply gaining a twice critical can skyrocket one's strength, despite being seen as one of the lowest of sacred gears. Is that really possible? Just attaining a single sacred gear and you can grow even more powerful. He shook his head. No, of course not. Like everyone else, you must do something unique that only you have done if you wish to grow even more stronger permanently. Another thing, is it possible to have two sacred gears? Kokubile shook his head. No, it's impossible. The only known sacred gear that is able to do that is Vritra's sacred gears, and that is only because all four pieces are compatible with each other simply because it is all the same sacred gear, just split into separate parts. They fell into silence once more. Minutes went by as the two males didn't speak again. They simply observed each other, before Issei broke the silence once again. Your goal. What is it? You never answered. The fallen gave a tired sigh. The single sigh caused Issei to feel sympathy. It contained a lack of energy, full of exhaustion. He was tired. I thought you already knew. Did you regain your memory? A small fragment. I just wished to confirm it. And so he told him. The breeze blew gently as Kokubile told him his dream. Issei's eyes widened as Kokubile continued to talk. Gently under the leaves, did the millennium-year-old fallen angel give his dream to the millennium-year-old old devil? Issei was silent in shock, as Kokubile gave a sad smile. You are crazy. I was told that many times. No. This isn't crazy. This is insane. It's impossible to even accomplish. The Kadri shook his head. No. Nothing is impossible unless you never attempt to do it. If you don't fight, you won't win. In order to triumph, in order to thwart fate itself, you must keep on moving forward. He looked at the sun, almost as if he could tell time by simply looking at it. I must go. I no longer have any time. I must retreat else the exorcists and devils would come looking for me at any moment. He stood, and bowed to Issei. I will see you soon, my lord. Kokubile walked away, and Issei remembered one last thing. Brother. The young hunter. What was his name? Kokubile did not turn around to answer, but he did stay still. He looked at the sky, before giving another sorrowful sigh, before finally speaking. Belcranel of Hestia Familia. Chapter end. Hope you all enjoyed. Next chapter will be the first part of 3 segments of the Kokubile fight, not including however many chapters. Only like boss phases. I don't know when this arc will be finished, as once again, I'm only counting the phases of the Kokubile fight, not how many chapters. It really depends on how long I want to make the fight, as well as what I want to do after the fight, but before the start of Loki arc. Where is Irina? She's alive. Next chapter she will appear. What is Issei? Also next chapter. Hope you all enjoy this information-packed chapter. There is a lot to absorb this chapter, to the point where I wasn't sure if I really should put this much info. A few hints on a few more characters, as well as one huge confirmed one. There are still a ton more to be introduced during either Arc 2, or any of my original arcs, essentially Arc 3+. See you all next time. Halvdan. Pairing, Gabriel, Irina, Luna. Arc 1, Forsaken Utopia. Arc 2, Godslayer. Arc 3, A Hero's Regret. Arc 4, End of the Dream. Arc 5, Second and Last Son. Arc 6, The Delusional Guardians. Arc 7, To the Abyssal Dawn. Epilogue, To the Tomorrow We Walk. First, previous CH7 of 13. Next chapter 8, Dusk Breaker. Just finished binge rereading There's Always a Tomorrow Chronicles of Vladimir Todd by AMC Theaters and Broken Wings DxD by Blueprint LV. Man, both of those stories are emotional roller coasters. I swear, I teared up a little, especially near the end of BW, such a depressing yet satisfying ending, taking the same route as Akame ga Kill. Nobody is invincible. I have recently started school again, so updates may slow to 1 update per month, hope you are all patient enough for that. If anyone else can recommend me a story with as much emotion as TAAT or BW, I will gladly appreciate it. A bit tired of stories where everyone lives happily ever after. I can literally predict the endings because it's always the same, the main character MC's friends don't die. Only ones to die are the antagonists, which I dislike. Makes no sense how you can fight someone more powerful than you over and over again, and still have 0 deaths, while the op people are the only ones to die, usually through an ASS pull, or some weird power-up which I will do, I assure you, but not in the same way as DXD does it where Issei randomly gets this weird extension of the boosted gear somehow. If I'm being honest here, I can even fathom how the boosted gear managed to have so many different functions on Issei specifically simply because he was a pawn. Are you telling me that the entire time there were wielders of D-Drag, not a single one of them were a pawn that can use that promotion thing that Issei does? I think it's the illegal move, I don't know the full name, and don't care enough. Anyway, enough about me ranting. Onto the chapter. Last but not least, Irina is finally back. Beware of the first scene. It is very graphic. I still recommend reading it as it's needed to understand some developments with certain characters, but it may be very uncomfortable for some of you, including myself. It is needed though. No joke, I need to have this scene simply because it furthers the plot as well as some development between characters. Also, Grayfia is not part of the harem. Midnight Sun. Arc 1, Forsaken Utopia. Chapter 8. Dusk Breaker. Roses are red. Violets are blue. My heart is dead, I'm such a fool. Why did I fall for you? Irina awoke groggily. She felt disgusted. She felt as if she were tainted, and no amount of anything would be able to clean her. She blinked, as her eyes adjusted. She was currently chained against a wall, the room dimly lit by torches. By the looks of it, it was a dungeon. She was not the only one in it. There were others crying for salvation, others crying for help. Others merely begged to be killed already. She looked down at herself and upon absorbing her appearance, and remembering what happened, she looked to the side, and threw up what little she had in her stomach. Her clothing was shredded, no trace of it left on her, leaving her completely nude, her breasts out for her rapists to see. Her body was sticky, covered in substance she didn't know at first, until she remembered Fried's actions. Most of all, her lower parts were sore, both her bottom and the front, which gave the message on what had happened to her while she was unconscious. Slap marks and bruises littered her skin, her limbs sore as the imprints of hands and whips were scattered throughout her body. She cried. Tears of emptiness poured out of her eyes, as she lost something important to her, something she retained for her love. She lost it in such a malicious way, simply because she wasn't strong enough. She couldn't match up to Fried, because she was weak. She had lost her purity, because she wasn't strong enough. She had made a mistake in not using her sacred gear against Fried. Because of that, she had ended up losing her virginity in such a defiling and disgusting way that might cause Issei to look away from her forever because of its taint. The tears continued to pour, as she struggled to get control of her breathing. She had no idea where she was, only that she was not the only one suffering from the same fate. She clawed her body, as if tearing apart her own skin would cleanse her from the fluids that coated her body. When was the last time she was able to shower? How long has she been covered in such a disgusting fluid? She heard the footsteps come, and she attempted to cover herself. She wanted to retain what little purity she had left. She wanted to at least have some kind of purity left to present to her love. How was she supposed to tell him of what happened? She flinched when she was the one who looked into her cell. There were 2 exorcists, both of them leering at her. Hee, she certainly is a beauty. It's not fair how everyone else got their turn. I hope she is still tight. I hate to fuck a girl who doesn't grab onto my dick. Their voices haunted her mind, once again reminding her that she wasn't pure. She was tainted, and nothing could change that. They unlocked the cell, and laughed at her, jeering and mocking. Not so high and mighty anymore are you. He laughed as he licked her cheek. She shivered in fear, as he groped her breasts. The other grasped her thighs, attempting to reach closer to one of her violated spots. Now just be a good girl, and spread your legs for us. She refused, and attempted to close her legs, preventing them from entry. It also trapped one of their hands within her legs, causing his sneer to grow perverse. Stop. Her voice was hoarse. You hear that? She's telling us to keep going. They spread apart her legs despite her attempt to stop them. She was tired and weak. She was barely able to move, as they continued to violate her. They groped her breasts, sucked her nipples, and touched her ass. More tears leaked out of her eyes as she attempted to stay strong. They unbuckled their belts, and she was forced to look at their genitals. She closed her eyes in disgust, as they attempted their perverse talk to her again. "Hey sexy, if you beg us, we'll make you come quick and you'll be all fine." One of them forced her to open her mouth, and stuck it in without a warning. She choked, and she spit. She attempted to shift away, but he grabbed her head, forcing her to continue sucking. "Holy shit, her mouth is so warm. It's so fucking tight. And her tongue against my tip. Oh fuck, I don't know how long I can last in here." The other grabbed her sore lower parts, and started to finger her. Her body arched, as a disgusting feeling was sent through her body. She hated it. She hated them. She wanted to return to Issei's side. She wanted to be pure again. She didn't want to be touched by any but her love. The exorcist that was forcing her to take his cock eventually erupted in her mouth, his fluid causing her to choke. Some of it dribbled out of her mouth as it overflowed, and he spoke to her. "Swallow it." She was forced to swallow his semen, her heart feeling wretched in pain as she was continuing to be tainted further. More and more, her soul became more blackened, straying further away from God's grace as she was defiled. The disgusting fluid went down her throat, worse than anything she had ever drank before. All the while, the second exorcist continued to touch her, rubbing her clit and fingering her hurt vagina. Her body reacted against her will. Her fluids ran down his hands, as her body automatically loved the attention it was getting. But she despised it. She wanted to be safe. She didn't want to be trapped in a dungeon, being used as nothing but a toy. She wanted to be loved. She wanted to be back with Issei. They touched her. They forced her to open her eyes whenever she attempted to close it. They flipped her over so that they would both be able to enter her at the same time. The one behind her smacked her ass twice, causing her to flinch from the immense pain from the already sore butt. "Embrace it, bitch. You just have to please us, whore. You'll become our own personal toy. Once you let go and allow us to pleasure you, you'll be begging for more." Rage consumed her. It overpowered her fear and powerlessness. She refused to be defiled any further. Her defiant violet eyes stared into their perverse brown. Her eyes flashed in power, as they were forced away from her as a surge of power erupted from within her. Sacred gear, fragrant olive sword. The golden sword appeared within her grasp, and her violet eyes showed no remorse. Balance breaker, blooming of Aurum, osmanthus. The golden blade glowed brightly, before shattering. However, the shards of the blade continued to break apart. With each shatter, two more resounded, as the tiny pieces increased exponentially. The two exorcists' eyes widened in shock and fear as they continued to watch such a spectacle. But she would not show mercy for those who attempted to defile her further. Their screams echoed through the chamber, as the tiny, yet sharp flowers pierced through their bodies, completely shredding them. The flowers moved at her command, moving in all directions, no longer restricted by the shape of its blade and its weight. The spinning flowers moved with no restrictions, hence why she was able to use it to not only destroy the chains that bound her, but also wrap around her similar to a cloak. Her ears picked up the sound of a single man's footsteps. He was calm and collected, taking his time making his way to Irina's cell. She was about to attack, but recoiled when she was him. Issei CounterGuardian. Star of God Kokobil's red eyes looked at the blood that pooled on the ground. His pale skin reflected the shine of the torches on the wall, and he sighed tiredly. A light spear formed in his hand, and he slashed open the cell. Confusion washed over her, as Kokobil could have simply walked through the door instead of destroying it. He bowed to her, increasing her confusion tenfold. "I will take you to your love. I apologize for what has happened to you, and I know not of what happened myself, besides you were defiled. How many, I know not. I feel sorrow for you, child. Let us hope the one we all depend on can wash away the taint that not only lingers on your skin, but also within your veins." "Depend on Issei." Kokobil nodded. "Indeed. We all depend on him for this fight. I apologize however, for I must have you unconscious. I will however, attempt to cover what little you have left with my cloak." He stepped forward, and 24 light spears formed by his side. He threw his hand out, and the last thing she saw before the second light spear struck her after the first, was Kokobil's red eyes, looking for an apology from her. Issei awoke, his brown eyes looking at the cracked ceiling of the abandoned church. His back was sore from sleeping on one of the pews, and attempted to stretch it. He felt 4 presences. The first was the one in the closest thing they had to a bathroom. The second was in the room they used as a kitchen, currently preparing food that he was able to smell from the main room of the church. The third was sitting near him, and the fourth was right next to him, or rather, under him. His head was using Grayfia's lap as a pillow. Grayfia. She pressed a finger against her lip to hush him. The battle is almost upon us. Issei Argento is making some food for you. At the thought of the battle, his thoughts went back to Kokobil. His brother. The dream he had told him just yesterday. He was going to have to fight someone he didn't want to. He was going to have to kill someone with a dream that was so impossible, it was nothing but Everdistant. And yet, Issei wanted to help him achieve his dream. For he remembered Gabriel and his own impossible dream. He slowly got up from his position, and looked around him. Griselda was meditating, her body relaxed and seemingly at peace. Griselda slowly opened her blue eyes, and locked onto his own. I see you have finally awoken, Hyodo Issei. How was your rest? Dreadful. Issei sighed. It's getting worse and worse, memories are starting to flow into my head. I don't know whom. But I do know it's mine. The past me. It's starting to change from a flurry of images and only a single one standing out, to me actually seeing the entire memory. Grayfia ran her hands through his hair. Do not worry, for you will remember yourself in time. I am not allowed to defy fate and tell you who you are, but we knew each other from the past. That, I can assure you. I will always be by your side. She leaned down, her long silver hair that was not in its usual braid creating a curtain around him. She kissed his forehead with care, and stroked in cheek. The entire time, his cheeks turned a tinge of pink. Grayfia noticed it, and celebrated in her success at slowly turning Issei away from the dark path he was walking towards, and back to his present human one. She had no intention of taking Issei away from Gabriel, Luna, or Irina. Though, there was a selfish part of her that wanted to be a part of his harem once more. She smiled gently at him, and he gave her back a small smile. He reached upwards and stroked her cheek. She froze at his cold touch, despite it being fairly warm inside the church. His thumb brushed just under her eye, and he said, I remember you. Those 3 words froze her heart. He remembered their time together during his rule. He made her feel elated, but at the same time, nervous. She was his caretaker, his mother figure. She couldn't be both his mother and one of his concubines. She refused to fill in one of the human's most ridiculous perverted desires. I'm glad you do. She chose to respond with an answer that can be taken any way. He removed his hand, and stood. She looked up, and saw Asia just leaving the kitchen, holding a tray of sandwiches. Ah, Issei. You are finally awake. He nodded in response. Yes, I am. Where have you been this entire time? I haven't seen you since the time I lead you to the church. She looked nervous. Well, I have been around. I've been setting barrier around Kuo Academy. We believe that is where the location of our fight will be, as it is where Rias Grimori and Sona Citri are usually located. Issei blinked in thought, as he took the offered tray from Asia. She then went to the so-called bathroom he assumed Zenobia was currently using. Right before he took a bite, he said, I didn't know that exorcists can also make barriers like devils. Griselda chuckled, as she stood up. She stretched, and she closed her right eye, and responded to Issei's unspoken question that was twisted into a sentence. Us exorcists cannot make barriers like devils. In fact, many of us don't even know how to make barriers. Asia is special, mainly due to her sacred gear. I thought her sacred gear healed. Issei remembered the time when they stopped to help the boy who had fallen on his knee. She had managed to heal it without a single scratch. Griselda shook her head with a smirk on her face. That's not all twilight healing does. There are other things it does. More importantly, have you regained your power? How do you know about that? Griselda felt his aura sluggishly rise up. It wasn't enough to threaten her, but she knew how potent and strong his power was. It was enough to ensnare Gabriel herself, as well as be seen as the same level as a cadre, judging by how Grayfia had recounted their meeting. She had always thought that Kokubile was a warmonger, but to think that he was able to be respectful and civil was an amazement. No need to feel threatened. Grayfia had only told me that you were temporarily without your power. Something about fighting someone who managed to seal it away for a small bit in an attempt to let their allies defeat you, and the seal is slowly being broken now. Issei felt relief when Griselda didn't know the full story. It would have been embarrassing if she knew the full story of his fall from rule, and he didn't know it at all. Then again, Kokubile and Grayfia both know how he lost his rightful place, and who he was before he became Hyodo Issei. He didn't feel embarrassed, just confused. It was different with Griselda. Issei suspected it had to do with knowing Grayfia and Kokubile in his life before Hyodo Issei. Grayfia was a part of his harem alongside many others. From what little he knew about the underworld, only 2 of his rather large harem were alive today. Grayfia and one other person who was no longer the head of the family, but had given birth to one of the heiresses today. See. Issei nodded as he went along with Grayfia's version of the story. I'm not sure myself on how much longer it will take before it completely unseals, but it will not take longer than a month, I suspect. A month we do not have. We must use what little you have now. Griselda spoke. Whether you like it or not, you will have to put yourself at risk by fighting Kokubile. If you don't fight Kokubile, then we might lose. You have the most potential out of all of us. What makes you think that I can actually defeat Kokubile? Griselda's blue eyes narrowed at him. You can't. I know you can't. I just need you to hold him off. He might spare you simply because he doesn't want to anger Gabriel by killing you. Issei's eyes opened wide, but they looked at her in suspicion. How do you know of me and Gabriel? I don't. She answered simply. I merely suspect that you two have some sort of relationship. After all, from what you have told me of your report on your meeting with our enemy, Kokubile seemed to have no hostility towards you, and simply engaged in casual conversation. He also seemed to mention Gabriel a lot to you, both in the forest and at the park. And, he called you, brother. Yeah, he did. Issei scratched his head. He still hadn't told Griselda about Kokubile's dream. He hadn't even told anyone of his and Gabriel's shared dream. All 3 of them were similar, and they were all fools to believe they can accomplish it. But it fueled them to perform a miracle, an impossible that was never meant to happen. It seems to mean something to happen, your relationship with him. Otherwise, why try to have you remember him and Gabriel? Issei blinked. He had never thought of it like that. He did try to get Issei to remember, despite not telling him anything directly. When he looked back, almost the entirety of their conversation was trying to get Issei to remember his past life. He didn't remember everything yet. So far, he was only able to remember small bits, such as his times with Grayfia as her master. He remembered their times late at night together, how they would share secret smiles and kisses throughout their meetings. How they would meet in secret atop of his castle, and exchange sweet words. He was also able to remember part of his powers. Just because he knew what they were didn't mean he knew how to use them. He also knew that as of now, he was no longer personification of evil. Before he had remembered parts of his memories, he thought that he wasn't him. But, after recovering it, he knew he was wrong. Back then, he was the person he denied he was in the present. However, all he is now is Hyodo Issei, not what he remembered he was. But, he knew he would eventually be pulled back into the world he had left. Elia had recognized that he had lost the majority of his power in his sealing, but will regrant him his former position should he choose to unseal it himself, or have it forcefully unsealed. Hence why he had faked his death those centuries ago. He refused to have anyone trying to remove the seal, so to suppress his power, he was forced to remove the power completely. He wished for peace, but peace was not possible in his position, so he had decided to fake his death, and attempt to reach his dream from a lower position. After all, for him to wish for peace. Such was nonsense for someone like him. They would say he had grown soft with his interactions with not only Angel of Love Gabriel, but also Angel of the Stars Kokubile, or Star of God, as he was known as now. I remember a bit, Issei said, and Griselda perked up, but Issei shook his head. I only remember bits, such as my power, and Grayfia. Even then, I don't remember all of either. Only small parts. Griselda deflated. I hoped that you had remembered something such as his powers, or his relationship with you. Not yet. But if I do remember, it may be too late. Issei shook his head. I see. Griselda sighed. That means that we will still have to fight him without any knowledge of his intentions or his powers. We only know he can control light spears, like every other angel. However, we don't know the extent of which he can control. It's been centuries since the Cadres used their full power, the last time being the Great War. Grayfia, do you remember? Grayfia shook her head. I never fought in the Great War. Our king kept me inside of Castle Lucifod, knowing I would risk my life to save him. I know nothing of any of the Cadre's powers. The exorcist let out a groan. So, we really are heading in blind. Perhaps. Grayfia put a hand to her chin in thought, before widening her eyes. No. What if Kokubile has ended up obtaining ancient artifacts in order to challenge Issei's spear? Issei's eyes widened. Grayfia was right. His spear was something that none else can wield. The only one that can challenge his spear was omnipotent god YHWH's sword, Aurora Dimke. The Dawn Bringer. His own spear was called Tempus Vernum Ruptor. The Dusk Breaker. One of them brought about the dawn, while the other ended the dusk. Two opposites, one a spear of concentrated energy, taking no physical shape or form, the other a naked blade of immense power, its light never faltering under anything. No. It's impossible. Issei blurted. The two powerful beings looked at him, with Griselda studying him. I mean, nothing can compete with my spear. It's impossible. He above is the only one that can rival the power of my spear, and that's with his own weapon that allowed him to become a counter-guardian himself. Both of our weapons are unrivaled, even against the Excalibur once and future King Arthur Pendragon wielded. While Arthur's Excalibur is a noble phantasm of A++, both YHWH's and mine are anti-planet, at a rank of X, which is even stronger than the star that literally ruptured heaven and earth, which is an anti-world, also an X rank. The two of them blinked in confusion, as they lost Issei the moment he mentioned Excalibur. The moment he mentioned such a term. A noble phantasm. They had never heard of it before, almost as if it were a different world. But, that should be impossible, for Issei to be able to travel to a different world. Dimension even. I'm sorry. I don't quite follow, and I doubt Grayfia does either. Issei blinked, confused now. What? I don't even know what I said either. While they weren't able to understand the majority of what Issei said, they were able to understand the key details, which was the power of his gods, and Arthur's weapons, as well as the star that ruptured heaven and earth that was so spoken in the legends of the creation of the worlds they knew now. Ah. The sound of a soft voice broke the three out of their confusion and discussion. Are you two finally done with the bath? Zenobia and Asia finally stepped out into the altar room. Zenobia wore a skin-tight black leotard, while Asia wore her nun outfit that Issei saw her wearing the first day that she had arrived. How long ago was it? Had it really only been a week? They obviously are. For a powerful exorcist, you certainly are dumb. Grayfia remarked playfully. Griselda narrowed her eyes. Watch it, Grayfia. I'm only asking because I need to bath now. Are you sure you don't want to use our house? A shower would feel better than the cold bath here. Grayfia cocked her head to the side. Griselda's blue eyes locked onto Issei's own brown. He nodded. I feel like it'll be better. I need to get something from my house anyway. She nodded slowly. I guess. Zenobia and Asia, pack. We leave in 10 minutes. The exorcist and nun pair nodded, as they dashed off to meet Griselda's time demand. She stood, and looked at the duo. I will need to pack my own belongings. Her gaze lingered on Issei, her eyes shining with an unknown emotion, before turning around. Issei stood, and held out a hand to help Grayfia up. Thank you. What a gentleman, she said elegantly, yet playfully. Issei gave a small chuckle. I tried to impress. Grayfia pointed at the pew. Issei looked down, and saw the sandwich that Asia had made. He had only taken a single bite out of it. You might want to try to finish that, else Asia may get upset. She gave a small smile at the end. Better impress me with your eating skills. Truth be told, Issei was not a fast eater. At least, not under pressure to finish a plate of sandwiches in 10 minutes. Issei showered at home, and quickly changed. He put on a pair of dark sweatpants, and slipped on a black long sleeve. He looked at himself in the mirror, his hair wild. He walked downstairs, and saw the 3 exorcists, and Grayfia waiting for him. He saw how tightly Zenobia gripped her invisible sword, and how Griselda would tap her fingers against her knee in nervousness. "I'm ready." He rubbed his wrist, where a bracelet rested. It was a bracelet gifted to him all those years ago, by the very person that he was going to save today after he defeated Kokobile. It was a plain braided bracelet made of the same material as a shoelace. It was a symbol, meant to seek the positive. His memory was blurry, but he was able to remember Irina's smile as she gifted him the necklace. The sun setting behind her, as she was just about to move to Europe to serve in the Vatican. His head began to pound, and he pressed his palm against his forehead. Grayfia looked at him in concern, but he shook his head, telling her not to ask or say anything. She frowned in response, but turned away. "Let us head to Kuo Academy." Grayfia and Griselda stood from their seats, and the group of 5 quickly headed to the school. The sun was high in the sky, and it would be a few more hours before they would face the decisive battle. Sona was at the gate to welcome them. Her violet eyes narrowed at Issei, who hadn't come to school for the past week, but she refrained from saying anything. "Come, follow me. It is still school time, so we must not disrupt the classes." They filed into the student council room, and Sona gestured to the chairs and sofas that were scattered throughout the room. "Please sit until class is done. There should be about 2 hours left." Sona walked out the door, and they heard a click, the door being locked. The 3 exorcists sat down without a word, while Grayfia and Issei sat down on a sofa on the opposite side of the room. Issei sat down, and he looked at Grayfia confused as she remained standing. Her silver eyes were distant, before they blinked. A second passed since her unnatural freezing, and she joined Issei on the couch. She lay her head on Issei's lap, causing him to tense, before relaxing. Such a thing should be expected, with him remembering their time together. Issei loosened the braid in her hair, and the maid's beautiful eyes closed, as she drifted to sleep quickly. Issei attempted to smooth out her hair, but being in a braid for so long, it wasn't possible. He settled with just keeping it all down at least, and stroked her cheek gently. He closed his eyes, and let himself drift to darkness. He dreamed of nothing. It was a peaceful sleep. He was woken up, by the sound of the door opening. His eyes shot up, and his body tensed up, reacting the way it would have those millennium ago, as nobody would enter his chambers without permission. Sona and her peerage walked in, alongside Rias with her own peerage. The 3 exorcists had woken up at the same time he had, but were having trouble getting alert in the same amount of time it took for him. Issei looked down in concern at Grayfia. She still slept peacefully, not even waking up despite 3 humans waking at the same noise that he had. What was it that had Grayfia so tired? He saw one of the only 2 boys had glared at him in jealousy at the beautiful woman that he was currently giving a lap pillow. Usually, the genders were swapped, but he was comfortable with the way they were now. Issei ignored him. He didn't know his name, meaning he wasn't important. "Hey you." Of course he had to open his mouth. Issei's turned his uninterested eyes at the blonde who spoke. Well, both Yudo Kiba and this boy were blonde. His eyes bore into the gray of the one who had spoken to him. What? Everyone flinched at his cold, yet bored tone that he had used. The blonde was taken aback, before speaking again. Where have you been this past week, Hyodo? Why haven't you been going to school?" Issei's eyes narrowed at him. He knew he shouldn't antagonize him, but he felt as if he should. "I don't recall having to explain my actions to someone so insignificant." The entire student council's eyes widened in shock at the words of someone from the perverted trio, who were the significant ones. Not only that, it was from a human, according to his words all those weeks ago. He knew they were devils, and they knew he knew. "Why you?" The blonde started to respond back, but Sona rose her hand. "Yes, Kaichu," he muttered, as he stepped down, and Sona took his place. "I would like to know the answer to Saji's question as well. Why haven't you been to school for the past week, and why are you here with the exorcists?" "Issei, I already explained to the devils before that we are associated with you." Griselda spoke up. "I would still like to hear his side of the story." Issei looked down at Grayfia's peaceful face. He noticed how Rias tracked their every movement, possibly because Grayfia was Searsex's wife, and in turn, her sister-in-law. She was most likely making sure that he didn't do anything to Grayfia. My name is Hyodo Issei. I died 3 years ago, and was reborn from fire. I have recently discovered the one who caused the deaths of not only me, but my parents, is going to be here in Kuo. I have teamed up with the exorcists because of my childhood friend, who is currently captured by the same person who killed me. That doesn't explain why you missed school, only of why you are associated with the exorcists. His brown eyes flashed a dark black, and everyone in the room flinched as they felt power starting to stir within him. I wasn't finished. The devils were silent for seconds, before Issei continued. I have spent the past week looking for him, and I haven't had any success until just recently. Kokubile will be here today, and we will fight. I will be the one to kill Kokubile, just as he would be the one to kill me. They were quiet for a bit longer, before Akino spoke up from Rias's right side. Why would Kokubile want to kill you? Issei gave a smile. A sad one. He decided to not tell them the truth. He didn't want to share the story of the young hunter. Devils wouldn't understand the struggles of naivety that Belcranel of Hestia Familia had to go through. After all, they were the ones who tempted, not the ones who didn't know of the world. He knew who I was. He was vague in his response. Who you were. Sona attempted to come up with a response. That is all I am willing to tell you. It is up to you to decide whether you wish to let me fight Kokubile, or to get in between our fight and die as a result of thinking that I am unable to fight him. Rias spoke up. Why should we let you fight? If anything, Saji is the most qualified out of all of us. He wields the Vritra sacred gear, absorption line. He is an evil dragon, and a dragon can defeat a Kadri. That's why a dragon is the strongest out there. Saji perked up at the sound of the princess of the underworld praising him. The power of what one wields depends on the power of the wielder. It was as if something had switched within Issei. His eyes narrowed at Saji. Griselda recognized this as the ancient being that Grayfia and Kokubile both knew, and to an extension, Gabriel. This was the being who was related to Kokubile. I can see that none of you have ever fought in a real battle of life or death. The only ones who have are Grayfia, Griselda, Zenobia, and I. Those stray devils are nothing compared to something of Kokubile's caliber, but I don't expect you guys to understand what exactly we are facing. You can send Saji after Kokubile, and hope he can defeat him simply because he is a dragon. I will not help him if you decide to deny the fight that Kokubile had requested of me. Who are you? The one to have spoken was Tsubaki Shinra, from Sona's peerage. She was the only one able to speak after Issei's words. Everyone else was full of fear. My name is long forgotten. All that matters is my ability to fight Kokubile. I am something older than all of you combined, even including Grayfia. His brown eyes glowed with power. He saw them all shiver in fear, but he felt a hand brush his arm. He looked down and saw Grayfia. Dear, she muttered, only loud enough for Issei to hear. He sighed, as he closed his eyes. The switch was flipped once again, and no longer was he the ancient being. He was back to being Hyodo Issei, a boy of 17 years who had witnessed his parents' deaths, and had recently been placed in a situation that he was barely aware of. Let us forget this, get on with our plan to defeat Kokubile. Grayfia stood up, and then stood behind Issei, causing Rias to narrow her eyes at how she treated Issei like her master, unlike her, who was the princess of the underworld. Issei was just a human. What do you suggest? Sona spoke up. Do you honestly expect us to just stand there and watch? Issei shook his head. No. There will be others with him. There is an exorcist named Fried Selzen. He will be wielding a fused Excalibur. He will be wielding 6 of the 7 fragments at once. Issei glanced at Griselda, and she nodded at him. She motioned at her sword, and he gave the slightest of nods back. He now knew that she wielded the final fragment. Excalibur. They all turned to the second blonde in the room. His gray eyes were full of hatred, as he looked at Issei. Not Excalibur, sword of promised victory. He will be wielding a sword that looks like Excalibur, but made up of the Excalibur fragments. I know not of its powers, only that it has the powers of all the fragments. It is still Excalibur. Kiba growled. I swear I will destroy it. Issei nodded slowly. Zenobia, Griselda, and Kiba will fight Freed. He will also have a fallen named Rainier. She is a four-winged fallen. I don't know how powerful that is, nor if all of you will be able to defeat her. Wings don't usually calculate how powerful a fallen is. It only counts their raw power, not their mind. We should be able to overpower her. Rias spoke up. But that leaves most of us still have nothing to do. I believe Akino, Sona, Tsubaki, and I are more than enough to deal with Rainier. You still need to set up a barrier. Grayfia spoke up. Otherwise, the town will be alert of our fight. No. Once again, all attention was on Issei. They have the power of dimension lost, fog of extinction on their side. We have no need for a barrier. But beware. I doubt it is only Freed and Rainier. He surely has more. He may be strong, but he knows that even he cannot fight me and anyone else at the same time. If he fights me, he will be sure to have everyone else occupied, because he knows any of you will try to step in despite me saying that he is mine. He gave a small knowing nod at Saji. I know you will go into a fight. I will not stop you, but I will not be able to stop Kokobile from killing you. I will be focused on myself. As of now, I am weaker than Kokobile, and he knows that. He will show mercy to me, but not to anyone else. You will need to do something similar to Valley if you wish to fight Kokobile. Valley. As in, the Vanishing Dragon Valley. Issei nodded. Saji isn't ready to fight Kokobile. He has no knowledge of the battlefield. Kokobile is an ancient being, similar to me and Grayfia. Us three are the only ones who can fight against each other. Anyone else will be defeated in an instant. But you are human. Rias protested. You are speaking of all of this, and saying you are this ancient thing, despite the fact that you carry absolutely no power. Just a few weeks ago, you were nothing to any of us. Now, all of a sudden, you are so confident in yourself simply because you have stolen Grayfia's heart from my brother. Issei narrowed his eyes at her. I do not love Grayfia. At least, not anymore. Her heart belongs to your brother. Us two will always cherish each other, but we do not love each other. You lie. Issei was about to retort, but closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He offered no reply to Rias, and turned to Sona. It is your choice on whether or not you wish to have Saji fight Kokobile, or to fight with you guys. I will not be having Grayfia fight. Kokobile has assured me that he will not attempt to attack Grayfia unless she attacks him. That happens, Grayfia has no chance of winning. They all looked at Grayfia, and she nodded in agreement. I cannot beat Kokobile. He'll simply bypass all of my spells, and simply skewer me with a light spear. Kokobile knows this as well, hence why he told us that he has no intention of attacking me. It's a warning. Sona sighed. That severely limits our power. Let's review. The Exorcists and Kiba will be against Freed. Tsubaki, Akino, Rias, and I will be against Rainier. You and Saji will be against Kokobile, while the rest will be against whatever else Kokobile throws at us. Issei resisted the urge to kill Saji just to have them stop talking about Saji fighting Kokobile. It was impossible. The boy wouldn't be able to even survive for a few seconds. Him being a devil simply made it more difficult for him to live. He accepted the fact that they were sending Saji to his death simply because he was a dragon. He wasn't a dragon. He was a devil who wielded the power of an evil dragon. He was different from Valley, who was a full-fledged dragon after he became Albion itself. Valley was Albion, just like how Albion was Valley. So that is the plan. Issei concluded. Now let us prepare. Something screamed at Issei, warning him of the danger that was fast approaching. Issei didn't think, he let his body take over. Glass shattered, as a spear of light flew through. Issei rose his arm, and caught the light spear in mid-air. He felt his skin start to char at the immense heat. Issei also knew that this was because of his status. He wasn't human from the start, hence why the light spear can affect him the same way it affected devils. The rest of the windows of the student council room shattered, and Issei jumped into action. He dashed in front of Sona's peerage, as they were more numerous, and swung the spear. He didn't know the motions himself, he let his body simply carry out his intention. He deflected at least 24 light spears, and he heard the sound of steel deflecting steel. He risked a glance at his right side, thankful to Kokobile that he had stopped firing his spears. The mad exorcist Freed clashed blades with Griselda. Freed's sword glowed the brightest of gold, while Griselda's hummed with power. The sword slowly cracked, as it revealed a similar glowing sword underneath. What? You have the final fragment? Fried shouted in shock. Griselda kicked Fried off of her, and dashed toward him just as he recovered. Their blades clashed, as they danced. Griselda would only parry the mad exorcist swings, choosing to not become overpowered. She would quickly lose ground, but she was able to throw kicks or furniture at the same time. The entire time, the devils looked on in shock, as they realized how close they were to death. Without Issei and Griselda, they would have been cut down in an instant, Fried's speed bypassing even their devil's eyesight. The spears also flew faster than their eyes can see. The light spear within Issei's grasp faded, and the brown-haired boy looked at where he knew where Kokubile would descend from. I wouldn't have guessed you would attack us this suddenly. Issei spoke softly. Yet, the mighty fallen angel was able to hear him. He simply gave a small smile at Issei. Fried, pull back. Griselda, don't chase. The two exorcists split apart. Fried returned to Kokubile's side, and Griselda went to Issei's side, panting. Her blue eyes glared at Fried's red. Do you realize what just happened, devils? Kokubile asked gently, as if he were a teacher speaking to his students. If Issei hadn't recovered even a small bit less of his power, your entire peerage would have died right there, Sona Citri. Your attempt at getting Saji to fight me would have ended right there. He would have died before you all even realized what had happened. His black wings were spread out behind him, and power radiated from him. All the devils took a step back in fear, but Issei, Griselda, Zenobia, and surprisingly, Kiba stepped forward. You will fall here, brother. Issei spoke. You are no match for even us three. Kokubile threw his head back and laughed. Indeed, I am no match for you. His red eyes shone with amusement. Issei noticed one person was missing. Where is Rainier? Right here. The violet-eyed girl slowly drifted downwards from the sky, stopping when she was right beside Kokubile. Hello Issei. Hello Rainier. He smiled at her. She smiled back at him. So. Kokubile spread out his arms dramatically. What will it be? Are you all prepared? Or will you just stay down and let me kill you to make it easier for both of us? Now that the mighty fallen was in front of them, the devils suddenly looked nervous. They glanced at Saji, and weren't sure if he would be able to fight Kokubile himself after his display of his light spears. Weapons so fast, they couldn't see them, yet Issei was able to react too. They knew how outmatched they were. If we don't fight, we won't win. Saji stepped forward, his eyes wide in anger, but also nervousness. If you don't fight, you'll lose. If you fight, you'll keep on moving forward. Power gathered around Saji, as his gray eyes glowed purple. A gauntlet made of the darkest night appeared on his right arm, and he pointed his armored finger at Kokubile. I refuse to lose simply because I didn't try. Kokubile laughed. Admirable. But, you'll lose. I'm pretty sure Issei has already told you on what would happen if you tried to fight me. You won't only lose, you'll die devil. You'll just fade into non-existence because you refused to listen to your superiors. I won't die. I refuse to be killed by people such as you, who kill for no reason. No reason. Kokubile rose his eyebrow. He turned away from Saji, and looked at Issei. You still haven't told them, brother. There is no reason to share such a foolish dream. Issei smiled slightly. Only a fool would believe that they can achieve such a thing, but I too, am foolish for believing in the same thing. Hyodo. What are you two talking about? Sona finally spoke after she was split seconds away from death at the hands of the fallen that currently stood facing them. No matter. Kokubile interrupted. He gave a wink that only Issei saw despite everyone looking at him. There is no use giving such information to those who will die soon. It will always be something that is forsaken from us. His jet black wings spread, the sun shining behind him, still high in the sky. He hadn't even waiting for the cover of the night. He was fully confident in his ability to beat them in broad daylight. Now come. I will permit you a single attack from you, prison dragon. I would grant the same offer to my brother, but I'm afraid it may cause my death. He gave a smile that did not calm any of them. Saji widened his eyes in shock at this strange offer from the fallen angel. But Kokubile held up his hand. But first, just in case a miracle happens and you manage to slay me in a single strike, I must return something of great importance to Issei. It is something that cannot be ignored, else the situation will get worse. A crack opened up beside Kokobile. The crack consisted of many geometric shapes, as the colors of the gap between worlds was revealed to the outside world. A single figure wrapped within a cloak came out. Issei's voice didn't work, as he looked at the girl held in the sky by invisible hands. His eyes widened in shock, fear, anxiety, guilt, and others. Her brilliant violet eyes were closed, and the breeze blew gently, her hair moving gently in the wind. Irina, he managed to choke out, barely above a whisper. Kokobile threw her at Issei, who caught her in his arms. His red eyes observed, as Issei adjusted her into a bridal carry. Irina, he asked once more with more certainty. He hadn't seen her in a week ever since she got captured by Kokobile, and now, she was in this condition. He was able to feel her body through the cloak, letting him know that she had nothing else under the cloak. His mouth gaped, as he took in her appearance. She was pale, and had sunken cheeks. She seemed to be skinnier, and seemed way too light. Issei reached underneath her cloak, and touched her waist. He felt how sticky it was, and knew exactly what it was. Why else would she be naked? Issei. Grayfia stepped forward. He felt rage. He was angry at Kokobile for not keeping her safe. He was angry at the ones who did this to her. He was angry at himself for not being able to keep her safe. He felt responsible. He could have prevented this if he could have killed Kokobile the very first day he had arrived, instead of staying back at the church because he was a human. How laughable. He felt something within him break. A sudden headache erupted in his head, but he dealt with it to hold onto Irina. His grip tightened, but only slightly. He didn't want to hurt her. And suddenly, almost as if a miracle had been granted, he remembered. He remembered everything about him. He remembered his fall from heaven. He remembered his love with Gabriel. He remembered his fight with omnipotent God YHWH. He remembered their fight alongside Azazel and Michael to defeat the end of all things Trihexa. He remembered the cause of his own sealing. The seal he placed on himself. He placed Irina down onto the ground, after he gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. He stepped around her, only stopped a single foot in front of her prone body. And it was then, did everyone know who he was? He was once again, registered by Elia once he had become what he once was. His eyes flickered between the chocolate brown and black. Power radiated out from him, as tendrils of darkness danced wildly around him. When his eyes solidified into the darkest of nights, did a surge of power cause the ground around him to push outwards, rocks flaring out in jagged shapes. Despite it being the early afternoon, the sky turned dark as the darkest night. Despite this, the sun still hung high in the sky. A sun in midnight. It was only a matter of split seconds, before the sun too, was covered by utter darkness. Despite the sky being utter darkness, and the entire area being cloaked, they were all still able to see, including the exorcists. Opened up his hand, and dark energy gathered around it, solidifying into a long polearm. Despite turning solid, it still retained its form made of pure condensed energy. While was able to grip it, it took no real physical form. It was ever-changing, never the same existence it was once. This was the weapon that was considered anti-planet, enough to destroy the entire world if so wished. It was Tempus Vernum Ruptor, Dusk Breaker. His black eyes glowed despite it being like the entrance to the darkest pit of hell itself. He opened his mouth, and what came out was not words. What came out was a roar of pure rage. It shook everyone, as they all covered their ears, but even that did not prevent the long roar from almost ripping apart their mind. The ground itself cracked at the sheer volume, as the mist that the participators of the fight barely noticed had gathered around the school, from the work of Dimension Lost, was literally blown away from the force of S roar. To think that, all this time, he was. They were able to hear the shaking voices of someone. They were looking at Issei, and his transformation. His hair had grown longer, reaching his lower waist. It blew wildly under his own power. His skin had turned darker, and his clothes turned into a set of armor. The armor was dark, darker than even his eyes, absorbing the light from what little there was. The plates interconnected, forming a single piece of unbreakable armor, and yet, was still able to move unhindered, which should not have been possible. A flowing red cape blew behind him. It was tattered at the end, and littered with holes from flames long ago. It was a gift from. I'm glad, brother. Kokobeel gave a confident smirk. I was afraid you were too lost. Did not offer an answer, but merely stared at Kokobeel. Kokobeel rose an eyebrow. I see, rage has overcome you. He stood, his wings unfurling. He settled a steel gaze onto his brother. His true brother-in-law. This was the one who had married his sister, even if he was currently lost in his rage. His power was the same, and there was no mistaking the weapon held within his hand. Even he would be able to identify the weapon that is both physical and conceptual. After all, one cannot simply break night. I am glad I managed to gain Eliah's favor once more before our fight. Kokobeel smiled. Because of that, my power has risen to a level never seen before by those who reside within this world. After all, when was the last time two counter-guardians fought in this world? I am no longer Star of God. I have risen to something even higher than our almighty, omnipotent God YHWH. Nova of Delusion. Kokobeel formed a light spear within his hand. Now come, brother. Show me the fight you have promised me. Fulfill the dream you wished for so much that caused you to betray your own people. Charged, and all were able to register who he was, the shock going into their head, once again. It was almost like a video game, where they were able to see his player name and status over his head. It would have said, Level Unknown, Mao Devil Class. Title, Disgraced Devil. Even then, they didn't need it. They heard of him. They heard of the stories. It only all made sense. The mysterious disappearance of their king, as well as his connection to Gabriel. They had all heard of the forbidden love between the two. Not a single soul in the supernatural world hadn't heard of their tragic love story. Issei was strange. He had such a dark power within him because it was sealed. Kokobeel had called him brother, with him only recognizing Gabriel as his family. And since Gabriel was married to their king, it only made sense for Issei to be personification of evil, Satan. End chapter 8. Boom. Done. This chapter set off the beginning of the entire story. Now that Issei has been revealed, I can finally make the chapter better. It's super difficult to write an adventure fantasy story if the main character cannot do anything against all of these op characters. I know Fate did that with Shuru, but come on. It's Fate. I can't do the same thing as them. Also, yes, op. Literally everyone in this story will be overbuffed. Basically imagine an already difficult mini-boss that requires a specific tactic, along with RNG in your favor, becomes buffed so you depend entirely on RNG, and even then, you only have a small percentage of succeeding because the RNG will cuck you hard. That's how most of the main antagonists of the arcs will be. Super OP, and extremely difficult to beat. It'll almost always be Counter-Guardian versus Counter-Guardian, or beings on par with Counter-Guardians that aren't Counter-Guardians. I'm sorry for what happened in the beginning part of the chapter. I needed to insert that horrific scene to set off events in future chapters that'll happen on the character development side, rather than the plot side. But Arc 1 will be over soon. Give it 5 or so chapters, depending on how I want the Kokobeel fight to end. I have 2 possibilities. Until then, let us proceed to chapter 9. Halved on. Next chapter, Excalibur the Glory. First, previous CHA